It is the final week of the regular season here in the NACE Starleague. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Vincent, and we have nothing but top matchups for you to feast your eyes on as we go through our three matches today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of fun. And hey, I love standing in, even if I miss Danger Taco and Squid. It's gonna be a great time, Jeff. I'm ready for it.
Absolutely. And with matchups like these, I mean, how could you not just be salivating at anticipation for what we're going to see today? We've got three series coming up, and all three are number one seeds versus number two seeds. There's only two losses in the entirety of the six squads that you're looking at on your screen right now.
And that's sort of mind-blowing to think about. We have so many good teams playing Rocket League here at the NACE Starleague. First off, we're going to be watching West Virginia take on UT Knoxville on that second matchup. It's going to be Florida Atlantic University going up against Northern Kentucky. And then to close us out, a potential real barn burner, I think, when we look at Oakland going up against University of Minnesota Twin Cities. So this should be an action-packed day, as you sort of alluded to there at the beginning.
Oh, and that final matchup, you're talking about two 8-0 teams, both undefeated, both tied for first place. And what's at stake for all of these matches today is that first seed. Your number one seed will get an automatic trip into the postseason. We'll play a game in play-ins, but more just for seeding once we finally get into playoffs. But whoever wins these matches today, guaranteed to have a trip in.
Exactly. And, whilst you're talking about a relatively small difference in seeding, not having to play for your tournament life into playoffs is huge. You don't get to entirely skip those conference play-ins that happen, but you only have to play one game, and you win or loss, you're in regardless. So it matters a ton for these teams whether or not they're able to take the win today or they go down to those that more third, second seed situations. So let's kind of zoom in and focus a little bit though on our first matchup to get started. It's going to be West Virginia University going up against University of Tennessee Knoxville, and Tennessee, they have one of the two losses that are in the cards here for our teams today, but they have a very strong roster as well. I mean, you and I both know Hermes and Lonely's Driver in particular. We've seen them play before. We know that they're very strong, but they're going up against a West Virginia that does not take prisoners.
No, West Virginia's only dropped two individual games over the course of this season. UTK, their one loss was to Western Kentucky. That was actually last week in a 5-game, just heartbreaking series for UTK. Whereas we actually saw West Virginia clean sweep here on stream just the week before, back in week 7. They took that 3-0 over Western Kentucky. So that right there in very recent play is pretty indicative that I'm giving the edge to West Virginia, at least on paper. But I mean, once we get on the pitch, once that timer starts going, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, West Virginia, a team that's really been trying to build up their program, brought in Falls, but I don't believe we're going to be seeing Falls today. So it does kind of bear some question marks for me, Bull Skunk, about kind of who exactly is going to be the heavy hitter for this West Virginia roster. We know who it has to be for UTK to go forward today and pick up this base. It's not a question, but I'm really excited to see what West Virginia can show. Like you said, they dominated just about a week ago, and they're looking to maybe do that once more.
And in that matchup, we saw both Knight and Poppin come away with 4 goals apiece during that series. Very patient play. 2 of those 3 games, they're playing from behind, which, one goal lead for UTK, not enough. You have to give yourself a nice little buffer, or West Virginia already a threat. And here we go. We're hitting the pitch. Our first game underway here in our final week 9.
Now, well, Knight already had one shot and a second shot as well. Straight forward in towards that goal. And it was a bit of a double commitment there on the defense. And then nobody could actually get back in time. You can see both Mike and Spicoli heading towards the net, but not fast enough. And Jeff, what an explosive start we've had. Just 10 seconds in.
And that's definitely the start West Virginia were looking for. Oh my goodness, what a statement that early on. Just getting in the head of UTK, knowing that they have to play from behind and have to answer Mikey tried to do so, but goes into a 1v3. Gets it stolen away off that near post. Hermes off the wall now. Has Spicoli in the middle. Weak touches. Spicoli gets the goal. We're tied up 34 seconds in.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be one of those games that is just a bit of a scoring frenzy, at least off the back of the first 30 seconds. Some nice touches there, and Spicoli in a great position to finish. Basically, West Virginia pretty much doubling down and betting on the fact that they were going to win one of those 50s there on the sidewall. They couldn't do it. And Spicoli puts it away.
A big touch from Spicoli there on either end. And a name I'm noticing absent here from West Virginia is Poppin' Panda, but hey, Rot's filling in today. And there's another quick goal. This has been just absolutely explosive. What a way to start off the series.
Yeah, very nice touch from Rots there into the corner, and just kind of follows it all the way, plays that ball about as perfectly as you can like in the angle. Very tough to defend. We saw UTK struggle with it, and well, again, it's looking like we're going to see nothing but goal scoring happening as this game moves forward.
Neither team wanting to relent. Neither team really wanting to play too much defense, apparently, either. Mikey going in over the top, tried to lob it up. Rod's able to get just enough of a tire on that ball. And trying to find something in transition here. Good steal into the corner. Mikey looks to slow this thing down. Needs to beat Rots. Nice little touch. Magic comes in to pick it up. West Virginia getting very aggressive on this. You see rotations coming through the way. Knight just kind of working a little solo effort, trying to maintain possession. Gets it stolen away. No good opportunities on the back of it. Magic doing a good job of protecting the midfield line. Magic comes through to increase the lead to 3-1 off of a bit of a whiff there on the backboard.
Yeah, this touch right there, it was meant to be a clear. Spicoli couldn't quite get there to bail them out, so UT Knoxville in a bit of a rough spot, and honestly, just great positioning overall from Magic to be in the right place at the right time to overcome that touch. As we get back into the action, Spicoli with a nice clear, and he's looking good.
Oh, Spicoli finds that right corner. What a beautiful setup coming off of Mikey. Able to just bounce it over the heads of both defenders coming out from West Virginia. And they just left it in a tough spot. Can't recover. Spicoli trying to cut that deficit.
Yeah, another bit of a double commit right there as well. I mean, it wasn't a full commitment, but it certainly was enough to give the open net away for Spicoli, and Spicoli not going to be missing ones like that one.
All right, pass over to Rots. And West Virginia trying to press in. From what I've seen from West Virginia, they're not a super aggressive team. They like to play a little bit slower pace, a little bit more controlled. We see a lot of short passing from them in the past, and they only press up as much as they need to feel like they need to keep pressure on and keep possession and set their own pace. You can see they're not going too deep into enemy territory here. Knight, though, sees an opening. What a huge gap left open by the defense. Knight's able to capitalize on it. Oh, Hermes just gets in a little bit of a bad spot. Mikey's out of the box entirely, and West Virginia are going to increase their lead right back.
Yeah, and I think Hermes was actually trying to rotate back, but just got caught. I think Knight actually did the bumping there. Got caught by a bump, and just a very unfortunate scenario. But pace of play here from the likes of Knoxville has been very strong. They've just really left some open moments, right? They've not been super clean on their clears, and they've left things like this open for the 50s to drop it down in the midfield, and near opportunity for Knight to go back and make this lead a 3-goal one, but goes a bit wide.
An incredible defensive play there from UTK, able to stay on that raid, not get flustered on that one. West Virginia with a clever attack, but it is sent away. Now, West Virginia trying to get back into the blue half. Mikey has other plans. Going up on the backboard. Look for somebody in the middle, but Knight able to play it off, push it out into the midfield line, and deny any opportunity for a follow-up on that setup. Mikey's still playing it pretty tight, though, trying to keep some shots on the net, trying to keep the offense going here for UTK, see if they can develop some momentum. Perhaps drain the defense of their resources, but alas, cut back, and it's Mikey having to retreat for that big old pot of gold. And back on the defense goes UTK.
West Virginia, though, very much just okay to play some defense here. They haven't been bothered by playing that defensive position. They have a 2-goal lead, and they're they're perfectly fine just sitting there with it, but you can see when they're given the opportunity, they will go for it. Knight doing that there, and once again, a nice defend there by Spicoli.
Pretty standard affair. Good defense on that near post. Hermes the pass down Spicoli. Double team in the corner. Spicoli can't do much with it. Mikey having to play up as we've crossed the 60-second mark, and UTK, you know they're feeling the pressure now. Game one is never one you want to go down. It's a precedent setter. It's a tempo setter as far as the series is concerned. Hermes going to give it down to Mikey. See if they can find one to at least make the deficit only one goal. But the defense of West Virginia holding strong so far. Knight able to go up, deny Mikey any chance at a look on the net. Ross gets a good challenge on Spicoli, and West Virginia's defense are standing tall.
Oh my goodness.
I spoke too soon. Too soon, Vincent.
You say that, but this is such a ridiculous touch that comes forward. It takes all three players from UT Knoxville to put this into the goal. It's such a weird angle, impossible to anticipate, and it gives UTK the opportunity to tie this game and send it to overtime, but they only have 15 seconds to do it.
Spicoli with a hat trick now, all three goals for UTK under Spicoli's belt, and then a big demo there in front of the net. Try to set him up for this tying goal. Hermes up for it. Knight denies in the final seconds, able to scream across the line and keep West Virginia on top to take game one. UTK made a fight for it and tried to fight back, but they were on the back foot pretty much that entire opening game of the series. West Virginia able to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like, in the last 2 minutes, maybe, West Virginia just were kind of playing defense. They were fine to stick around and not to get too far forward. Then once that goal came forward, then it was maybe a little bit more important to get a forward position. But nonetheless, I think West Virginia putting together some fantastic play there in game number one. And if I had to say one thing that I'd like to maybe see from UT Knoxville, get a little bit more aggressive, right? I mean, I realized that Rotz's demo there in like the last minute, I think it was like the first demo really of the game. So we didn't see a lot of physicality coming through, as we are, I think, going to be seeing a sub come through. Yeah, Pop and Panda going to be going in. And, well, unfortunately not the start they were looking for on the West Virginia side, as an early goal goes the way of Knoxville.
Yes, Spicoli just able to get over Poppin. Poppin perhaps maybe not warmed up yet, coming in for game number two. This is the roster we saw take down WKU 2 weeks ago on stream. And Pop and Panda had a phenomenal series, be it defensively, be it just wonderful centers, great setups, but struggling so far here in game two as they get absolutely demolished right off the kickoff.
Early, though.
For something. Yeah, it is definitely early. No doubts there, my friend.
That was some great movement right there from Magic. Just kind of keep that ball in contention the whole time, and he's going to give Knight that opportunity. Certainly Spicoli, who's been very good defensively, continues to do that.
Try to get a touch on that ball. Hermes has to come up for it, but does end up making contact enough to drop it down to Mikey. Eventually, UTK do have to rotate back. They'll get possession of the ball. Nice touch from Mikey, but Magic is coming up. Challenge, maintain possession here. Going on the assault. Comes to West Virginia. Oh, great 50 by Mikey. He's able to push it all the way back down. Nothing developing from that. In fact, a good opportunity here in the counterpunch. Right in the corner, over to Magic. Magic off the wall. Still can't get it out of the zone. Easily read. Spicoli's able to push it back down. Hermes comes across for similar result. And UTK looking much stronger here in game two.
Yeah, their offense is really playing well. It's about, playing in that midfield area, but as I say that, having to make a big defensive play. Hermes, it's a double commit, and nearly goes underneath, but Spicoli has it this time. A ridiculous back and forth. UT Knoxville keep their lead and counterpunch as well.
Oh, what a beautiful read on the defense from Spicoli. Knowing the only opening was down low. It's exactly what West Virginia tried to do. Spicoli there to just seal up that hole quick-like. And UTK keeping West Virginia scoreless after a very explosive opening minute of game one. Game two has been far tighter. Far fewer mistakes coming out of both of our squads, making it far more difficult for the teams to pry open the defense and create opportunities for shots.
West Virginia are realizing that they need to get a bit more aggressive on these 50s because UT Knoxville is kind of playing them like a flute at the moment. And
Coley,
oh my goodness.
Popping with a clever little moves, but I thought Spicoli just had an easy look there.
Oh, another one.
Huge save. Spicoli has, wow, just absolutely turned up. I believe you've seen them play under the tag Loneliest Driver as well, so if you've seen UTK play before, we are under the impression that that is the same player. So just for any clarification of what you might have seen on the pitch, it is still Spicoli making moves and big plays for UTK. That continues here today in Game 2 when they need it most in this really important series, the battle for first seed here in the Southeast 1 Division. Spicoli coming up, almost had another one there. Papa Panda does well to get a piece of that ball.
Another great defensive touch there by Mikey, interrupting that ball early before it becomes a shot on goal. And Spicoli with another clear. The defense, it's been just as good as the offense from Knoxville, but oh my goodness, Magic nearly had that one unlocked, but two players to defend. There was no real way to go for it.
Spicoli, again, gets a good 50 there at the end of that play, gets just enough of that fantastic shot to keep West Virginia totally stymied, and with a goose egg in the score column, Magic trying to beat Hermes to the punch, even with no boost. Hermes is able to get to it. It's just enough of a jump on that ball and just enough of a read on the play to make the save. 75 seconds remaining, and West Virginia have to put on some more offensive aggression here because UTK have built a brick wall in the blue half.
Great awareness, or just car awareness from Hermes there to land correctly in order to make that save just a moment ago. We passed the 1 minute mark, and it's still anyone's game with just a 1 goal on this Game 2. But again, the interruptions in midfield, Hermes doing one there, it's just so beautiful.
Well, the Volunteers out of Tennessee, they cannot rest on this 1-goal lead. They have to continue to play tight for the remainder of this game, too, if they want to take it. West Virginia have come from behind multiple times in the past. Every second that ticks, though, goes in UTK's favor. An important challenge here as Knight tries to wrestle control of the ball. Hermes able to knock it down. Here comes Magic up, gets it over the top, going off the backboard. Poppin' Panda looking for something. Spicoli does a good job of defending that backboard. Back into the center goes. Knight with the shot. Mikey with a huge save with only 12 seconds left to go.
And Mikey continuing to have control off the backboard as well. And this is looking like it's all going to be UT Knoxville. Just 1 second. All it has to do was drop. Magic with one touch. It's a bit of a whiff touch as well. And West Virginia are answered back immediately by the likes of UT Knoxville.
And even with fewer shots, we saw fewer shots in Game 1. It was 12-7 in shots in Game 1 favoring West Virginia. We're looking at 11-5 favoring West Virginia on this one. But look at that save column. 8 saves coming out of UTK. Are you kidding me? 5 of them from Spicoli. Just outstanding defense. The 1 goal from the same player was enough to maintain the lead. In fact, Spicoli has had all 4 goals today here for University of Tennessee Knoxville.
Yeah, and listen, I said that we knew who had to step up for Knoxville. We knew it had to be Spicoli or Hermes, I guess, is maybe the other argument. But to be fair, Mikey's defense right there was phenomenal. But Spicoli is the player to talk about, whether it be offensively, defensively. Had 3 shots, most on the team. We just talked about 5 saves. And as we get into Game 3, oh my goodness.
And it's already UTK who are just driving down into the orange box, who are taking all of this space. And something I've spoken with Hermes about in the past, about how some of the mistakes that they made is they give up too much space to their opponents. And it looks like they are doing a great job of correcting that mistake here from Game 1, which could have been arguably the issue with why they lost Game 1. It was a far more high-scoring game. 7 goals in total in that one versus only 1 in Game 2. And I think it has to do with the amount of space and how tight they are playing. And look at that. Hermes continues to challenge all the way to the better end, never giving up on that one. And it's an early 1-0.
And that's such a crucial thing to have in a player, to be able to have that follow through It's absolutely phenomenal. I love to see that, and that's a reason why, you know, I was talking about Hermes earlier on, because that's one of those things to look out for, and I've seen it consistently. Another nice attempt there at the start. West Virginia, they've picked up the pace, I feel.
I mean, some adjustment is necessary. Their typical patient play just did not work for them in game 2. They have to ramp up the tempo of which they're playing at. And they're doing a good job of recognizing that. Now, whether they can execute on it, no! They get too aggressive, and Hermes finds the weakness. And the transition goal is huge. Big props to Scully with that big end-to-end pass. Holy cow.
Yeah, and also nice from Hermes. Not to get too fancy with it. It's really easy to try to take a touch there, but just the one time does fake out the defender, and it's an easy goal. I mean, we talked about how Spicoli was the goal scorer up till this point. Well, Hermes has answered that call by scoring 2 quick goals of his own.
On 2 shots, no less. Good challenge from Mikey, right at midfield. Just slowing down the attempt of the West Virginia offense. Looking for the clear. Magic's able to come across. A little bit of contact, and Hermes is the one walking away with the ball. UT Knoxville keeping the space tight. Magic's able to just dance between everybody. Loses the ball on the way down through the dribble. Mikey eventually stealing it away as the rest of West Virginia catches up. They're trying to help with developing some sort of offense here. Magic taken to the skies, but Mikey with a great aerial challenge.
It feels like West Virginia are kind of playing the same role that UT Knoxville did back in game 2, where they have a lot of offense, but their offense is really leaving their defense wide open, and that's why we see Knoxville at a 2-goal lead right this moment. It's been those transition goals, those big moments in time that have given over the opportunity, and a great fake out. Mikey bit it hook, line, and sinker, but Spicoli had the help over the top.
Oh, Spicoli just absolutely shanked a wide open net. That could have been the 3-0 right there, and it goes high. I'm assuming they were looking for that goal. It didn't look like there was anybody in a position to block it. Perhaps just tried to get overly fancy, and just like that, Papa Pan is able to go all the way back the other direction and cut the lead in half.
I mean, we basically just call game 3 transition goals. That's all it's been. I mean, a great touch from Spicoli on the back foot there, trying to clear it wide, but West Virginia's positioning was just far too superior. And sometimes that's all it takes. So 2-1 with 2 minutes to play. There's plenty still to work with.
Oh yeah, lots of time for West Virginia to get back in this thing. Lots of time for these stories to develop here in this tied-up series between your number 1 and number 2 seed. Nice little lob over the top. Spicoli finds yet another one. Oh my goodness! And this storyline just keeps getting more and more interesting, Vincent.
Spicoli doing a great job of punishing that double commitment there. It was almost a forced double commit. I mean, they didn't know if they were going to be able to make that touch, so 2 players go for that first ball for West Virginia, and Spicoli, like you said, floats it over the top, and that's all it takes. So Knoxville recreating their 2-goal lead pretty much instantaneously, and West Virginia have to answer back once again.
I like how UTK don't seem to be letting off the gas. Like even with the lead, they're pushing up and really trying to command as much of the pitch as possible, which just forces West Virginia to fight and battle for every inch. They try to make their way down towards the blue goal, but it does mean once they make it past that initial line, there's really nobody left to protect. Look at this job here. Just a bad touch.
Yeah, I mean, Hermes, a little bit more, too much power on that touch. Really, I think wanted to lightly feather that ball just a little bit more to give a chance. I think it was Mikey there on the other side. And oh no, Mikey with the bailout. That could have been brutal, but it stopped. And so the 1-goal lead continues to be in the favor of Knoxville. How long will that be? The aggression from the likes of West Virginia have been dominating, and there it is. Magic does it all himself.
Oh my goodness. Beats 2 in the corner, able to maintain just the aerial control to get above the defense. What an answer back It is 3-3 now. It is anybody's game. Tie game 3 in a tied series.
No
and a
way.
kickoff goal for Magic. No, it goes wide.
Oh, you're going to want that one back if you're Magic. I was so close. You're not going to get those. Not in these games. You don't get open nets every day. Not going to happen. But Knight might do it on the floater. The second attempt, it's better, and it's there. Suddenly, West Virginia in the lead of a game that they've been down by 1 or 2 for 4 whole minutes.
Oh, this is team no stranger of playing from behind. I think they like it a little bit. I think it forces them to turn up their pressure. I could, no team necessarily wants to be behind, but man, they always look so good at coming back. And West Virginia have scored 3 unanswered now. Only 35 seconds remaining. Suddenly, UTK feeling like they're the ones in the pressure cooker.
Yeah, they've had the control the whole time. Mikey goes for the all over-under, tries for the bounce, tap in towards the net, but it doesn't work. And 15 seconds left. Jeff, this is going to have to be a last-moment push from Knoxville.
Well, first things first, they got to get possession of the ball. Mikey's going to tap it down. Has Army along the left-hand side. Magic with a whiff, but huge clear from Pop and Panda. Should be enough. Magic is just trying to keep it away from any blue cars they see on the pitch. Spicoli is going to get a touch, but it just is a giant boom that Knight easily sends down into the ground. And off of a phenomenal comeback, West Virginia never say die and claw their way, not just back into the series, but on top of the 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, and it's off the back of heroics from Magic in particular. Those 2 goals were critical. 5 shots as well. And unfortunately for the likes of Knoxville, they could not finish later into that series. It was just barely off, but off nonetheless when it came down to the shots being put forth. But you also, I think, got to give credit defensively. West Virginia really turned up the pace. It felt like the early stages of that game, West Virginia were getting found out because they were over-aggressive. And, by the end of it, West Virginia were playing a great offense and a great defense.
And got some just wonderful transition goals. Did a good job of acknowledging the weakness in the defense of UTK. And this is definitely something I've noticed as far as an identity for this squad. A very patient, but very high IQ squad. They have just this incredible awareness, which indicates to me great communication between all the players of West Virginia University. And they're able to just spot out any weakness, no matter how small, seemingly. They find the hole and thread the needle.
Certainly has been that, but...
Uh-oh, speaking of holes.
It feels a little bit unfortunate for West Virginia. Because look at this win. It's a great touch, a floater over the top, but just nobody there. There was no anticipation that was even going to be a shot. And, it feels like kind of similar fashion that we saw early on last game where Knoxville, just got a transition goal or 2. This one maybe a little bit more on the luckier side, but still a great touch to give them the lead.
Up him with a nice little redirect. Send it down. Buy some time for West Virginia just to get some resources and mount an offense here. Mikey just doing a little keep away, but Knight's still able to get a touch on that ball, which leads to Pop and Panda forcing it in off the backboard. And West Virginia starting to close in. Magic's touch goes all the way in the corner, though. Nobody down there from West Virginia to pick up that ball. Is the demo on the other side of the pitch, and Poppin is able to get a nice move, push it past Hermes, into the corner it goes. Knight pushing it up off the top corner. Mikey with a good touch is going to deny the rebound, and UTK so far hanging out on top. Have to maintain this, though, as got a little dicey there for a second. A sigh of relief. Yes, Spicoli sends it out.
Oh, the defense standing stalwart for Knoxville, continually back and forth, but it's been an onslaught. West Virginia barely giving up any moment of reprieve for this squad. And this is one of the rare times they've been able to get out of the defensive half and into the offense, but it's just not for long. Wilscon, every single time, Knoxville feel like they're having to play this so defensively.
Good job, Mikey, to get that one out of there. Hermes looking for the shot, but that one ends up wide. Goalie, the good aerial challenge keeps it in. But some moves from Magic. And down the pitch into the blue half it goes. Virginia able to stave off that assault. Now looking to see if they can return with yet another counterpunch goal. Once again from behind as we cross the halfway mark of game 4. Dropping it in front of the net. No follow-up there, and West Virginia got to take another look. Putting it off the backboard, but they've lost one of their attackers now. It's McCauley with a big clear. Getting it out of there and buying a little bit more room and closing the gap as Hermes is going to go speeding in. But rushes into their own demise, unfortunately, as Magic looking for this one in transition. Hermes comes through with the save.
We've seen some individuals try to go for those aerial plays, and to be honest with you, they've been somewhat ineffective because the 50s have been so strong, I think, from both squads, whether it be in front of the goal or in the middle of the field. The 50-50 is always on point, and I mean, there's another good example of it right there. Pop and Panda given an opportunity off the back of that pass. Hermes with another fantastic save, just stopping it in its tracks. We're just about 90 seconds left. And UT Knoxville once again up ahead almost the entire game. But remember, this can turn on a dime instantaneously like we just saw.
Past couple attacks, I've noticed, West Virginia have been using that backboard a lot, but UTK have been all over it. They're not allowing those easy bounces to fall in front of the box. And just really robbing West Virginia of one of their primary weapons. They're going to have to get a little more clever, find a way to open up this defense. They've got 64 seconds left to do it. Knight with some good contact there might be it. So Coley able to maintain, though, stays in front of the net, and gets the big save against Magic.
I mean, you asked for clever. I don't know if it gets more clever than that, Bull Skunk. That was a fantastic bump. Unfortunately, doesn't work out, but still, the idea was there, and that's what matters. Unfortunately, ideas don't win games, though. And this is 40 seconds to play. Have to get a goal, West Virginia.
It can be the smartest play in the world, but unless you can execute, it still results in no goal. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Or you can just do something spectacular like that all the way down the end. Knight does find the opening on that backboard, this time unguarded. Sets it up for the tying goal. What a fantastic play.
The first time all game I've seen a double commit from Knoxville, and it gets punished. The margins for error are minuscule right now. You can't make this up. With 20 seconds to work with, now Knoxville have to put knock one back in order to win it outright. Otherwise, we're headed to overtime.
West Virginia on match point, looking to complete their perfect season here in game 4. One more goal will do it. Magic up in the air, looking for some 0-second heroics perhaps. Nah, just gonna knock it on down, take it into overtime. Everybody back to your corners. It's golden goal to decide game 4. UTK looking to send us to that game 5. Western Virginia wanting to finish off a perfect season right here, right now.
Will be massive for this squad, this school, but UT Knoxville, they're no slouches. They've been playing phenomenally all game long, and it looks like they want to bring it to game 5. An attempt made there by Hermes, but not going to work out. Just 30 seconds in, but it's so tense.
Yeah, you've got to steel your nerves if you're these players right now. Magic able to pop that one up from your corner. Popping with another big save. UTK with a couple of good shots, but most of them easily dealt with. And West Virginia now looking to put up some tallies of their own in that shot column. But Papa Panda gets absolutely thrashed. Spicoli with the pass over to Hermes, a little too high. Hermes is able to get a piece of it and at least keep it away from the defense for the meantime. But Papa rolls away with it. Knight coming in with a follow-up shot. Hermes blocks that one out of the top right corner. The pre-jumping just in time. Magic, though, keeping things alive for West Virginia. Off the backboard, multiple touches. Still can't find an opening through this defense.
I thought Hermes had given it away right there, but ultimately a mistake from either side. Giving it away, but no!
Yeah.
Poppin' Panda! What a ridiculous turn of events, and this is why it's so dangerous to put that ball in front of the net. We talk about it all the time, Bull Skunk. You can't do that.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate touch. Some good contact to knock Spicoli out of the play in the net, who might have been kind of the backup to make that save completely off the ball, could not get in a position to do anything with that. Oh my goodness, what a way to start our day. Phenomenal series. Phenomenal series. Great effort coming out of University of Tennessee, Knoxville. The Volunteers put up a heck of a performance and still a heck of a season. At 7-2, I'm fairly confident that they are still in that top 3 seeding, and then they will be in our play-ins for the playoff games. But West Virginia stand alone on top of the mountain with a 9-0 perfect record to cap it off. Tip of the hat to them, like just outstanding stuff. Popping once again, coming through and really catching my eye after they came back in. We saw them sub in 2 through 4 in today's series. Looked great for every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think Magic also had a really, really good series.
I can't argue with that.
All the way around. I mean, it was, whether it was the defensive side of the ball, but even, I mean, Magic basically single-handedly brought them back into that third game that they were able to win. I mean, that's something that you can't ever undersell. You kept talking about, and I agree with you, about how this team can play from behind so well. Well, why? Why do they play from behind so well? I think the answer is clear. It's the likes of Magic that can bring them back from the brink in big situations, big moments like this one to give that perfect season. 9-0. You cannot undersell how incredible that is. It's not something that many teams can say that they were able to do here at the NACE Starleague.
An incredible accomplishment, no doubt. And Magic with 2 big goals in that game 3 you're talking about, and that was really the turning point. That was the point where it felt like that series was teetering, was seesawing back and forth, and the momentum from game 3, I think, really kind of bled into game 4, and the results that we saw there ended up going in West Virginia's favor. Magic was a huge part of that, so a great shout there, no doubt.
Yeah, and I don't think that UT Knoxville really were taking their foot off the gas per se, but when they had the lead, it did feel like that they felt safer to play defense, and that's understandable, but at the same time, it definitely came back to bite them. I mean, playing for the golden goal, anything can happen. I mean, I say once overtime starts ticking, it's literally anybody's game. It doesn't matter what's happened prior to that, but UT Knoxville, despite the very valiant effort, did feel like they just were a little bit more passive than I would have liked to see when it came down to being ahead.
Well, that is going to do it for game 1, but we still have to talk about our LLS hero of the game. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. After a variety of nagging symptoms, a specialist visit, and many tests later, 4-year-old Tobin and his family received the news that he had leukemia, and a new reality set in for that family. Every day was a marathon of appointments, medicines, and shifting schedules. For Tobin, his parents, and 2 brothers, this was an intense and very scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help the family connect with blood cancer community and witness survival stories really helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark in December. He's now a 9-year-old gamer who aspires to be a YouTuber. His favorite games are Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite.
And alongside Hero Tobin, we want to recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it matters most. Today's LLS hero of the game is going to be Magic, and I think that's incredibly well-deserved. Magic, welcome to the cast here. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
We're doing fantastic. Congratulations on, the perfect season here at NACE and a fantastic win tonight.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure playing in this league so far.
It's been a pleasure having you guys. Just talking about this game. I'm so glad that we're getting to talk to you because it felt like you were really the hero to kind of bring back that comeback performance. I think it was game 3, where you guys were down by 2 goals at multiple points. You were the one to kind of grab those goals and actually made some huge saves as well. What is it that helps you kind of focus up in those coming from behind situations?
Well, whenever we're losing games, I tend to try to think about what we're doing wrong and what they're doing strongly and how we can counter that and fix whatever we're doing wrong. So, like when we were losing against them in that game, we were playing a bit too passively at times, and giving them too much space. So I just kept telling my team like, "Yo, hey, we need to start challenging this ball quicker. We need to go for bumps and clear up space so we can be able to keep the aggression as much as we can." And I think because that's what ended up leading to us coming back in that game and then winning, and then proceeding to win the rest of the series onwards.
We were talking about how that seemed like a really pivotal point in the series. Was that felt in game as well by your squad? Because that moment in game three where you were able to come back and tie things up, end up scoring 3 unanswered in game three. It felt like to us the winds really shifted. Did that resonate with y'all as well?
Yeah, as soon as we started scoring, as soon as we scored the first goal and we realized that this is starting to work, we knew that we were going to win this game going forward, and we knew that the next game, if we just kept up the momentum, we would score. Even though they scored that first goal on us in that last game, we still knew that we had all the pressure the entire game. It was just a matter of time before something went in. And then we went to OT, and we knew as soon as we got to OT, we were going to win. So.
Nice, nice. Well, and that concludes a perfect season. End up 9-0 overall here in Starleague. What does that mean for y'all? Did this meet your expectations? Did you expect that? Yeah, no. I mean, it's worth the flex, my friend. Well done. Did you expect to have such a wonderful result? Is this kind of surprising, or is this just another day at work for you guys?
Uh, you know, we were probably expecting, not really expecting a perfect season, but we knew we were one of the strongest teams going into the league to begin with. Um, just ending off in a perfect season though is just what you can't ask for anything better, right? Um, it just shows that us being a strong team is us actually being a strong team, not just us doing all talk, no bite, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you guys put on a fantastic show for us. Before we let you go, I want to ask one final question. Do you have anyone you want to shout out, say hello to?
Exactly like last time, I like to shout out my team. I'd like to shout out our esports director for helping us out with the coaching and stuff here and there. We go over replays, see what we need to work on. He also helps us point out in between games like what we need to fix. So that helps motivate us to keep winning as many games as we can.
Absolutely love to hear all of that. And well, Magic, we appreciate you taking the time to come talk to us. Fantastic as always. And once again, congratulations to both you and your team.
Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
With that,
All right.
yeah. It's
What a nice young man. Vincent,
I
what a
know.
nice young man. That's so wholesome. I love the coaches shout out. Like
For real.
I appreciate that. Giving credit behind the scenes. The coaches I don't think get enough love. So that's
No,
props to
they
Magic there. That was a wonderful interview. Wonderful interview. Anyway, why don't you take us out of here?
Yeah, no problem. Well, don't worry. We're not done. Just going to be short, going towards a short break. We have a lot more Rocket League to come forward. It's going to be Florida Atlantic going up against Northern Kentucky right after this.
It is time for our second series of the day. Jeff and Vincent back here with you. And, well, feeling like a little bit of deja vu here, Vincent.
Just a little bit, you know? I mean, we go from one Southeast matchup to another Southeast matchup. This time we're going a little bit further south, though, in the Florida Atlantic University side of things, but a little bit northern in northern Kentucky. So, you know, I guess we're kind of meeting in the middle here, right?
Well, it's also a similar storyline in that we have one undefeated team as your number 1 seed. That would be Northern Kentucky on the right-hand side versus your number 2 seed, Florida Atlantic. Looking at 7-1 right now. Now, you may realize that Northern Kentucky has only played 7 games here in Week 9. They do have another, a rescheduled game directly following this one. But this is, I think, their toughest opponent. If they can take down Florida Atlantic, I'm fairly confident they'll finish off this season 9-0.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. And am I crazy, or are these teams swapped player-wise? Is that...
Yes, the rosters do look swapped. Yes, Blum, Mitra, and Hammy Crackers do play for Florida Atlantic, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
From unless I got my wires crossed, I do believe you are correct. Good catch there, my friend.
Yeah, you know, I always got to check because, like you say, I mean, my wires get crossed often. You know, it's fine. But
casters don't make mistakes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mistakes?
We are practically perfect in every way.
Oh boy, yeah. Let's just get him right down off his high horse right there. Just full jump back. Nonetheless, though, just talking about individuals, I think we have to talk about Pig there for the Northern Kentucky side of things. The leader of this team. A very aggressive player. I mean, this team very, very close to qualifying to through the LCQ there for CRL as well. So we're talking a very strong team that Northern Kentucky has put together. It's a reason that they're undefeated.
I will say, though, it hasn't been without some close calls. There's been 3 of their 7 wins have gone to Game 5. So, I mean, we're talking, pixels of mistakes or, a ball off the crossbar, something extremely minor. Could have been the difference between this team being in your 2nd or 3rd seed and being undefeated where they currently stand. It also means they're no stranger to those high-pressure situations of going to that Game 5. So, if anybody is going to take up to it, I think FAU could be the team to once again drive it all the way. If not, hand Northern Kentucky a little bit of a punch in the jaw.
Yeah, I mean, and in another way to think about that though is that the difference between the goods and the greats are the ones that can make those closing statements, and that's what Northern Kentucky have been doing all season long as well. So regardless of how you're thinking, it's looking like this might be a very solid game.
Expect no less from our number 1 and number 2 seed. The north side of NKU, certainly clutch. You could definitely make that argument with so many Game 5 wins. And right now are the ones just living in the blue half early here in our opening Game 1. Blum trying to get it out of there, but just can't get it past Rule. Finally, Mitra is able to come in and get the touch, but doesn't have much boost left to work with. FAU had to spend so much just to clear the zone. I'm not sure they have any resources here to make a good play on the offense.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like it. That was a nice pass play by Rickles, but it actually goes a little bit wide and up the crossbar. This is possible.
Yep.
Yeah, Blum going to be able to put that one away. Had some help. Well, I should say not so much help, but an attempted defense here by Rickles, but not to be. So Florida Atlantic, despite being our underdog, at least on paper, taking that early lead.
The backboard was wide open. If Florida Atlantic can continue to capitalize on that, they might have found just a glaring weakness in Northern Kentucky early. You're a Norse fan. You're just hoping that was a fluke. And
maybe.
Fingers crossed. From Northern Kentucky's point of view, they can cinch up that weakness. Either that or outscoring the other way. That's your option.
Also, still Game 1. Getting the Kings out, getting all warmed up. All those good excuse moments that we like to use.
Especially 90 seconds into a series, right?
Exactly. I mean, I say excuse a little bit ham-fistedly, but also very true.
Oh. Pig, looking a little angry. Just getting a demo down. I mean, completely away from the play. Neither of those players were anywhere near the ball. They're just dueling it out. A bit of a grudge match, it seems. Hammy, though, with a good steal, is going to push it back down into the orange half. Not going to be able to do a whole lot with it, but does buy a little space. But Pickles, look how quickly going right at the net. Pickles, just with a lightning bolt of speed and aggression, sends it all the way back down for the tying goal.
Yeah, nice touch there. It's hard for Mitra to actually read that because you can go top left, far right, I mean, straight down the middle. I mean, it's just very difficult. You almost have to pick one and just live with your mistake, and that's what Mitra does. Unfortunately, picks wrong, but Mitra might have an opportunity to go for it, but Rickles with a ridiculous save in towards that goal. And that's one way to bring it back and put yourself in a winning position.
Rickles there, nice little control, able to snag that big boost as well. Works around one, but can't get around both, and Blum is going to come away with it. Loses control, though, in a dangerous spot. Brackers bails him out, but has to get out of position. Northern Kentucky, we're starting to pry apart the defense. A really fortunate clear, very timely here. And now Florida Atlantic able to put a shot on, courtesy of Hammy.
He's working well. I mean, this feels like this has gone by in a flash. We're already 3 minutes into this, Jeff. I can't believe it, but we are. An attempt there at the flip reset by the look of it. But it's not going to be. Northern Kentucky losing control once again, and it's been so back and forth here. As once the high score kind of came forward, nobody's really had a strong look either direction. It's just been, you know, a touch here, a touch there, a clear here, a clear there.
They could have big booming clear. Rickles tried to just make contact, supposed to go for the ball. Does result in Pig coming away with it, but rotation solid for FAU. They don't give up any space. Rickles booting it back down, but easily read by Blum is going to get ahead of Rule on that other side. And it's been a real battle for control here in the midfield. This one going over to Mitra, who's forcing it into the corner. MKU in a good position defensively. Pig able to protect that near post. And Rickles, some fancy footwork, at least pushes it to the midfield line, but can't get it all the way out.
It's been hard to do that here for the last minute, to be fair. Northern Kentucky with control. Nice shot in towards that goal as well. Florida Atlantic struggled to play the offensive game.
Huge pass.
Yeah, that was indeed. Rule with a nice touch there. Pig's the one to set it up. You can see it's right off the sidewall. Mitra committed way too early to that. Was trying to maybe play for the 50, if I'm not mistaken. It was a little bit hard to tell, but regardless, Northern Kentucky have the lead going into the last 40 seconds.
What a heads-up play from Pig. An incredible just awareness on the situation and location of everybody on the pitch. And that one little pass off the wall just completely psyched out the defense. Pig absolutely getting a huge credit in my book, a huge tip of the hat in my book. We'll charge it on down. NKU relentless with the pressure here in the waning seconds of game number one. Teacher's able to grab the boost, can't maintain control of the ball, does get it over to Hammy. Hammy trying to weave it through back to Mitra, but defense holding on. Mitra decides the demo is the way to go. Rickles, excuse me, interrupts that play. Pig and Rickles on the same team is going to cause me fits, Vincent, I can already tell.
I'm noticing. It is great. I'm loving it. I'm loving your pain. I'm sorry. I have to admit.
No, it's all right. It's okay. I accept that. That's deserved.
But, you know, I will say, here's something that I noticed as a general trend. I feel like the boost utilization from FAU was a little bit lacking. It just felt like whenever they needed that extra bit of boost, they didn't have it. They didn't have it at all. And I want to say that they were maybe just utilizing a little bit too much there in like the midfield part of the play and not having quite enough to finish. It felt like time after time, attempt was falling just flat. I mean, we're talking, you know, a small margin for error, but flat nonetheless.
And we talked about at the top of this series, those small margins for errors are the difference between being undefeated and finding yourself with a guaranteed spot in playoffs, or having to fight your way back and potentially, you know, falling just a little bit short. So, I mean, that resource usage, definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on from FAU as this series progresses.
Yeah, resource management, obviously a huge deal in the game of Rocket League. And, well, like you say, I mean, the smallest of margins, it can make the biggest of differences. And as we get into game 2, Northern Kentucky look continue. Mitra being entirely neon green. Well, you're struggling with the names. That's what's gonna give me the problem all game long.
The fluorescent Mitra.
Yes, just it's so out of place.
Oh, Pig had a good opportunity there, but speaking of out of place, the offense just couldn't quite convert on that one. Blum just absolutely muscling through the defense, at least found some room to work, but it doesn't convert. And just as quick, Northern Kentucky going back the other direction. Rickles gets it stolen, though, and what a nice clear. Mitra actually has some resources to work with down in the corner. Can't really wrestle it in. Blum trying to make something with it as well. Nobody able to get a shot on goal just yet, but this move from Hammy, what was that?
Look at this. Oh, my goodness. It's so ridiculous. So, first of all, I mean, nice touch, number one. But then noticing, okay, Rickles is going to get there. No, not if I get there first. The very aggressive physical play from FAU to take the lead for the first time. I mean, that's nasty stuff.
Oh, this team is just downright dirty. FAU want to get in the trenches and just fight it out, but then here comes Pig with just finesse for days, going over the top with an acrobatic display that'll just make Cirque du Soleil jealous.
I mean, Hammy literally turned the other direction, respecting the fact that he knew that Pig could make a play like that, and Pig still won, still beat both defenders. What a ridiculous situation to go the way of Northern Kentucky. Talk about a short-lived lead.
Oh, both teams dealing some haymakers early in game 2. Northern Kentucky answered back with absolute style. See if FAU or Shook or maintain their aggression. Blum, there you go, spending all the resource in the midfield, pushes it down. Mitra coming in, hopefully they have what it takes left in the tank. Take the lead once again, but Rule, slow it and steady, just driving it up. Wait for this play to develop, waiting for something to open up. Hammy's tired of waiting, is just going to charge in. Blum's going to take a shot on a potentially open net. Off the near post it goes. Mitra flying in. Rule with the challenge, able to make that save. Another good challenge from Pig is going to deny the rebound shot.
Yeah, some very close calls there. FAU nearly picking things up, but the defense from Northern Kentucky answers back. It's a demo from Mitra. Mitra looking to recenter. Fortunately, Rule's still there. So as the 3-minute mark sort of ticks forward, Florida Atlantic just not been able to finish some of these attempts. They've been close, but that's really when those long-range shots that need to be on target, but just are barely off, really come back to bite you.
Nice move from Pig, kind of slams it down past the defense, but rest of Northern Kentucky, we're set a little far back. Rule a little late to the party and gets it stolen. Back down into the orange half. Florida Atlanta boots it in.
What a read from Pig right there.
Yeah.
On the defense. That was phenomenal. Now Northern Kentucky on the re-attack, and Pig with the demo as well.
Hammy with a good steal, able to sneak it around one in the temporary 2v3. Important play from Hammy, even though that didn't really result in a shot, just to take some pressure off of the defense from FAU was key in that moment. Oh, and look at that follow-up shot off the rebound, off the backboard. It's Mitra to Hammy, right back to Mitra again. Florida Atlantic take the lead.
Yeah, great setup from Hammy for the double tap right there. I mean, you get that first touch off the backboard, like you said, and it sets it up beautifully. And you could tell that Northern Kentucky knew what was going on. They went for the touch in order to defend it, but they just didn't have the requisite boost to get high enough up. And so Florida Atlantic take the lead back once more. There's just 1 minute 45 to work with. Not a lot. Mitra! Oh, Mitra!
Oh, that's a goal.
That is. Hammy gonna eventually get the credit for that, but Mitra did all the heavy lifting. Watch this. I mean, talk about some nice movement. Talk about a crazy angle as well. That's about as close as it gets, and suddenly a tied game 1-1 has turned to 3-1 in the blink of an eye.
Oh, and that challenge from Mitra on Pig to get that initial steal. I mean, Pig, who's somebody we've seen is very aggressive, very mechanically skilled, Not an easy challenge for Mitra to make. And then here comes Mitra with a big clear from the defensive end. That fluorescent green car has been outstanding for Florida Atlantic here. Game 2 and is not done yet. Mitra gets another.
What is Mitra attending the drive-in movie theater? What the heck was this? Just parked it up straight in the net. What do you mean?
Oh, and they take the short side against Rickles as well. I've forced them to try to turn around on a dime.
Mitra, what was
man.
showing? What
It's a double feature.
It must
It's a
have
double
been.
feature here from Mitra.
Oh, ridiculous. 4-1. This is one way to get back into a game.
Oh, making an emphatic statement here in game number 2. And not just back into this game, but really back into this series. And momentum, such an important factor. Guess who it is? It's that fluorescent car again. Pig has had enough. Does not let them complete at least the extra touch off the flip reset. Less than a minute remaining. Hammy's going to boom it down. Can't find the second touch. Good contact. Knocks Rule off the ball. Able to recenter themselves and push it towards the goal. Nobody from Northern Kentucky there to follow up.
I'm still in awe. I'm sorry. I mean, 35 seconds, and it just feels like Northern Kentucky are at least mentally out of this one a little bit. We've just seen a lot of back and forth, a lot of attempted passes, and like, for example, that one right there, it's going a little bit wide. Oh, Pig, nice win in the aerial. I mean, Pig, it's hard to make Pig look bad, and, well, Rickles is going to be able to put one away, but there's 18 seconds left. 2 goals to win. Despite this nice touch from Rule, I just don't know if it's going to be possible to make the comeback.
And that goal's important, but I don't think so much for game 2. That goal's important for keeping Northern Kentucky's mental intact. And not letting the momentum get completely away from them. Because Florida Atlantic were really threatening to carry what they've done here in Game 2 into Game 3 and the rest of the series. And I think Northern Kentucky have stolen a little bit of the wind out of the sails back with just that one goal, despite the fact that it's not going to result in a dub here in this game. We're going to be tied up, headed to Game 3 as far as the overall series. But Northern Kentucky know they can still get the job done when they need to.
Yeah, and, well, Northern Kentucky also know that they already have one game in this series, but it's going to be a tied up series 1-1 now. And, I mean, you can just see it on the shot counter, right? I mean, we're looking at what, 10 shots here for the side of Florida Atlantic? 2, and both of them goals from Northern Kentucky. They didn't have any chances to fight back in this one. They just didn't. They weren't able to take the shots necessary. They scored on the shots they had. And, I mean, to be fair, if that's all they were given, you got to give props to Florida Atlantic for stopping them from having those opportunities.
I will say, Vincent, in game number 1, there was only 4 shots taken from Northern Kentucky U, and they're able to convert half of those and take a 2-1 dub. So this could just be part of their style. They're not from what I can tell, they're not a team that just want to put a whole lot of shots on. They take very quality setups, but 2 is still not enough any way you slice it. Like, it's...
Yeah. Not against 4, that's for sure. I mean, my math bad, but, I think I got that one.
Even at 100% conversion rate, clearly 2 is not enough in game 2 because Florida Atlantic are bringing the pressure and this gladiatorial mentality to this series. Mitra there just clawed tooth and nail through the defense. Rule is bringing it back the other direction. Has backup as far as Rickles in the corner. Rickles whiffs completely, though. An opportunity for FAU here denied by Rule.
Yeah, so many good reads right now. I mean, we saw Pig drop down like a brick there on the backside. But Mitra, once again, doing some nice work in the offensive side for Florida Atlantic. And, well, it's just been, it has been that neon car ever since we talked about it. Just coming up big time. Always making the right moves and adjusting when necessary in order to make these shots count. And there's another setup for Mitra. What a win over Pig. I mean, this is a great steal. Watch this. Pig running out of boost. Mitra's like, no, I'll take that. That's mine. Quick 1-2 off the sidewall, and it gives Blum the easy score.
Wow, what a phenomenal play. Not only that big steal, but like you said, the 1 and 2 tap off the wall for the perfect pass, the perfect centering. Oh, and Mitra just standing out in more ways than one here on the pitch. of our 6 players. It's this neon green car. It's the fluorescent that's shining bright. And Florida Atlantic, once again in the lead, game number 3. Oh.
Not for long, though.
Not
for long. And, I mean, who else but Pig? Gets it stolen away. Rickles helps back out, and Pig, I mean, look at that touch. That touch is just beautiful. Pig makes hard Rocket League look easy, and it's a pleasure to just watch it. I'll be honest.
What? Just turn around 180 and slightly redirect the ball.
Sorry, you've already lost me. You've already lost me. You lost me at the controller.
Oh wow! Yeah, this is a duel for the record books between those two on your screen right now.
Nice and hip to center ball there from Mitra. Again, it feels like all the time he is going to get denied this time, though. Rickles, thankfully, able to recenter, and that might go all the way. It does!
Oh, wow.
That's a great transition goal, is it not?
Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And just the right amount of finesse from Rickles off of that wall. It would have been easy to try to punch that one off the backboard or send it up too high. Rickles just gets the right amount of acceleration and touch to just lob it in just past the crossbar to take the 1-goal lead for Northern Kentucky. Now Roll coming out with an early demo. This could be a tying goal, though.
What is this? It's a boxing match back and forth. Each team taking their licks. And this time it's just it's a very basic setup, but Mitra once again doing the setting up. This time for Hammy and making it look quite simple. Tied game once more. We're not even at halftime, and it's good.
And it's a basic play on paper, but that angle from Mitra and to get the perfect placement on the pass once again, that accuracy in the passing is anything but basic. And something that's just impressing me time and time. It's leaving my jaw on the floor. Mitra coming in with a big demo. In fact, them and Pig trading out as the duel continues between these two powerhouses.
Oh, nice interruption right there in the midfield. That's exactly what you want to see. And oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? Mitra! What is that? This was so nasty!
That was insane! Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness! What was that? What did Mitra have for breakfast? What kind of control is this? Is this a cyborg? I am flabbergasted. How do you even see that without eyes to even think that was possible is astounding.
Oh my goodness, I'm speechless, Mitra. It's just put the whole squad on the back and continued to make move after move, play after play, and it's not over yet. FAU might have the lead, but it's still 3-2, and there's still 2 minutes left to play.
Oh yeah, Northern Kentucky have lots of time to come back. They are not done with this just ferocious Owl squad out of Florida. But Hammy's looking to take that extra lead. Hammy increasing it to 2. Is a lackluster clear that ends up in the corner. Blum able to challenge Mitra with yet another spot-on pass.
I was just about to say, hey, guess who, Jeff? It's Mitra again. With the setup, with the assist. The man's an assistant. What can he say?
That's 3 assists for Mitra. This one is you see the bottom left-hand corner. Palmer composed. Northern Kentucky looking to get back into this thing. Roll off the backboard. Pig misses the shot. Blum chasing it back down as the ball just rolls back into the orange half, but end to end. Pig is ready for it this time.
This is such
Pig
a hard
read
to make from Pig. I mean, just anticipating from the very start where like the orientation that they need to be with the car and getting in that position preemptively. It's those types of anticipatory plays and reads that Pig has consistently made that just make me enjoy the game of Rocket League. I'll be honest. That's the type of thing that I live for.
Oh, it's so pinpoint. It's so precise. It's perfectly executed. The eyes on both of these squads is just nuts. The awareness. Oh, look at that move. Mitra able to get around 2 defenders. Cross pitch over to Hammy. Hammy's driving it back down, and Florida Atlantic are not satisfied with this 1-goal lead. They want more. Gotta be careful not to get something up on the back end because Northern Kentucky, it can act really fast for these transition goals. And there it is! Off the near post and misses the follow-up is there, though. Pig comes up with another one. Hat trick for them in game 3 to tie this up.
Honestly, ridiculous that Rules doesn't get this. I mean, he just thread the freaking needle on that. But if he didn't get it, Pig does on the cleanup duty. It's a tied game. A tied game. It's 4-4. Just 39 seconds to work with. We're getting down to that point where, you know, next goal could realistically be the last. So everything counts big time at this moment in time.
In a tied series between our number 1 and number 2 seeds, and Rule going to be the difference maker. Rule has been quiet since game 1, and with one of the most important goals of the series here in game 3, it's just a little lob to get it past the defense, and Rule with their second on the day gives Northern Kentucky the go-ahead goal with only 24 seconds left.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little misread as well from Blum. Really, again, a small mistake made, but yeah, nice shot. Nice setup by Pig. I feel like having broken record at this point talking about Pig, but still. 10 seconds.
Roll with the ball. Hammy with the steal. Florida Atlantic need one. They've got to get possession first. They're in the right positioning. Blum doesn't get a solid enough touch, and it drops to the ground. A just incredible game 3 here between our two squads. Haymakers flying left and right. It is Northern Kentucky who come away with it with their highest shot total and highest score total on the day. Pig with that big hat trick.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to feel for Mitra, who had just a ridiculous game. 3 assists, 1 goal, making all the plays necessary to try and keep the likes of FAU in the game. It just wasn't quite enough. It just was slightly short. And Northern Kentucky take that 2-1 lead in the series, but well-deserved. I mean, again, I say that, but despite Mitra's play, Pig had some ridiculous moments in that one, and whew, I can't believe we still have more to play with here. We headed to Game 4. This could be it. Northern Kentucky take it away, and
oh, there it is. Oh, man, I'll say Florida Atlantic all holding their breath is...
Wait, what a bait. What a ridiculous bait. Blum just was faking as if he was going to make the touch the whole time. Nobody goes for the ball. Everybody tries to play for the touch, and ultimately, FAU get the goal off the back of it, albeit a little late. FAU looking very strong. Rickles takes control. It's going to go back over towards the midfield. Blum, though, interrupts.
Good steal.
Again, offense. There we go.
Florida still trying to get it out of their own half right now. Hammy taking it slow. Just a little bit of contact there from Rickles. Oh, Blum returns the favor, though. Look at the physicality against Pig on that midfield, but this is a 2v2. Defense from Florida Atlantic having to rush back in position. Mitra trying to get it out of there, but a great challenge from Rickles knocks it down. Fortunately for them, Hammy's going down, has a good shot at the end. Pig comes from across with the steal.
Some nice back and forth happening at the moment, but it does feel like this is a sort of desperation time. FAU kind of playing with abandon at the moment, and I don't know if you can see the same thing, but despite having the lead, it just feels like Northern Kentucky continuously just have a little bit more of that control.
Big punch there, trying to wrestle some control back. Sweet little move off the crossbar, dangling in front of the net. Somehow, some way, Pig and Roll are able to find that clear before Florida Atlantic can finish off that goal. Ball bounces past Hammy. Mitra does get the demo, now challenging Pig. Pig is going to walk away with it, and Mitra runs out of boost. Mitra trying to get in position for some defense. So Hammy and Blum finally combined to get it out of there.
How many times is Mitra just going to give opportunity after opportunity for the rest of the squad to get something in towards that goal? Feels like infinity. But this time Blum off the backboard. Another nice try, and this one's on target, and What just happened? Rule was there. Was that a mistouch?
One with a good challenge against Pig. It
Oh,
just
couldn't
doesn't
get there.
Yeah, just didn't pre-jump quick enough.
I see. It looked from the angle we were at. I thought he was right there. I thought he
Sure.
would have it, but no.
I did too.
Yeah, just barely off, and small things, biggest difference.
Oh, got a piece of it. Just didn't quite get enough of it. I mean, pixels. A game of absolute pixels here.
Another touch by Mitra. Mitra again in the midfield is just a menace at the moment. It seems like no matter what, pushing that ball towards the Northern Kentucky half of the pitch.
Yeah, I decided to hold on to it that time as opposed to putting up one of those phenomenal passes we've seen all series long. Had a player in the middle. What up? At least gets enough of that ball in aerial 50 against Rule. Pig coming in to back it up. It takes 2 players to wrestle that ball away from Mitra. It's since rotated back into goal. Rickles trying to challenge it in from the corner. Rule takes a turn at it as well. This time Pig going in, trying to keep it in the good corner. Northern Kentucky investing positionally and with resources to try to keep things on offense, but they can't turn it into any kind of shot opportunity. Now going back the other way, it's Hammy looking to put it on. Does get demoed. Northern Kentucky have bought themselves a little time.
Yeah, and it's these set plays that you were kind of discussing earlier in this series that just haven't been working for Northern Kentucky, and it's partially because Mitra has been such a problem in the midfield. It's just consistently been finding ways to deny control. That's normally where you set up those sort of set plays that we've seen from Northern Kentucky in the midfield in the early stages, and well, they've been very difficult. Pig nearly able to do it all alone that time, but it's not going to happen.
Phenomenal save from Blum. Pig had a beautiful redirect, was kind of faking to go in far post, and then came in and kind of smashed it down with the front axle.
What do you
now
mean?
the other way, Mitra, what? Does another just incredible calculus act. You can see the formulas going off above the car to calculate this impossible angle.
I mean, that's a level of trigonometry that I simply do not understand, that I simply cannot comprehend. Oh, my goodness. And a kickoff goal? No. Okay. Saved.
Oh!
Saved.
Oh, my goodness. That dichotomy always cracks me up. You see just these phenomenal high-level plays, and then Blum just completely whiffs on an open goal. Oh, my goodness.
We've all
Poor
been
gamer.
there. We've all
been there. We've all been there.
It's very sad when it happens, but, well, I mean, up 3 goals. I don't know how sad you can be. Make it 4. That's huge. Hammy. This time the one to bring it back, and it's up the back of a nice touch there off the backboard from Blum. Followed up, and Northern Kentucky, I don't know what's happening, but their defense that was simply so stalwart at one point has fallen apart time after time. And it seems to me that a lot of that has to do with trying to play aggressive, trying to play offense, but then getting caught out in transition.
I also feel like Florida have been extremely physical. We're seeing a lot of bumps and just kind of knocking them off their game. And that's something that could, get in your head a little bit. It makes you kind of start looking behind you everywhere you're going. Oh, no! An unfortunate touch. We'll give Northern Kentucky a consolation goal here on the back of Game 4. I don't even know if that was enough to be called a morale booster.
Oh, actually...
Oh, I thought that went off a Blum.
No, it was a double tap.
It was a double tap.
Nicely done. Yeah, once again, we're baited by the angle, and yeah, a nice touch there by Pig to give it over. But you're right. I think you've hit the nail on the head with regard to some of that physicality. 1 second remaining, and the ball hits the pitch. It's something that, I mean, I like to use this because it's very personal to me. But back in the day when I used to play some soccer myself, it was about being able to put yourself in front, in between the goal and your opponent. And that's what we've seen a lot of from, I feel like in particular, Mitra and Hammy have been doing that very well. I think back to, there was an attempted breakaway coming off the back of that almost, or that big whiff from Blum on the open net. There was an attempt coming back the other direction, and Mitra just comes back. Pig was taking it, and Mitra just comes back. It's like, no. There's simply no way for you to get between myself and the ball. And that's exactly the sort of physicality that I think you're discussing, and it's a great thing to pick up on. Oh,
and Florida is making a fight for it. Northern Kentucky, nothing is easy for them, and their plans never pan out the way they quite drew it up. Okay, Satan never's a little strong, but Florida Atlantic are doing a really good job of making sure as much as possible to disrupt the plan and not just let it unfold, not necessarily try to read it and make the perfect save, but get in the thick of it and really get physical with it and not even allow the setup to happen in the first place.
Precisely. And I mean, we've seen a couple of those big bump plays to deny goals, to find goals, and, well, here we are in Game 5. We're going to crown a winner here. Northern Kentucky looking to win their perfect season. Or is Florida Atlantic University going to put the kibosh on it?
So Northern Kentucky, this is their 4th Game 5 in 8 games. Officially, half of their games here in Starleague have gone to a Game 5. They have
crazy.
won every single one of them so far. Florida Atlantic, their toughest opponent yet, but here comes Pig over the top. Has Rule on the outside. Can't quite make contact for that far post goal. Mitra trying to get it out of there, but Pig is staying right in this thing.
Very nice stuff early here for Northern Kentucky. I feel like they've done some resetting. A lot of very nice looks and a good center ball as well. It's going to be denied, though. And, oh, this is starting to look dangerous. Big, though, got back in time.
All 3 players from Florida are stuck in that corner.
Oh,
Northern Kentucky
nice
can
shot.
strike fast. We've seen them do it before. Florida able to rotate back. That one had my heart stopping there, Vincent. That was close.
It was. I mean, we've seen that exact shot go in this series before, so it's hard not to anticipate it again. That said, Rule just off by a little bit. This time it's going to be Pig with control.
Mitra steals it. Mitra gets past another one. Has blow to
the
the left.
demo!
Boom, gets the demo. Mitra gets the goal. Oh!
Jeff, let me call you a prophet, my friend, because that's exactly what you were just talking about. The physicality. Just demo them. They can't defend if they aren't on the server.
Oh, and coupled with Mitra, who just has a tether on that ball, the control is insane. And being able to dance around and just muscle pass, it's just phenomenal stuff. Florida Atlantic with a well-deserved 1-0 lead and seeming like they have everything going right for them at this moment.
Yeah, but remember, this is a small lead. It can turn at any time, but Florida Atlantic just keep getting opportunity after opportunity to take shots on goal. Northern Kentucky, their long clears have just been met by 50s in the middle, and that's been a problem. They need to be able to win some of these 50s like that, for example. Even though Pig gets the demo, the ball's still going the wrong direction.
Let's try and course correct. Oh, I liked the read from Hammy trying to bounce it around Pig, but Pig is still just too quick for it. Able to keep it in the blue half. Another good touch there. It's Mitra coming up to meet it this time. Mitra going up against Rule. Rule has the boost to work, even able to steal that big boost away from Mitra. Muscles it past Hammy, but Blum in the perfect position. Nice little backup spot. Would have left the back open. Fortunately, Northern Kentucky didn't have a whole lot to work with. Not very quick on the transition in that particular instance.
They didn't have any boost. That was the problem. Pig was dry, and I think Wrinkles had little. Only one player with boost, and that's just not a way to get a shot on goal. This, though, is. Roll with an attempt. Pig had the secondary, the third even, but it's not to be.
I don't know if it was a little indecision from Pig or just didn't quite get what they were looking for, but it was a kind of a weak touch. And what has been an opportunity that we've seen Pig make time and time again. Oh, this is an open goal. Hammy has a chance. Doesn't land the double tap. Mitra coming in for the follow-up. That one goes off the near post. It's just an absolute scrub along the wall. Battling for every edge here on this offensive half in the orange side.
And they're having to play for literally everything. Everything is a battle. Everything is difficult. And time is starting to fade away. There's just not a whole lot of it left, realistically, on the side of Northern Kentucky. And despite the fact that their defense has been ridiculous for the last 2 minutes, it's not enough. They have to get on the offense.
Well, finally got to push it back down. Mitra misses along the backboard.
No
Hammy
boost.
doesn't get... Okay, does get enough of it. Yep. Pig, like you say, just boost starved. Cannot even get any action. Can do nothing but watch from afar as the ball bounces over their head back towards their own goal. Amy does get demoed, buying a little bit of space and time. Pig still on 0 boost. Northern Kentucky are absolutely just famished for boost on this point.
It's a famine of boost, and there's nothing to do. With 30 seconds left, they have to make a move.
Pig sights our goal. Has Hammy to beat. Blum comes across, gets a steal from the side. Hammy grabs the boost out of the corner. Going up high, trying to slow this down as much as possible. The clock is on Florida's side. Mitra comes in with a big steal. Then the star player for Florida all day long and challenges their rival over in Pig. Able to get that steal away. Rickles coming in. Northern Kentucky still have a chance. Shot off the crossbar. Pig scores with 6 seconds remaining to tie us up in Game 5.
Finally, they get there. Finally, a great setup. It took everybody, Rickles to rule, Pig to follow, to finish as well. But it was there. It took the whole squad 6 seconds. Overtime, a likely scenario now, but who knows? Kickoff goals are a thing! Pig might have it! No! But
Roll coming in! What a save!
Fantastic!
Hammy!
That was ridiculous from Hammy.
If you are an Owls fan, you need to be writing Hammy a thank you letter right now. I mean, handwritten with little hearts on it, because that was magnificent.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely.
Oh my god, I hit again!
Dude.
Oh my goodness, Hammy.
I mean, yeah, you need to add the X's and O's now, not just the hearts.
Oh, Rickles coming through. Northern Kentucky have seriously ramped up the aggression over the past minute of play. They were kept to a shutout. They were stymied for 4 minutes and 54 seconds, tying it up with 6 seconds remaining. Rickles with a big save there, and Northern Kentucky able to finally clear the zone. Pig going down. Wool's going to get the touch. Actually, the back pass. I don't know that I like that read. Yeah, Hammy gets the ball on it. Hammy gets the game-winning goal off of a back pass from Rule. Hammy chases it down, gets the dunk at the midfield line. The series ender in the end of Northern Kentucky's perfect season in overtime at Game 5.
What a turn of events, and you and I saw it. We were both at the same moment thinking that was ambitious of a back pass. I mean, that was very much a big question mark. And honestly, it's not a bad play, but we know, I mean, Hammy, at this point, you have to go for it. And honestly, Hammy not losing anything by going for that 50 as well. Gets the touch over the top and just puts it on target. It's exactly everything you would like to see. And Hammy, 2 massive saves to send it to the overtime. And, well, 1 in overtime, 1 to send it to overtime, I guess, more aptly. And then the final game-scoring goal. Game-winning, series-winning goal. And like you said, denying Northern Kentucky their perfect season.
Oh, my goodness. Hammy crackers. That was, I mean, we were singing the praises of Mitra all day long, but Hammy crackers putting up, I mean, they both had 7 goals through the series, just to put that in perspective. But that final minute was something of legend. And you said it a second ago, everything we could possibly ask for in a game of Rocket. Your number 1 versus number 2 seed. Your underdog wins it in Game 5 overtime to dethrone Northern Kentucky. And it is Florida Atlantic, the Owls, flying high, and just the spirit of Boca Raton, just ringing true here today. That was everything we could possibly ask for. I'm flabbergasted. I'm stunned. I'm elated, and I'm sure everybody at Florida Atlantic are as well.
Yeah, I mean, that game was a living highlight reel from both sides' perspective, in all fairness. I mean, my mind immediately just thinks back to that ridiculous Mitra highlight going all on their lonesome all the way down.
That was one of the greatest goals I've ever seen.
Yeah,
full stop.
I can't think of I mean, even in pro play, I can't think of a comparable moment that I currently remember. I mean, I'm sure there's been some ridiculous ones, but I mean, come on. That was
oh my god.
That was a ridiculous. I mean, that needs to go in. That needs to go in its highlight reel and stay there forever. Show it off for good. And like you said, I mean, the underdog story to come back as well, and then the savior of the overtime, Hammy Crackers. I mean, this is just everything we could hope for, Jeff. And the crazy thing is, we still have one more series to go.
I mean, it was an absolute top tier performance from Florida Atlantic University. And you know what else has got top tier performance? Our friends over at AMD. Performance to rule your game and rule the league. We're so excited to have AMD as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague. Introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics cards featuring the breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture, engineered to deliver ultra high performance, ultra high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. Check them out at AMD.com.
Absolutely do. And well, we're going to power our way straight into the next series right after this short break.
Well, still catching our breath off of that incredible 3-2 victory from Florida Atlantic, but it's time to set our sights on the future because we are not done. It's Jeff Advited back here with you as we've got two 8-0 teams, not a number 1 and number 2 seed this time. Two teams tied for first place. They have decimated the rest of the competition, now going head-to-head in our final week of regular season.
Yeah, which of course does mean that, this is essentially the fight for who gets that free spot in playoffs or who has to, play one more series to get into that position. Oakland going up against the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and I gotta say, I'm excited for this one. Oakland is a CRL team, playoff team, in fact, in the Eastern Division, and by the way, their main roster at number 7, so they definitely are strong. That being said, we aren't necessarily going to see that roster be playing tonight, at least not from what I think we're seeing here on the Oakland side. It is going to be Sonic Boom, Miluk, and Prime Mega. I was like, wait, hold on, that's a word together. Smile.
Prime meme.
Exactly.
Yeah. No. Excuse me. But your point is valid because from what we can deduct, the main roster is playing in a CRL qualifier either as we speak or shortly thereafter. So is this squad going to stand up to the pedigree that Oakland have set up throughout this entire season for this 8-0 squad? On the other side of the pitch here, you've got University of Minnesota from Twin Cities. They have been perfect, Vincent, and I mean flawless. 24 games in a row, all 3 O's down the board. Here we go. The Golden Grizzlies taking on the Golden Gophers in our final match of the day for Rocket League.
Yeah, and just to kind of keep it in context as well, we're talking about, losing out on the likes of Jaywiz. That's a ridiculously good player. But I think that this Oakland squad, there's a reason that they're where they're at. And even without some of the heaviest hitters, I think they're going to show us something good.
Sonic Boom was trying to just take a 1v3 on that one. Just gets absolutely denied off the near post. Good little pass and play up top. Sonic waiting for Mega to get back in position. He's trying to buy a little bit of time for that offense to rotate, but the other two just have to force them to move back to the midfield line. Mom with a look! Mom gets across and able to find that far left corner.
Nice touch. Yes, indeed. The 50 being one out, and yeah, great placement as well on that ball. Perfectly put in that position where no one from Oakland could even get there in time. Minnesota with an early lead, courtesy of Mom.
Mega taking it back down. Out over to Matthew, a.k.a. Luke. Loses control. Mom tries to get it out of there, but kind of a lackluster clear. Still, Oakland driving in on the attack. Trying to develop something. A little bit of a whiff in the corner, and it's University of Minnesota driving back down the other way. Gizmo chasing down. Sonic Boom out of the air. Sonic Boom still manages to hang on despite having no boost. Chesty's in the corner. Mega this time pushing it across, making sure that ball doesn't land in that oh-so-dangerous spot in front of the box. Mom coming back in, though. University of Minnesota tenacious on this assault. Gizmo from way up high tries to drop it in. Didn't find anything to work with. Boom with a couple of nice touches. Puts it towards the net. Puts it on net, as a matter of fact, to tie up the series.
Yeah, nice touch here. All the way from one end to the other as well. Nice flick over the top, and it's on target. This is the danger of the likes of Oakland. You leave that goal wide open in any sort of scenario, and the flick can come through over the top and find you waiting for a comeback. But nice collection there by Bismo. Was another good little flick play. This time off a demo though.
Oakland's staying aggressive on this though. We were playing quite close up there for a moment. Matthew with a good demo. Trying to create a little bit of space, but alas, Minnesota does push it back down into the blue half. Matthew with no boost, loses control. Shot blocked by Mega. Mom into the corner, centering over to Ches. Ches tips it up, forces out a charge from the defense. This patience is astounding, and Ches almost got it in. Sonic Boom finally able to just settle down and get the steal. Even gets a demo while they're at it. keeping this game tied as we hit the halfway mark of game one.
Yeah, Sonic Boom currently being that go-to player for the side of Oakland. Another good defense right there. And as we continue to move back and forth and pass that 2.5-minute position, Minnesota, despite their early goal lead, now really, I think, starting to struggle more and more with the offense of Oakland.
Here comes Boom over the top, putting it off the backboard. Mega's there. Defense holds. Jazz with a great challenge, forces it down, and is currently ahead of the defense, has all the resources they need, which is going to rob the defense of those precious pots of gold. Mega able to steal that one, though, and Mom is kind of left hanging out to dry, forcing defensive rotation out of Minnesota. Good touch from Beesmo, able to sneak it past Matthew, but can't do much more with it. When it comes to the battle for possession at midfield right now, bit of back and forth so far. Some short passes from Oakland University, though, has at least got him into the orange half.
Yeah, and it has been sort of, moments of brilliance, I think, from both sides. But again, not a lot of great shooting opportunities for either direction. It's just been clear one way, clear the other way, back the other direction. Pretty standard stuff. And a lot of midfield back and forth. And this is a good example. I mean, Matthew trying to control over the top. Mom goes for the shot, but it's going to be denied once again. Though a bit of a double commit from Oakland, it's not to be punished. So with 1 minute now on the clock, 60 seconds remaining, you have to ask the question, who's going to make that mistake? Who's going to give it up? And it looks like Sonic Boom going to deny once again for the likes of Minnesota.
Yep, pretty easy read on that one. Protect the backboard, and now Sonic Boom looking to drop it down from Mega. Just enough of a touch from the defense to throw Mega off the course. Can't follow up on the pass. Does get the touch to push it back in. But with this kind of balance, ooh, nice shot there. Ches does a good job of getting up in the air for it. What I was going to say, though, when it's just kind of fight for positioning, your 50s are going to become really important, as well as how you choose to play your clears. And just getting into the offensive half it becomes that much more priority, and the choices and decision-making in doing so that much more important inside who's going to get this dub. As we're tied up, headed into the waning seconds of game one. It's Mega and Oakland University driving on for this final attack. Ball's going to drop, and Matthew's going to get a touch. Ches deflects it, but it only goes straight up. It's going to fall in front of the net. Mom is going to push it out and send us into overtime.
Game one overtime for our final series of the day. Seen a whole lot of it. A whole lot of overtime, just generally speaking today, to be fair. One in each series, is that right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so nonetheless, now that golden goal time. Next score wins. And again, 1-1 might as well just be a complicated 0-0, as our friend Sepulence loves to say.
One goal to win it all here and take the early lead and the early advantage. Not to mention some of that wind in your back. With a nice touch, but the clear is easily handled by Matthew. Matthew going up along the wall, trying to sneak it past, but Mom is able to send it back down. Neither team being able to really hold possession for very long. Both teams kind of playing the long game, which relies on your boost.
Well, there also seems like we're seeing a lot of solo plays. I want to see some more passing plays. We really have seen, the individuals kind of try to do it all themselves. But, well, the reality is these two teams are skilled enough that that's never going – I mean, not never, but that's rarely going to work. You can see it's 1-to-1, so it does work at sometimes. This might be one of them. Oh, but a nice back touch there from Sonic Boom.
That was an incredible individual effort from Ches, though. Managed to get past two defenders. And coming in, has a look here. Matthew able to score across, protect that far post. Mom trying to get it back in. Mega just barely got to that ball in time. Game save and play. But now it's 2v1 down on the other end. Matthew gets in front of it. Kind of a weak touch on that one. Mega back to help him out. Does get the challenge, wins that 50. Good for credit for save. Ball cleared over the midfield line. Ches is coming back for it. Has no boost to work with, and Mega's in the sky, screwing back the other direction.
We're 2 minutes into overtime right now. And this is looking like it's going to be a very competitive matchup as based on the 7 minutes of gameplay with only 2 goals scored. This might be it. Oh, my goodness. How has that not gone in?
You saw Sonic Boom slam on the brakes like, wait, no, 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 no. And now Boom going the other direction. Oh, going yes, 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 but the big save from Ches. Oh, I'm telling you, friends, keep an eye on these 50s. It was a 50 from Ches that set him up, set Minnesota up for what was nearly the game winner.
Oh, that's a great interruption there by Matt. Unfortunately, Ches has it, and over the top, the double tap.
Follow shot!
Yeah, there we go. Bismo. It was Mom. I said Ches, excuse me. But yeah, nice touch. I mean, could have been on target, but Bismo was there just in case. And that's going to be Minnesota taking game one in a near 8-minute matchup of Rocket League. That's insane.
Yeah, it felt like neither team really had good possession through the entirety of that series. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see as many shots on the board as we're seeing right now.
Well, it was like I said, all individual attempts being made, and so the shots were there, like people were taking the shots, but regularly it was saved because, well, both of these teams are skilled to the point where solo efforts are going to be difficult to, I mean, you're going to have to pull off something insane like we saw last game or last series, you know, then in order for those solo endeavors to be effective. So I think, like you, the lack of any ball control beyond just, you know, clear it, take possession, clear it, you know, back and forth, that tells me that we're going to need to see a little bit more passing, a little bit more, you know, just intention behind some of these touches.
Well, and every possession is that much more important and has that much more gravity to if you can do anything with it. And it's University of Minnesota yielding that possession early. Mega had an opportunity there. Good defense from Mom. A little starved out. Mom has to give up on it. Bismo comes in to pick up the mantle, but defense holding strong. Now you're talking the individual effort in the 1v2 is not good enough to get past Oakland's defense just yet. Now 2v1 on the other hand.
Near attempt, sure, but again, not successful this time. No, it is. Oh, never mind. How has that not gone in? That looked like it should have been a goal, but it's not. And it's going back towards Minnesota. They take offensive possession once more.
These posts aren't moving, right? Like these goal posts are fixed. It looked like it slid over to make that save. That was ridiculous. Matthew with a great touch here. Just going up for it, though, is not going to allow any rebound. Nice demo. Opportunity for Oakland University to take an early lead. Boom, able to get around one. Bismo has to come out to the corner to try to challenge, leaving Ches alone in the net. Bismo does win that and gets the clear. Coming through, though, Mega is going to win that ball right back with a big steal. Even chases it to keep it in the zone. Hoping to maintain these all-important possessions. Good demo, but neutralized by Bismo as they buy a little bit of space for University of Minnesota to regroup.
Oh.
Even what? That's not supposed to happen, Vincent.
No, it's not. Look at this. Mom from downtown taking the shot. Look, 1, 2. Oh, no, they just can't get there. I don't know, misread, whatever you want to call it. Mom just got away with highway robbery.
Oh, and is now just driving off with the top down, hair in the wind, celebrating that one. Nobody even close.
Ooh, what a move.
Matthew with a good steal. Oakland's playing from behind here, not only in game 2, but in the series as a whole. Looking to see if they can set up a little bit more coordinated offense, a little bit more passing game, try to maintain possession. These big, long balls have not been really working out. Mom in a 1v1 against Boom. 2v1 with Bismo on the side. Bismo can't hit the follow-up.
Oh, bad misread by Bismo. It was so close, but not quite. But Oakland really struggling to find counterattack momentum, excuse me, as Bismo, that time a nice touch. Retries, but no cigar for the likes of Minnesota this time. But remember, they're still ahead by a goal.
I will say that was one of the best offensive just flurries we've seen yet, though. Actually putting 3 shots up back-to-back, everybody involved. The shot's angled in such a way that the rebounds are going to teammates who are in perfect position to follow it up. Oakland's defense were able to hang on through that one, but Minnesota, I think, are really trying to start to find their stride a little bit. Mom coming in. The challenge is decent for the defense. It does pop back out into the corner, and eventually they're going to find the clear. Oh, goes over Bismo's head. Could be an opportunity, but no, Mom's going to boom it back down the other way while Ches gets the demo.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. That offensive rotation was phenomenal, and here's maybe another one. Twice off the backboard, but nobody's actually ready for that third follow-up. So maybe not so much, but Oakland, where I'd love to see, and we're going to see it soon, as there's only a minute and a half left, but I'd love to see the shot total. I think that we're going to be flabbergasted by the difference comparatively game 1 to game 2. Oakland desperately trying to get this goal scored. Ismo straight in towards Matthew, but Ches going to interrupt in the midfield. 50, one back by Matthew, but again, sticking in that same position. This time, Mom over the top. It's on target, actually. Sonic
Good
boom.
save.
Yeah, nicely done.
Matthew going up. Opportunity for double tap here. Boom coming across. Neither can really get a solid look on goal. That one just kind of from the outside, easily handled by Ches. Bismo's going to find the clear back down, giving him some pressure, even stealing the big boost along the way. Losing control of the ball, though.
Oh, Sonic Boom had that. That was Sonic Boom's goal, but just couldn't quite get the control in position needed, and allows for Ches and Mom both to get in front.
Bench pops out. Ches puts the shot on. Just making sure Mega's still awake. Bismo with another important challenge and just denies the clear, keeping it in the blue half with only 18 seconds remaining, and Minnesota with a 1-goal lead. Ches driving it down, gets around 1. Has Boom to beat. Forces it over to the outside. Good smart play just to slow things down. Mama's going to push it out. Minnesota looking to hang on here. Boom putting it back into the air, but Mega can't maintain control. It is still up. Nice spike down in the end, and Minnesota will take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, and you know, yes, the margins for error were slim. It was 1-0, but man, look at the shot difference here. 3 shots there for the side of Oakland, whereas we're looking at 12 on the opposition. That's just it's a huge differentiation. And I mean, again, even though clearly Minnesota not able to score on a whole lot of those attempts, you're giving them that many attempts, then they're going to score 1 or 2.
Well, and the Golden Gophers are consistent. They've had 12 shots in both Game 1 and Game 2, and I can't help but feel that their offense is becoming more and more developed as the series goes on. So those shots are of higher quality, whereas in the first game I felt like it was, as we were calling the individual effort and just kind of peppering some shots on that weren't very difficult to read. In this game, they were becoming more and more complex and opening up the defense more and more. Each one of those shots getting, I feel like the value is cumulative for what we have seen from Minnesota thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and like you're saying, it was 100% the case that we were seeing individual plays earlier on. That one, that especially later in Game 2, we were seeing, pass plays back and forth, trying to play off the crossbar and all that kind of good stuff. So everything looking better. Oakland, though, going to have to win here if they want to continue playing in this series, because right now their perfect season's on the line.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you're just joining us, I mean, that's important to reiterate. Both of these teams 8-0 coming into this final week of the NACE Starleague regular season. Oakland University, I think, missing their starting squad right now as they're staring down the barrel of match point. Minnesota have everything going right for them thus far. Pushing in on the attack here. Ches is going to steal the boost. Mom comes in and steals the ball. Can't get the follow-up tap, but backup is there, and Bismo hammers that one home.
Yeah, and these are those complex plays that you were just talking about, right? I mean, Mom setting that up beautifully. Bismo in the position, and Matthew kind of having to play around Mom being an obstacle in that scenario as well, making it very difficult to make a play on that ball, utilize the boost correctly and the such, and Minnesota back into a familiar standing where they're up by 1 early in the game.
Mom has a look here. Mama's going to increase the lead to 2. Back-to-back goals where Mom was just imperative. This one, it just picks up the easy sight line, catches Oakland University sleeping ever so slightly, and it's just enough of an opening for Mom to find that 2-0 lead and get that goal.
Yeah, security goal enabled with just a minute gone from the clock. I mean, there's good news and bad news there. One, obviously, the good news is that there's plenty of time left to work with. Bad news is that, you know, now you got to get 2 where you've had to get 1 before.
And also, if you're Oakland University, you've had 1 goal this entire series. Completely shut out in game 2. So, I mean, they're going to have to score twice as much here in the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds as we have seen out of them in the previous 11 and a half minutes. So Oakland need to make a change and find a way to put together some coordinated attacks. Or at the very least, get really quick on their transition goals.
Yeah, well, and, I mean, it's even more than 11 and a half minutes, because remember, we had just about a 3-minute overtime there in game 1.
True! So true!
So, yeah, I mean, even more of a difficulty than I think even we were imagining just a moment ago. So, this is, again, good offense from Minnesota. Disrupted, sure, but still, these targets are on point, forcing the defensive play and continuing to apply pressure. As long as that pressure is not at the behest of losing out on your defense, then that's all well and good.
And it's... We talk a lot about controlling tempo in Rocket League, and I think Minnesota have done a good job of slowing it down. The fast play of game 1, they didn't look their strongest, but they've managed to take control by slowing this tempo down, and are now spending a lot more time in the blue half, putting quality offense together, and furthermore, and most importantly, I'd say, denying Oakland any chance of getting their way back into this thing.
Very
I mean, the mental
done.
boom that has to have, right? Like, because Oakland feel like
100%.
they're struggling just to even get into the orange half.
They are. I mean, there's no doubt. And I mean, it's just constantly playing on their back foot, constantly having to deal with, you know, shot after shot coming forward. And it's been very little from the Minnesota side when it comes to mistakes being made. A dangerous ball there by Mega as well.
Yep, and Mama is eventually going to make contact on one. Honestly, I thought Chaz might have had the goal before. Chaz was just slightly off on that one. Mega tried to do whatever they can to get down into that orange half. There's a good chance off the backboard, but Mom is able to beat anybody from Oakland to the ball first.
100% nice work being done. 1 minute 20. I mean, that's just so little time.
Huge 50.
Indeed, yeah. Sonic Boom. We saw some big highlight moments there in game 1, and that's a big one there. Attempt being made, but Bismo denying it.
Yeah, the accuracy of that shot was just a little off. I think going for the left post would have been the play there. That's where your teammate was, and furthermore, where the defender was not. But alas, it goes right to the defending goalie, and oh no. An unfortunate touch coming out of Sonic Boom. Made me feel like they had to make the play, had to just try to get anything on that ball. But no, it was not quite. It wasn't close. It would have bounced out. Maybe you could argue that the rebound would have been an easy goal anyway, but as it stands, it's an own goal in an already desperate situation for Oakland University.
Yeah, and in Sonic Boom's defense, I mean, that really did look like it could have been a, you know, I mean, the attempt obviously was to flick it out, flick it over, but still. Even there was a bit of an open net, not on target, not going to work. Minnesota looking like they're going to be taking this in a clean sweep, surprisingly.
And I will say, if you're Sonic Boom there, like, you're more happy to go down fighting for it and trying to make a play and trying to do something than just standing back and watching the ball just bounce out and make an easy rebound shot. So, I mean, can't fault them for trying to make a play there. Unfortunately, did not go their way. Neither has the rest of this series. And on paper, what looked to be our tightest matchup of the day has turned into the most one-sided affair, as this is going to be a 3-0 win, not only for game number 3, but for the series as well. University of Minnesota complete a golden season, flawless 27-0 in games. They have not dropped a single one as they will move into the postseason with the #1 seed.
Impressive, no doubt. Minnesota doing everything that they've been asked to do, every opportunity put in front of them taken advantage of. And, there's always the caveat here that this is not the Oakland main roster. You have to add that little asterisk. But
For sure.
at the same time, Minnesota can only beat the team put in front of them. They can only beat the players that are there. And they did just that. They were asked and they delivered, and you have to give them huge props for it.
It does beg the question of what will happen in the postseason, because we're bound to see these two play each other again. And if Oakland come in with Jay-Wiz and everybody else that we're used to seeing starting for this squad, is it a different story where we see a different result? We're going to have to wait till the postseason to find out. But as it stands right now, it's going to be University of Minnesota that are the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's exactly the type of thing that you want to see. I think that, by the way, just talking about individual plays, Mom had a great game. I mean, just
Absolutely.
from the long range to the short range, everything kind of just played out perfectly, didn't it?
And Mom just had was exactly where they needed to be, and I think was instrumental in turning around the chaoticness that we saw in game one that wasn't really working for either team, to University of Minnesota being able to take control and really set the tempo. Mom seemed integral to that every step of the way.
Yeah, and I also really love to see the way that we moved from game one, where it was very much an individual showing from both sides, admittedly, but particularly from Minnesota, into more and more complexity, as you put it, more and more team-based play, more and more passing, trying to utilize the backboard to set up the next player. We saw some of those, rare 1, 2, 3 attempts, where everybody kind of gets a shot onto the net. That's huge.
Yeah, it was game changing. I mean, it was series winning, and I think it's the reason that they've been perfect throughout their 9 games and finished flawless. And I mean, what a difficult task. We've seen some of the best teams in the world, collegiate-wise, playing here in Starleague, and to go 27-0 without dropping a single one, to be that consistent week in and week out is an absolute feat to be admired and applauded.
No doubt about that. And, well, I've got good news. We're ready to take a talk with Bismo coming in. Bismo, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Feeling really good about the win and the perfect season.
I mean, yeah, let's talk perfect season. You set it up right there. Was that y'all's expectation coming into the season? I mean, obviously, playing against Oakland, not necessarily their main roster, but you guys put on a phenomenal showing no matter what.
Yeah, I would say expectations were pretty high, but in Rocket League, especially just at the higher ranks in general, we'd be playing against teams that are even similar rating. Like it's pretty easy to lose a game and even potentially lose a series. So just really proud of the team putting in the work and just being able to get the job done and showing up each week and ultimately, getting the perfect season. There were some, games where we were down goals. Like there's some 3-goal leads that other teams had that we were like, hey, we still got this. We can come back. We can do this. And it's just been like this the whole season. We've just battled and kept battling.
I mean, it was pretty close there at game number 1. We saw a 3-minute plus overtime. And y'all are able to hang on and seem to maintain control ever since. Where was the turning point of this series? Because game 1 and game 2 looked very, very different. Was it that overtime that kind of turned it around for you guys? What was the difference maker?
Yeah, absolutely. Overtimes are huge, and momentum is just huge in Rocket League in general. It was really important for us to keep our composure and keep communicating to the best of our ability, because it gets difficult when you're playing the game. Rocket League is just constant. You have to be constantly communicating and keeping your eyes peeled on everything that's going on. So just keeping our composure, and ultimately, my teammate Mom put up a great pass that beat a defender, and I had just enough boost in the tank to put away the goal. And yeah, from there, we had that confidence, a confidence boost of getting a big win, and it just carried through the rest of the series.
So do you guys call mom in game whilst you're playing? I have to know.
No, we do not. We're all actually all pretty good friends, so
I'm sorry,
it's a
I had
first
to
name.
ask.
I respect it.
It would have been great. It would have been great. I would have definitely respected if you just went for the bomb all the time. But congratulations once again. Do you have anybody you want to shout out, say hello to while we be on stream?
Shout out to all of our fans, Titanhawk, DG, Mr. Keffer, and thanks to everyone else supporting us throughout the entire season. And yeah, just appreciate our fans. Row the boat, Skyuma.
Well, love to have you. Thank you so much for taking the time, Bismo. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And well, if you maybe want to have the same type of skill that Bismo does on the server, you can head over to Metafy.gg. They're an online platform that allows players like you to learn from players like Bismo, some of the best in the world. And guess what? You can have one-on-one private coaching lessons with elite coaches from everywhere. And well, it's not just Rocket League. It's pretty much any game that you want to get some coaching in. You can do that at Metafy. You can book your sessions instantly, chat with coaches in real time, and upload past gameplay, get expert level analysis from those top players. It's absolutely worth a look. Go and head over to Metafy.gg to get started right now with some one-on-one coaching or to get some competitive analysis done to upgrade your gameplay.
Oh my goodness, I can vouch for that. I've actually used Metafy personally to get coaching to improve my casting. So it actually gets a personal vouch from me. I found it extremely helpful, just in understanding whatever you need to understand. You can find the coach that you like. Anyway, yes, all wonderful coaches on there. And I mean, I don't know if it'll get you to University of Minnesota's level because that was flawless. But you can learn from the likes of those kinds of players. Oh, but what a day. Vincent, holy cow, this is how we want to end regular season. And if this says anything for what we're going to see in playoffs, I'm not going to miss a second of it.
No, I'm going to be here tuning in, whether in chat or you're on the broadcast. I will be here making myself known because this has been fantastic Rocket League. And well, it's not over. We still have some more esports tonight. Overwatch going to be coming up next. It's going to be Los alongside of LaFawn to bring you that action. Two fantastic commentators in their own right. So don't go too far. We'll see you here in just a little bit.
And welcome back, everybody, to NACE Starleague Overwatch. It is the final week of regulation season. This will be the final determining factor of who will make it through to play-ins and eventually playoffs. This is going to be a great couple of series that we have going forward. And to break down all the action for you, of course, returning is myself, Los, joined by LaFon. LaFon, every time I look at your hair, I love it even more.
Yeah, today I've gone for the classic. Are we allowed to say exactly who I'm going for? But we'll a specific space wizard who happens to have a laser sword and teaches. Anyway, you've got who I'm going for. We're gonna talk about the teams ahead of us though. Graham 1 up first, University of South Florida, who are doing really well for themselves, by the way. Los currently sitting undefeated in their bracket versus Mississippi up here. So looking for a little bit of perhaps to drag down USF here, perhaps in this game, but certainly a match that is heavily favored on our left side of the bracket here.
I like drag down as the term. That's a good one. That's a good one because they've been undefeated. You got to bring them down, give them that little bit of 8-1 action. So it should be a necessary thing for you. You know, you want to bring it down because at this point, it's all about Mississippi trying to break through and just feel a little bit better in terms of those stats because currently Rocket a little bit less at 6-2. If they get this next match, they can put themselves in contention for the play-ins. They can make sure or even secure a spot to be able to go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think we have to talk about, of course, is the format of the play-ins and eventually how the teams are going to get there. Top 3 from a group will make it into those play-ins. They'll play, they'll have the second and third seed play each other, and they'll move on from there. So top 2 move on. We have to, again, you talked about that. Getting to that play-ins, being able to put yourself in a position to have the chance, to make it further into the playoffs proper is something that these teams are hunting for, right? Not a chance, you really want to get a chance to play in those impact games. So definitely means a lot for Mississippi State University in this matchup.
100%. So they're going to be putting everything they've got. This is the last chance saloon that they're taking a drink in. So hopefully they can show us what they've got. It has been a difficult ride, and what a finish, honestly. To go against the strongest team in your conference for a shot at making it through the play-ins. I mean, it's a real test because this is the best squad. You're going to be facing the other best squads in the entire league. So it's a good test to see how are you going to do in the playoffs if you can't beat one of the best teams going into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of the teams, got their hard games out early. This one unfortunately is going to be the hardest for last. And in some cases, there's, your journey either continues or ends based on your performance. That's what it comes down to, right? So in certain cases, it is a boon. In others, you do have to look at the mental game and say, this is what we kind of have to talk about. Talking, of course, though, once we get into the game itself, we've got to talk about the maps and sort of the direction we go in. And starting off on map number 1 is Control. Los, I have some very disappointing news for you. We're going to Ilios. I'm joking. Of course not. We're going to Lijiang Tower.
I honestly thought for a second, I was like, wait a minute, did I read that wrong? Was I incorrect?
No. If at any point I say we're going to a different map, it's almost certainly because I'm joking, and the fact that we're going to Lijiang Tower is done and dusted. That's been our first map all season long.
I mean, how many times can we talk about this? It's just the best in the barometer. You can understand what's going on. You can see what the teams are willing to do in terms of bringing out a strong offense, multiple compositions on the table for either side. If we have a garden play, you might see some great boops, and hey, I'm always here for those. That's my favorite thing to see. So I've come to love Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
No longer am I resenting it. I'm enjoying and basking in the glory of the map.
I just like teasing a little bit, right? Because we see it so frequently. To talk about the map, though, we've gotten actually over the time here in NACE, like during the regular season, a bit of a you mentioned the word barometer. I think that's actually an excellent term to kind of highlight the fact that we've seen some very consistent looks throughout the regular season here on Lijiang Tower. We've seen that Somber Reaper come out a ton on Garden, right? Obviously, once you get to the control center or submap, you get to see the Reinhardt a little bit more. And then the teleportation of the Symmetra has been the most frequent selection on Night Market, though we have also seen, the high mobility Wrecking Ball compositions play a little bit. So those are the 3 different looks, 3 to 4 different looks that we've seen through the regular season. Interested to see if that continues here as we get set on Garden of all stages first up.
Well, I think there's no doubt we'll have the Somber Reaper. It's just too clutch. It's just too clutch because it's an open area. You have a lot of options to get behind the enemy line, and that's going to be USF bringing out that Somber Reaper composition. However, on the other side, we're pretty standard brawl. You know, you've got the Cassidy, you have the May, and this is what they're looking for. I guess just taking the fight right into the face of USF. I mean, so is USF. They've got some
Yeah.
serious dives going in.
Something to highlight here is that these two squads will likely rotate through different angles. The Reinhardt should be playing through the White Room, whereas USF will try and take the courtyard first, right, to be able to play that AoE. We'll see. It's over the bridge, though. This is a risky decision for Mississippi State. You can see them hesitating which way they want to go, and then they rotate to White Room eventually. Unfortunately, they've let USF stage on the objective first.
Oh yeah, then it starts off with a hack, but it doesn't even matter as Dozer sends the ice pick right into Saki's dome. And that it forces out the immortality field already out of Blizzard, but look at the health. Derek already going down, or Dirk the Turk already falls, and that is just opening things up. The floodgates have been broken, so it's going to just be a snowball here for this fight.
Yeah, Dozer, the hero there, actually, with the pickoff onto Saki was massive because it meant that the Reinhardt, wasn't able to, the hack did not come through onto the Reinhardt. So the shielding was there, the obviously the survivability, and then the cleave from the hammer comes in clutch. So Mississippi played their style correctly, playing through that White Room like I highlighted. Unfortunately, USF just get picked up a little too early, and now the reset has to come through. Blizzard, this is not going to get confusing at all. Blizzard has the Ant Matrix, not to be confused with the May ultimate, and that's going to be used here on the bridge as USF tries to cross through.
I'm locked onto something I don't want to be.
What a difficult time to have that name, but it's starting off forcing out the immortality field. It's going to keep them safe, so they will be fine enough. Both the healers are down here for USF, and the fight will once again go the way of MS State.
I mean, in that case, it's exactly, how it draws up. The Matrix goes through, you have to walk into it, and as a result, I mean, the damage just, it's so difficult to survive through that. Now, USF has not been given an opportunity to farm up to those key resources that they need. Meanwhile, Mississippi State has everything minus the Ant Matrix. Expect this Blizzard to be the key opening value ultimate for MS State.
Oh, man, that is huge with Dirk the Turk jumping over the ice wall. It seemed to have isolated them, but it worked out perfectly. That there was no way of escape for MS to get away from this fight, and compiled with that Diva Bomb, it did take a few out of USF, so if they could stall it out, there may be a chance to stop the flip, but that won't be the case.
Yeah, the window of opportunity, pardon the pun, for Mississippi State University to react with their resources is very small because USF has such a quick-moving, composition. The Lucio, the leap, and from the so forth. That's a big EMP. That's all 6. That fight's over.
That is huge. Followed up by Commander Hui with the triple of the Death Blossom. That's it. It's over. Send them back to the spawn for the reset.
Yeah, to go back to that point I was just saying, right, that's another indication of it. USF plays so quickly with their composition, and MS State, Mississippi State, they don't have an opportunity to react. They have to be the one leading the charge, and if they allow University of South Florida to continue, pressing the go button first, you're going to see more fights like that.
Going through the White Room this time, they don't have too much on the docket. They could start off with the Ant Matrix, and here it comes, followed up with a beat drop. They have full-on safety to make their way into the objective. They do find one, followed up with a second. It's all Peach Mango right now, lighting them up. Not to mention the Earth Shatter was committed as well. They put in so many resources, but it paid off.
Yeah, University of South Florida used just the sound barrier. Mississippi State uses everything they have, and so I mean, in the mental mathematics that you have with ultimate calculus, that's a case of more equals better. And now Mississippi State has the unenviable position of having to hold with nothing in their back pocket.
We've seen this wall before. It's an easy subversion from Bebop, and they jump around, but they have that coalescence to keep them healthy. However, the Boop will take out the first healer. Ginto goes down as well. It's the Lucio. It's Frogies, who's getting so much value. With both supports down, there's no one left. 3 dead. It's USF out of this point.
Oh, big clutch. That's another one for the Lucio player. Mississippi State University are going to ride that all the way to a point cap in round 1. Spectacular stuff here from Mississippi State as they are going to close out round number 1.
Wow, what a clutch couple of plays. 3 boops, I think, came out of that one that allowed them to just hold on to this objective. There will be a bit more stalling, but that's not going to last any longer. It's Mississippi State coming out first here in the Garden. A good start. I'm enjoying this map so far.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes heroic plays are what you need in these last moment matches of the season, and you love to see that coming in from the Lucio player, making guard in their playground. You talked about the environmental kills at the top of the show, and you got them in spades there at the very end. Excellent reaction from Mississippi State in their adaptation to how quickly University of South Florida was playing. I talked a little bit about that right off the EMP fight they had, but the fact that Mississippi State University got to the objective, took those fights aggressively, and did not let University of South Florida reset their alt bank. That was tremendous for their win there in round number 1.
Looks like they're going to a bit of a similar comp in terms of having Peach Mango still on the Cassidy Froggies and Blizzard maintaining their support style. Blizzard caught off in a corner, not able to get to the rest of their squad. They've lost out on heals. They've lost out on everything, and USF starts things off hot.
It's an interesting look that they're running with the Orisa rather than, a Diva or well, honestly, any other off tank for University of South Florida. It's going to be really hard to aggress into the double shield that they're running. And I mean, here now, MS State is going to have their work cut out for them to try and break through not one, but both shields as they kind of come through.
Peach Mango went for the Symmetra swap. They won that initial fight. Now the sentries will be serious, however, being removed. Saki falls, and what a way to go. A great defense starting off, sending out all those sentries. The Symmetra doesn't have access to get those beams in, so Saki will be doing damage. Immortality field popped, and they're trying to get on the other side, but the barriers deny any damage, not to mention the photon barrier blocks off all shots.
Yeah, this is now going to be a last-ditch effort. Dirk the Turk is going to get taken down, so not content to let this one go are MS State, and they might be able to bring this one back.
Here's the remake. There's also a Blizzard coming out from Commander Hoy as they get things locked down, forcing away Kelsier as they can't have some impact on the objective. No one is allowed in. The Immortality field has been thrown onto the site, but no one's there to take advantage of it.
That's going to be the reset now for sure for Mississippi State. They don't have the utility or the, personnel to bring this one back. A Blizzard shut down part of the point, and even as Kelsier got a couple of eliminations, it wasn't enough. So University of South Florida, they weathered the storm quite literally as they go through, and now, I mean, those are going to have to come up big with this Blizzard.
Wall to block off the damage, maybe give them some spaces they could get through, stops the Ant Matrix from having value, but with 75% on the board here for USF, the move needs to be made soon for Mississippi State, and it starts off with a rush in, but they will be blocked off. The wall keeps them away. Half the team can't even make it through. Immortality field and the photon barrier pop to try and keep them safe, and only Froggies is down, but they've lost out on a great deal of heal. Peach Mango has lost their life as well and is going the way of USF. However, 2 are dead, but it doesn't matter. When you have that extra bongo power coming through, they are holding steadfast here in this fight.
Yeah, really just a tremendous amount of damage throughput, and that's going to be the overtime ticking into play as the last-ditch effort comes in. Self-destruct to keep them in back a little bit longer, but the players just aren't there.
Wall saves the day again. Bebop with the extra barrier for protection. Halt and deny Peach Mango any safety as they attempt to run away, and a Blizzard just to seal the deal.
And that will mean we go to our third round, a much more dominant performance here from University of South Florida in the second round. Jin will get to at the tail end, and that will be it. So University of South Florida get to the objective and then just don't leave. Between the Reinhardt and the Risa, just too many shields, too much HP, and Mississippi State don't have a response to that level of survivability.
And it was some great placements out from, I believe, Commander Hui, who put multiple May ice walls to stop their initial push. They were on the left side of the archways to make their way through, blocked off. Some of them got through, so the main tanks didn't have the ability to block a majority of the damage. The photon barrier was in play, but it was put in too late. They were already so far in and facing the wrath of USF that first fight, or that final fight, all fell apart.
Yep, we're gonna have a near mirror in this round actually. Saki and Peach Mango gonna be changing up. It's going to be this teleport and then back to the Junkrat as well. So May versus Symmetra here in this close quarters room.
Saki has a great beam already. The barrier destroyed as well as the immortality field. Oh my god, all the damage coming out of this player is just insane, and they have certainly taken control of the high ground, and that's 2 already dead for Mississippi State. They're sending them all the way back to the lobby. Oh, but Bebop is stuck though, and that will be the end of them. Saki's still looking for some vengeance though.
Yeah, it's not enough to turn the fight, but perhaps it'll give a chance to return. Kelsier trying to get back to the objective. This is a little aggressive from Mississippi State, and the players at a disadvantage. Big block there by Dirk the Turk just staying alive.
Oh, Hit Matrix, I don't know if the Fire Strike was caught within it to give that extra damage, but it doesn't really matter. As Hit Matrix up at the top ropes, Blizzard is the one who will be utilizing it, getting the damage through. He's run out, but how does the Gravitic Flux work out here? Or against Bebop, Kelsier sends him out, but the damage doesn't come through. Finally, Bebop will take their kill. And this is just going the way of MS State. All the explosions from Peach Mango are too much as the barriers are gone.
Yeah, just not able to get back into position to recover from the loss of HP from Bebop, right? With the off tank gone, you just have mostly squishies in play. Mississippi State use that to their advantage, play their aggressive, or play their HP advantage. Now a quick reset, big up air from the Shatter is going to be blocked.
With another Shatter as well, and it's actually Kelsier with the spam, removes both of the supports, and even more are sent off the map as, oh my god, Boots Scootin' sends themselves as well as Dirk the Turk flying into the city. It's still under control of Mississippi State.
One thing to highlight too is that not just this getting rid of both supports there from Kelsier, but also the fact that Kinto was eliminated mid sound barrier activation, so that is lost. That ultimate no longer in play. University of South Florida playing from a deficit here resource-wise.
Starting it off with the Gravitic Flux will net 2 if they are able to be thrown down right into the Immortality Field, so they will be safe. The Sound Barrier active behind that, as well as the M-Matrix. They're just trying to send all the damage back in, but really it's USF who are doing a majority of the work. MS is just looking to survive. However, it's Peach Mango going absolutely crazy with 4 kills in a row.
Peach Mango needs to read the definition of the word fear because they don't know it. Just walking into the Ant Matrix saying, this is my world and you're not leaving here without paying entry fee. And that's just a clean run through. Absolutely no fear by Peach Mango to close that out. And now this is heading closer and closer to final fight for Mississippi State.
Looking to start the fight. I mean, they used the Riptide earlier, but now they're already back to it. We might have Kelsier use that Gravitic Flux in such close quarters. They won't have safety to get away. Ant Matrix or Immortality Field used in the final moment to save them. Will not have that presence anymore. And now with the Riptire in play, nothing will save them. They're stuck in the back line and they can't get to the objective.
That is actually going to be a desperate clawback from University of South Florida, trying their best to get to the objective, but they need to keep overtime rolling.
There's only one left. It's Commander Hoy jumping around, hoping they can get through, but it's all up to Dirk the Turk. If they can make it onto the objective, that will give them an extra bit of time, but they don't have the space to take. It's Mississippi State winning Lijiang.
The underdog has come to play here today, Los, as they take map number 1 and keep themselves in the hunt. Looking really strong, I might add, here on this first map. A quick highlight from Saki, but the map did go, in fact, to Mississippi State, as they showcase a lot of presence under pressure here to give themselves that first map.
Oh, wow. Just Saki doing so much damage with that Symmetra. I think Symmetra on either side of the team found supreme value, and it not even from the photon barrier. That wasn't even the decider of the fights. It was just the regular beam coming from the players who utilized it that just destroyed and ripped apart the shields, especially in that initial fight on Control Tower.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to highlight too is that the turrets are getting a lot of value, and the right click, right, the alt fire from Symmetra, getting those. We saw that on the opening fight of Night Market. In fact, that's how Mississippi State were able to walk back into one of the engagements. Sure, they didn't win out the round, but that's a good start that they wouldn't otherwise have gotten. So interesting stuff nonetheless. And I'm curious to see how map number 2 evolves, because we've seen very much willingness to go head to head in these control maps. If an adaptation is warranted from either squad heading into the escort and hybrid looks specifically.
Well, I'm not sure what the adaptation will have to be. I mean, both teams have proven that they have the skill to be able to break the defenses and hold them respectively. However, if we have a defense with Florida or University of South Florida coming in, once they got onto the objective over on the Night Market, the double shield composition was just much too strong to overcome, and they bring that out coming into Kings Row, classically, as their second map of the series. They might provide a second impenetrable defense.
Yeah, the other thing to highlight for University of South Florida, as you mentioned, the unassailed night market round they had, is that they got over aggressive with their initial push, and they just could never recover from it. Right? Their Sigma Bebop, I think, walked a little too far forward, got caught out by the wall, by the Blizzard, or by the May wall, I should say. And getting punished for that. The reset never came through. Mississippi State played it to perfection. So, heading into Kings Row, where we're likely to see a little bit more of that, Reinhardt-based composition, as we've sort of expected to see through the regular season. I wonder if that kind of comes to the fore, if we notice a little bit more of that over-aggression at times.
I think this will be a case for over-aggression without a doubt. I mean, after having this initial round where they found that first victory, they want to press the attack, they want to press the issue, they want to just push it all the way to the end, because this is a very necessary moment for Mississippi State to keep their advantage and momentum going through the series, because it's do or die time, especially with the last week.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked at the top of the show, but this match means a lot more for Mississippi State University, right? We're sitting at their scoreline of 6-2 at this point. You want to make sure you get that. You want to keep that 2 from increasing at all costs, right? So well on their way with that first map win. They need 2 more now to try and close the series out, and all it continues here as we get set for map number 2.
Bish now in with the Hanzo. The interesting, this is the first time we've seen a much more long-range capability coming out of Mississippi State, and I believe the time we saw Bish even here. But hey, will be good to see as we start things off. Another return of that standard brawl that we've seen from USF. Definitely looking to manipulate with that Maywall.
Yeah, stepping in for Peach Mango, I believe, right? So Mississippi State University, they do have a sub here. First time we're seeing the Cassidy as well, right? On the defense, it's a little bit obviously mid-range, and Bish just isolating, seeing if they can get a little bit of poke damage in onto the D.Va, and Bebop says no, thank you.
The location doesn't find much. Here is the wall coming out of Commander Hui, but they have one in response. It pops the immortality field on both ends. Whoever loses there first will lose the fight, and it will be University of South Florida. We had Dirk the Turk get frozen underneath the tower, but they're still able to fight till this moment. Shields are all gone. They have to back off. They have to play around behind that tower.
Saki's taken out, though, so this is not a full-on reset. You can see Mississippi State continue to posture for position, trying to just deal damage on Fly. Calcier is going to get away with their life, with their mech, and that's critical. Just pressure the defense. Don't allow them to full reset.
Yeah, and they've ended up back at the initial choke point, not gaining any ground. Oh my god, the double amp matrix. They are reading each other's minds, but the immortality field is being popped by Jin. They lose out on it first. The second one to drop is coming out of Blizzard, but in this moment, they push past the field and light up Mississippi State.
Really, really strong stuff there. Even as the mirror amp matrices go through, it's in fact the fact the immortality field gets burst down first for MS State. Mississippi do not have that defensive ability, and then with the Reinhardt gone, the shield is not a worry. You go for a clean shatter. Dirk the Turk will clean it up. Now University of South Florida playing up this really aggressive look. Commander Hui is going to have the Blizzard, and I don't know that Mississippi State is going to identify this in time. Something that they absolutely need to do, because there is no defensive utility aside from this matrix to block it.
Now going on the left side of this. Oh, the Earth Shatter is propped up by the wall out of Commander Hui. However, in response, the Blizzard has been eaten, so neither of these ultimates will find the value. Dragon Strike isolating the player on the left. Commander Hui back in the play, and now with the immortality field put in, they're all set. University of South Florida actually decimated in terms of health with that self-destruction. Only Kinto goes down, and they are standing on strong here on the objective.
And I mean, yeah. I suppose that's one way of kind of highlighting things. Block the shatter with the wall, they get the Blizzard eaten. It's a bit of a 50-50 there, and then the sound barrier keeps University of South Florida fighting longer, and obviously the Deadeye just to put pressure in the back line. So Mississippi State University now, with only 1:30 left, have a Blizzard of their own. And I mean, University of South Florida are now in a similar position, though Commander Hui back up to another Blizzard of their own. So very much a case of, can Divas deny the damage, because they are really the only thing standing between each team and disaster.
Jumping through the hotel, they use the wall to give themselves space. Amplification matrix pop. Wall on the other side, so they can't even break it quickly, and the immortality field thrown in before the fight even starts, before the damage comes through. Now it's an adjustment to go around the other side, but the Earth Shatter on the other side of the wall does find the value. Blizzard bopped as well, but only Dirk the Turk is really killed. Saki is protected on the other side of Commander Hui's wall, so this off angle, this isolation of plays is being utilized to win out the fight, and University of South Florida have used the Blizzard to keep everyone off the objective.
Yeah, and with that elimination coming in, the later Blizzard is the one that comes out on top. There's the freeze onto the mech and the D-mech as a result. You got one more. Saki going to be eliminated, and this is not quite out of the woods yet, but with the elimination on to Blizzard, that's going to be the full reset for Mississippi State. 25 seconds left here, Los and counting. Mississippi State now need a miracle, ideally based on a shatter if possible, because they don't have much else in the bank.
Can start with Froggies if they're able to get enough damage in, or at least some heals to give the sound barrier for the next fight. Even if they escape, almost falling to the death, will escape, get back to their team, start off with the sound barrier. It's time to play as they run all the way into the back line. Saki has some pressure on them, but the return of the sound barrier from Kinto keeps things going. But it all ends here with the Deadeye from Bish.
Is just everything being brought online in an instant and then executed in an instant to give themselves the victory on the fight. So the point will unlock here. Mississippi State are not out of this map yet. They will only get 2.5 minutes here on the clock in a moment as they'll trend through. Another really cool play was Bootscoot charging through to deny the shield to give the Deadeye more room to work for Bish, right? But just a case of everything being used in the final moments. University of South Florida do not respond effectively or in time. Now on this fight here in second phase, Kelsier will try and play the self-destruct a little bit aggressively here to push everyone back, and Commander Hui is going to try and lay this Blizzard down here in a moment.
Good denial of vision using that wall from Dozer. There's the self-destruction. It follows right after a double charge to put Bootscootin on their back, and the Blizzard to follow it up, not to mention the wall blocking them from escaping. So now there's 3 stuck in the corner. They might be able to escape back to the hotel, and they will in fact. However, University of South Florida, they're pushing the offensive. They've got Dozer out in the hibernation, but it's not enough. 2 dead. They have to back off for the reset.
Yeah, it's just the checklist of kind of resources, the way they should be executed upon. And it's a rock, paper, scissors that will favor the defense more times than not, especially with Kelsier's self-destruct not finding value. Now, Dozer does have the opportunity to lay down the Blizzard of their own, and Blizzard with, pardon me, the Baptiste there coupled with the Ant Matrix. Got to separate the name from the ability there. There's a dueling one as the first one comes out from the defense.
Forces Mississippi back as they go around the corner, but Dirk the Turk with what appears to be like a 5-man shatter in that moment. It goes crazy, and they have the immortality field to stay safe, but it doesn't keep them as safe as they hope. 4 dead for USF, make it 5 in a moment.
That's a case, just a little bit, University of South Florida thought they could try and win off the damage of the Ant Matrix into the Earth Shatter, but the fact that the immortality field was not force until the shatter went down meant that no eliminations could come through. And then once you're out in the open, Dozer is going to lay down a Blizzard easy as can be, and that's going to be the fight won as a result. Can't move, can't survive, and Mississippi State continue their position through the second phase.
Dozer building up back to that Blizzard with ease, 65%. Wall there to deny Saki the vision. The Deadeye finds no value, and they are forced back a little bit off of the objective, but maybe it was actually a good move because there's only 10 seconds left. There's the contest. They need to stay on the site. Here's the Earth Shatter, and it forces them away. They're blocked behind the wall. It's all about the wall manipulation with 2 dead. Maybe it might turn the tide. However, a double self-destruction, only 1 going down for each. And it is University of South Florida maintaining the pressure, but the overtime is still in effect. Earth Shatter out of Dirk the Turk. It still won't be enough to keep this fight from ending.
Dirk the Turk gets frozen, is going to get bursted down very quickly. Players stabilizing here for the offense.
And they force out the immortality field from USF, and in return, it's a Blizzard of their own. No one can stay by the objective, but thankfully in the hibernation, they can stay in it. Dozer doesn't allow this push to die, and as Bebop should be killed after their demect, it might be enough pressure for them to run it to the next objective.
Yeah, in overtime yet again. This is going to be another point capture for Mississippi State. So they barely get this one across the line here on the second, but will continue. Only a minute 25 left, though, for themselves. And Mississippi State need to be perfect here to try and close out this final third of the map.
Oh, Boot Scootin dies, and they send out the Immort Field again, so they have to back off. That's a cooldown you want to make sure you have for this next fight. They will have to reset.
Mississippi State also nearly lose a player there. Dozer, no, they in fact do lose the player, and that is a disaster. You need your Lucio back. Yeah, you can see University of South Florida just playing the aggressive angle, making sure that no one can escape.
With that Amp Matrix and Boot Scootin losing their life makes this last even longer. So by the time they even get back to the objective, it might be even in last fight territory. It's going to be an overtime push to the end if they can do that.
Yeah, no, you're exactly correct. And University of South Florida, that's a great duel from Bebop. Not allowing the D.Va into play. There it is. Big elimination with the Deadeye. D.Va, no Matrix to be found. And Mississippi State are down a couple players already.
And even more with the flashbang, as Saki isn't done yet. They still have the safety of the Immortality Field. There's none left for Mississippi, so it's all about keeping them away. Bebop, with that self-destruct, is ready for the final push.
Now here's how that has to go perfectly for Mississippi State. They need this Blizzard to catch everybody. They need this to be a shutdown utility to try and force this fight without any more resources.
All starts off to save them, but both Blizzards are activated. It's an ultimate storm here as Bebop wins it out with the self-destruct, finds two. There's nothing left in the tank for Mississippi State. They have to win this out raw, but it won't be the case with the D-Mech onto Kelsier. They've got nothing left. It's in overtime. Maybe Boot Scootin can make it back to push the cart and have another OT, but it won't be the case.
That is going to be now University of South Florida heading to their own offense with their win condition established. Their ability to tie the series based on how they can get to second with time remaining. And if that ends up being the case, that will be map number 2 going to University of South Florida. Before we jump too far ahead, though, there does have to be this first 8-point attack. And Mississippi State University need to slow this one down tremendously. They need to buy as much time as they can here on A.
You know, there's a lot of times where University of South Florida had seemed to have everything under control in terms of locking down A, and I honestly thought it was going to be a 1-point or one objective match, but Mississippi State was able to pull it together in the end, and I'm very curious to see what they're looking for in terms of their defensive setup.
Getting a chance. I mean, it's not really going to change much. Bish is going to go back to the Hanzo as well, so playing, a little bit more range, a little bit more poke, a little bit more pressure onto the Reinhardt shield, right? Obviously, with the Storm Arrow, you can, burst down that barrier. University of South Florida, also, no changes here. They kind of like what they were going with, and it was, I have to say, very effective. Their timing was quite excellent.
Jin Gamora teased us a bit into on that Mercy. Okay, yep, they were just trolling us, classically. It's going to be the same thing as last round, but how will they get aggressive?
Just scouting out, right? Trying to see if they can isolate someone with that wall first. Both Commander Hui and Dozer looking for that. Big rotation through hotels. The map's been flipped, and the Reinhardt's been caught out.
However, Dozer is responding in kind with a wall of their own, and now that it's broken, the Immortality Field on either side has been removed. But there's a lot less health for Boot Scootin. The barrier's gone. They don't have the protection. And not to mention, they're sending the Lucio away. Nobody on the objective to save the day, especially after that flashbang. The second Dozer got out of safety. This is an easy roll, at least, for USF on the first objective.
Yeah, really well done there by University of South Florida as they'll get point A essentially for free. And the weird thing is, despite using the Immortality Field, first, and having it being destroyed first too, it's actually Mississippi State who have the damage disadvantage all throughout. And part of that is just the fact that Bish was picked up early in that fight, despite the Immortality Field. So trying just to keep this fight going is USF.
More damage coming through with the window, but they can move right past it as it won't even be an issue. They could take more space, but they'll play it safe as they don't want to face the spam coming out of Mississippi State. Toward the objective, looks like Dirk the Turk caught all alone. They will be able to escape back into the bar, and a wall of safety provided by Commander Hui. The Earth Shatter finds no value. The Immortality, or the Amplification Matrix, only destroys the shield, but this could be enough to start the fight. Here comes the self-destruction. No one able to escape. Dirk the Turk, Kinto out. Heals and barriers all gone.
It turns out that much damage on the shield means it's not going to be back up in time, and so Dirk the Turk just trying their best to choose which damage to nullify. The self-destruct is the last one there, and it cannot be prevented. So University of South Florida forced back to the drawing board temporarily as Asaki re-enters with a Deadeye, finds one.
With the Froggies and Boot scooting, it's a similar story. Both the Rhine and Lucio go down first. It gives them the opportunity to push on through. Even Earthshatter at the available. Oh my god. But they don't even need it. They have enough space contained and enough time in the bank to make this just an impossible recovery, at least for this objective.
Yeah, and they're not letting anyone escape either. So looking at this, the slow... Oh, this is disastrous. Don't even allow the D.Va to reset. There it is. They'll get the kill credit as well as Calcier throws themselves off the map. And I mean, look at where the golden box of victory is. It's basically just over that second point. And University of South Florida still have everything they need to close this one out.
Wall there to keep them distracted, but it pops up on either side. A Blizzard and the Dragon Strike coming through from either side. However, Dirk the Turk with the Fire Strike through the window finds two, and they could ride right through into victory.
Last second contest here from Mississippi State, but they're getting taken away. The DMAC early, the sound barrier worn down, and no remaining players to keep themselves in contest. Lowe's, this will be map number 2 going over to University of South Florida.
And a great response coming out from USF as this was a unstoppable aggression and, you know, a good play coming out from Mississippi State as they were able to overcome a strong defense, making this a much more competitive map. But in the end, University of South Florida, they are just way too strong on the offensive.
That's hey. In regard to that, a lot of that is the fights that University of South Florida took. Right, they didn't overcommit to many of their many of the fights that they won. They won with just one ultimate a lot of the time, and we've talked about, you know, we said earlier in the show, the calculus of ultimates in Overwatch, and in this case, it favors the team that's a little bit more judicious with their execution of them, and that gives you, you know, the advantage in the later rounds. And credit to the University of South Florida as they equalize the series here 1-1.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we would even see the same ultimates being utilized by both University of South Florida and Mississippi State. Yeah. But in the end, it was just better placement, better timing, or maybe even better conjunction coming out of University of South Florida. It's wild that you would see all the ultimates popped at the same time, but only one team was finding the kills that they needed to win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much shades of Goat's past, right? In terms of how a couple of those fights went, all the ultimates being executed on, but only one team walking away with victory. I will say though, this is very much a mirror of Night Market, how it played out in Lijiang Tower. Right, the other 2 rounds were Mississippi State making it very scrappy, you know, extending the fights as long as they could, you know, re-aggressing, you know, very, very quickly with those engagements. This time around in King's Row was much more alongside Night Market, where the fights were a little bit cleaner, a little bit quicker, and ended much more efficiently. So we'll see if that holds through to the later stages of our series, as we still have at least 2 more to go.
Yeah, and the next one is going to be starting us off over in Rialto, the full-on payload map. So I'm excited. There won't be any hard stops that we could see or anything very rigid in terms of the defense here for University of South Florida. But I'm expecting, since they will be on the attacking side first, so it should be interesting to see.
Yeah, another thing to highlight is that we haven't actually seen a lot of the mobility-based compositions on any of the maps we've kind of looked at yet, right? I mean, we've talked about King's Row. We know that it's very favorable for Reinhardt, as it has been over, you know, time immemorial, as it were. We have, that being said, NACE Starleague has showcased that Wrecking Ball is viable on King's Row. Even still, it was only on Garden that we saw the Winston Sombra look come through, and that was from University of South Florida, which they ended up losing to be in the end. So that's something to highlight here, is once we go to Rialto, once we load into the map, are we going to see that mobility composition come through? Because so far, the more beefy Reinhardt-based stuff has just been the better composition for the teams tonight.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think they learned their lesson in terms of using that composition. I mean, it was a good one, though. It did allow them to find some great plays, especially with the conjunction of Commander Hui's Death Blossom back on the Garden. I mean, that was a great kill. It was essentially a team kill, and it gave them some good time to take control and get some point down on the objective. But in the end, it wasn't sustainable for a long-term fight, or at least defending the objective. So maybe in the grand scheme of things, if they do provide more situations for the Sombra to get some good hacks and deny or disable fights before they even begin, in terms of getting these around the payload around choke points, it might be a more viable option.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that we haven't seen double shield truly either. And I mean double shield in the sense of the Orisa Sigma, not. We did see a little bit of it of the Orisa Reinhardt, but that's not, what I would call traditional. I'm interested if that maybe comes into the play a little bit here on Rialto, which it must be said favors, favors that style a little bit. The corners that you can kind of set up both offensively and defensively is a sort of, you shall not pass this point kind of situation. We'll see if that kind of comes in. I think the other thing to highlight is we don't have, what with this being, I believe, the first time we've seen some of these teams, we haven't gotten a lot of sense as to what their stylistic choices are. So that's going to be interesting as we kind of, evolve in the series as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do get to learn a little bit about these two teams, and I think, May is going to be a standard, just using those walls to isolate fights. That's what we've seen essentially every round or every fight. Most of the engagements are going crazy due to the fact that just block one off. But the second that someone is blocked off, you get a exchange of walls as well. But now we're getting right into the action, and there is a bit more of mobility for Mississippi State, as they do have some aerial action with the Echo and Bish on the Tracer.
Well then, this is a reversal I did not necessarily expect. University of South Florida continue with the brawl, but Mississippi State containing the high ground. So it's really just Bebop who can get up to there. You can see trying to duel out Dozer, but not given an opportunity to do so.
Oh yeah, they moved around from underneath that balcony and are actually starting to fight off well. They take out Kelsier, but that's only one. In turn, they find two. Jin is locked off away from the rest of their squad, and they don't have the immortality field. They fall down 3 dead here for University of South Florida, so it should be an easy finisher.
Yeah, it almost felt like University of South Florida forgot that Dozer existed. And I mean, in that regard, that was a mistake because the focusing beam was able to clean up Saki, and with no hit scan, they just lost their damage, their main damage, in that mid-range situation. So Mississippi State continue their progression, and that's going to mean that there's a lot of changes coming over to University of South Florida as they go over to that Somber Reaper look. Unfortunately for them, Mississippi State will have the advantage of ultimates now because they didn't have to change their composition at all.
And Bish definitely looking for a pulse bomb to start things off, and they've got the perfect backline, maybe dropping it onto Moria. However, plenty of attention being paid. The pulse bomb goes potentially wide. I don't think it helps get the final blow, but it's really Boot Scootin' who is the center of attention, helping remove 4 from play. We're about to make it 6 as they cruise on through the first one.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not unexpected a fight for Mississippi State. As I said, they didn't have to change their composition, so they didn't really have to, they weren't working from scratch with their resources there. Now, it's all about this next fight for University of South Florida, because even though they don't have much, they'll have the self-destruct. This is a fight they absolutely need to win, and it could get a really good start if they can take Dozer down.
Saki, not with the Sombra. Sombra doesn't get the hack through. They can't get anyone to be hacked, but finally dropping it on to the Lucio when it's all too late. The sound barrier has already been dropped. The health is here, the shields are there, but now with the self-destruct, maybe something can work out. It actually goes wide, no value to be found. The sticky bombs rip through the mech, and Bebop looking for anything they can. They won't find it. It has to be up to Commander Hui to remove Dozer from the fight.
And they're going to isolate now, Bish. He does not have the fade, but Commander Hui's not done yet. Gets another one, and with the lifesteal, this is still doable.
Yeah, even a second one, removing Boot Scootin'. It's an easy target for the Reaper. They do stall out the fight for now. However, it's a quick response coming in from Froggy as they speed boost into the engagement. The rest of the team is ready to fight.
EMP from Saki has no response from Mississippi State, so keep an eye out on the Sombra. They will be the difference maker here if they can get it to land.
Oh, that would have been a great one if it weren't for the fade coming out of the Reaper. Commander Hui still has the Death Blossom. Start things off. Saki gets the EMP. Will it be followed up? Commander Hui's dealing death left and right. 2 with the Death Blossom, and even more with the regular Hellfire shotguns.
And I mean, that EMP hit exactly the target it needed to, right? No sound barrier from Froggy, so you don't need to worry about the Lucio. But Kelsier's Matrix is taken down, and the Death Blossom comes in with the eliminations. That's the fight that University of South Florida desperately needed. They can begin the arduous attempt at slowing this map down now as a result. Mississippi State, a big duplicate needed from Dozer here. I mean, expect either Dirk the Turk or Bebop to be copied. The tank line from Mississippi State as a response, but Jin in with the Coalescence.
Starting things off, they're over on the side angle, not able to give everyone the heals that they need, but it will be enough. Jin backing off with the fade away, hoping to keep them safe, but it won't be the case. All the way in the back line is the angry Mikey Boots scooting, knocking players around, but it might be a good counterattack as 3 go down with the self-destruct.
That is an excellent closeout for the round, and even the double Primal Rage was not enough for Mississippi State University to keep that one in contention. A really, really good play by University of South Florida to kite the damage, kite the displacement, and then Bebop in the back line sends a self-destruct to the heavens, and the answer is there with that 4K for the Diva player. Now time not really on Mississippi State's side. They have under 2 minutes here. And it's going to be about a clean engagement, but look at this. Commander Hui, another Death Blossom. They can shut down the Matrix. This can be an easy cleanup.
Oh, a hack onto Kelsier will be huge. They have nothing to do, nothing to protect, but being out of the fight won't be enough. They don't have that body blocking damage and stuck behind the barrier. Now they will get hacked again. Saki just abusing this hack, not allowing this tank to find the value they're looking for. Froggies and the rest of Mississippi State, they're just struggling to get into this engagement.
And I mean, this is bought enough time for Saki to generate the EMP in a moment as well. This is looking really good for University of South Florida. Another Coalescence to keep everyone healthy.
And Jin is stalling out this fight. They have nothing to do about it. A hack onto Boots, Scoop, and Saki has that EMP ready, but removing Bebop and Dirk the Turk, both tanks are down. No one is there to prolong the fight or at least save it. The EMP comes through from Saki, but no one is alive or in position to take advantage of it.
That was an attempt at trying to clutch up a fight for University of South Florida, but Dozer says no way. As the EMP gets 3, but the sticky bombs deny the Death Blossom, and now it's all about the stall for University of South Florida. They're trying to take time off the clock. Saki will get taken away. Mississippi State, with 30 seconds left, are likely to roll this cart in to the second point.
Well, there will be some oh no, not quick enough. They have to back off. Dirk the Turk realizes this is a fight probably shouldn't take.
Yeah, I mean, at best, you're taking a couple of seconds off the clock, and that's not really a great trade. So Mississippi State University will get their third look, and I mean, even that, the focus fire, too strong, Dozer taken away.
Oh, potential Death Blossom if the defense matrix is already used up, but they won't recognize it. They won't risk it, as it isn't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? University of South Florida has the opportunity to shut down the Matrix with the hack. Mississippi State has no such utility aside from Bebop just overusing it. So here's the go button yet again from University of South Florida as they spring the trap.
Oh, the Coalescence is huge. It's dealing a great deal of damage and allowing them to walk on through as University of South Florida barely clinging to life. Saki, somebody get Saki some health.
Saki says, I'll do it myself. Walks back to a health pack to stay alive. And I think that's Froggy's just kind of chilling on the wall there. Yep. Oh, I mean,
no.
This is focus fire, though. And you can see the pepper damage coming in.
But it's actually a great distraction because it allows Mississippi to reconnect, regroup, and almost a boop coming through, but it won't be the case. They focused their fire in the wrong direction. No one was there to prevent or stop the push that was coming out of Mississippi State, and now they're back on the objective. Now they've forced the rest of University of South Florida into a corner they don't want to be in. Fish somehow unable to scare anything with Death Blossom, and they have to reassess the situation.
A soft reset coming in from University of South Florida. They want to keep themselves alive as much as possible. And Mississippi State, this is the last fight of this point. 12 seconds left here on the clock. And University of South Florida have the win button if they can land this EMP.
It's going to be incredibly vital, but it starts off with the self-destruct. It goes wide. Nobody is found with it. And it starts Commander Rui, the first one to go down. Bish unable to find more value. EMP, huge for Saki. No one has the ability to contest with this fight. The Coalescence stops everyone in their tracks, not to mention the sound barrier from Kinto will seal the deal. This fight will go on no longer.
And that will be the overtime ticking away. And that means that we now know what Mississippi State University need to prevent from happening to keep themselves in the lead in this series. University of South Florida, remarkable defense, all things considered, especially with how one-sided point A was. And Mississippi State here to play, but so too was University of South Florida.
Great recovery to stop that final capture for USF. But also, yeah, as you said, it's such a one-sided first objective coming from Mississippi State, and I think it's just because they adapted, they adjusted the new composition. It's something that USF probably wasn't expecting because they've been so static in their style of play that they didn't have any ability to counteract against specifically Dozer on the Echo.
Ready for battle.
I mean, in terms of, now the recovery, in terms of how do you respond to that, you can see Mississippi State University expecting a very mobile composition of their own, right? Or one to come out from University of South Florida. The Torbjorn, I think, gives it away. The double shield, otherwise, a fairly normal look on this map. University of South Florida, though, it's still the rush composition. It's still that Reinhardt brawl. And,
Oh, okay, that didn't go
try
where
number
you wanted
2, Dozer. I think this time, though, Dozer's going to go over the high ground to put the turret up. So that's a little bit of a cheating thing, but it's okay. We can't all get the throw. I say as if I could do it.
I haven't seen you try it, so it might be.
You're right. You're right. What is it? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but also you don't miss them because you didn't take them.
Yeah, you can't say you failed, but we're starting off Saki going crazy with the teleport, and that's Bish already out of the fight, instantaneously melted. And it's the rest of the players in this plaza by the tree circling around. They're taking heavy assault, but it's also a turret from Dozer, just lighting him up, giving him free shots. It's a minor distraction. It's nothing too crazy as we're still moving this objective along.
2 right clicks from Symmetra, though, and it's gone. So University of South Florida back in position. Big stun, but Commander Hui's not taken out as the teleport onto the flank. Immortality field as well. University of South Florida really aggressive, but they're getting punished.
Wall isolation didn't go how they wanted it to. Amplification matrix as well squandered as they didn't have the shields to protect them while they used it. Jin even having to run back might lose their life, but the defense matrix will be good. Have to reassess that strategy going into the next fight.
The idea was to kind of teleport to the far right there to just get behind the shield, but Mississippi State recognized it and don't over-aggress into the Reinhardt. So essentially, University of South Florida are caught outside their own level of engagement now on this reset. Again, you can see Mississippi State just backing up, not giving too much away.
Good dynamite. That might even cause a DMIC over onto Bebop, and it does in fact. Losing out on the defense matrix allows free fire, especially with this amp matrix. They're going crazy, and there's nothing that South Florida can do. That's so many dead.
Yeah, it's rare to retreat that doesn't give up space and put yourself in a disadvantage, right? But in this particular instance, it actually works out. Mississippi State University, they have the double shield, right? They can play a little bit more passively as long as the cart doesn't roll into the checkpoint. They're still within their contest position. Remember, their final position that they need to defend against is that 3rd point. So give you a little bit of space here on first is not a bad idea. And now the cart is actually outside the range of USF, and Mississippi State can take a little bit more of an aggressive angle here on their defense. In fact, exactly as they're doing right now.
Oh, they're taking a brand new tour of Rialto, narrowly escaping. Fish plays for their life. They're holding on. They're stuck in that blizzard. It is a great placement. They have to back up, but none of them can make those feet move fast enough as they're all frozen. And that's already 3 dead for Mississippi State.
You see Saki just keeping their charge up, their beam as high energy as possible and loaded in. The contest comes in. They're going to get the DMAC, but it may not be enough. No, with the eliminations coming through onto Kelsier, Froggies will throw themselves off the map, and that's 0.1 gain, but still a lot of time taken off the clock here.
3 minutes and 45 seconds left, so it's a good start for Mississippi State. Definitely a much stronger defense than we saw from USF, but there's still plenty of payload time and, just game left. Lots of fights to see, and all those ultimates coming out of Mississippi State. Wow, the denial the second that the rally comes through, but they aren't done. Froggies leading the charge. When they drop down, they have the high ground now. They've given it up, and they have the advantage.
Yeah, that rally is just to take the high ground. Now they're going to set up with the Bob as well, but it's actually Bish eliminated first as the LOS is played perfectly here, and Kelsier being taken down. Mississippi State at heavy disadvantage.
still able to maintain some control, or at least contest against the objective here. Froggy's fighting for their life, but the Earth Shatter will knock them off. Not to mention, it's the boop from Kinto. They are all going down. That's 4 gone.
Man, that's just really well done by University of South Florida. Commander, who is the one that contests the objective, and then as the shield bash comes in, hits the cryo freeze to make sure no stun is there. And the one thing that is to be said about Orisa is with that shield, you can kind of just walk past it to get the shatter down. So well done. Now, Rabbinic Flux catches 2, I think.
Oh my god. Triple coming out of the self-destruct. That will be essentially it. 4 dead, no problem, USF. They'll ride on through to this second objective.
Yeah, that's... Oh, they can't even get to the last second contest. Bish tried to make a effort of it, but the Hanzo will not get the clean up through. And I mean, here is 3 minutes 40 on the objective timer. The golden box of victory just at the end of this third phase. Not out of the ordinary, not out of the question to get this defense, but certainly University of South Florida continues to move forward unabated.
Time being stalled out now. They don't want to take an initial fight to being in Mississippi State. Oh, the Photon as well as the Amp Matrix. It's enough to break that wall, and they'll go on through. But no one's in range. No one's in the angle for them to fight. It's actually a feint on the other side. Teleporter comes through, but the wall isolates them. There's no shields left as Boot Scootin' goes down. What is left for them to continue this fight? A D-Mech soon to follow from Kelsier, and that will be it. They've got essentially nothing left, and the Blizzard will be the one that puts the final nail in the coffin if they can keep their momentum, though. We have some response from Mississippi State, but that response is immediately dying on the objective.
That is just University of South Florida living the opposition in the cold. A difference throughput there. Mississippi State, they just aren't able to make the switches in time. And Saki will get the highlight there off the Sombra. Great highlight intro, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Love to see it. And that's actually off of a relatively tame clip for Sombra. They just have those tracking shots correct. Would have thought it would have been an EMP or something, but not the case. Great tracking, great shots. University of South Florida coming out on top, and they did it so well.
Yep. And I mean, now they take their first lead of the series. As a result, Los put themselves one map away from committing to the perfect regular season for themselves. Remember, they are 8-0 over the regular season. A win here would give them the perfect 9 as they try and make that through in map number 4. We'll see if they're able to do it as we get set to get underway in a moment.
Yeah, we'll check out the next map right after this quick break. Hey, welcome back everybody to NACE Starleague Overwatch. We're still in the middle of a heated series between University of South Florida going against the Mississippi State. Currently, South Florida leading 2-1. Might be able to put the final nail in the coffin here on Temple of Anubis. I'm Los, joined by LaFon. How we feeling about this assault map? The last hurrah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, hurrah is one way to put it, but I think, to my opinion on the map type notwithstanding, this has actually been a really close series. A little bit different than I was expecting coming in. If you look just at the score lines of the teams, obviously University of South Florida 8-0, Mississippi State 6-2. So a little bit of a difference of score line there. And I think, coming into this, I was expecting University of South Florida to come out really hot, but Mississippi State took map number 1, and it has really been competitive, I think, on all 3 maps.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think we saw the best competition back and forth over on Rialto. It was such a great set piece of defense in the beginning coming out from Mississippi State, and also offense. I think they had their best performance in that map in the first stage of it. I mean, as it got on, as University of South Florida kind of started to read the defense and the set pieces out of Mississippi State, it became a bit easier. And, ultimately in that final stage of their offensive side, it was easy peasy. There wasn't too much for them to do in response. In terms of Mississippi State, they had that little teleport behind, but that was just a flash in the pan. They got dealt with immediately.
Yeah, I mean, also there's the side effect of not being able to switch your composition early means you don't have ultimates in that final fight. And to close out the map, University of South Florida had the blizzard, had the photon barrier, et cetera, et cetera. So everything was kind of going for them. Now we do get to slow down the action a little bit as we go to that. We talked about it. We go to Temple of Anubis, a map type that can be, if you get that first fight defensively, can really choke up the offense and kind of slow things down. So we'll see how well that kind of steps in as we get into map number 4. But a reminder, it is now match point for University of South Florida as they sit at that 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, that is scary territory if you're Mississippi State. They had the lead. They started off red hot over on Lijiang Tower, but slowly but surely, University of South Florida, they clawed their way back, and they do have that advantage. And if they could just press the advantage, you're finally over on Temple of Anubis. This should be a done deal. The perfect series, the 9-0. But we won't be able to find out if that's going to be possible until we get into the map. But it honestly has not been a clean series for them. They have provided a clean season on paper, but in the server, this is a much more difficult run for them as we've seen so far.
Yeah, it has been a little bit more contested. And even if you go back and look at their score lines, right, they don't win every match out 3-0. There are some maps dropped here and there. And I think something that's also going to be, speaking of, dropping kind of things, we're going to a map type that doesn't really favor the compositions that we've been seeing so far, right? We're going to that Temple of Anubis. We've highlighted that already. But are we going to see the double shield? Are we going to see the Orisa? Are we going to see things slow down even more? Or are University of South Florida going to try and force the compositions they've been running earlier? These questions and more kind of stem through. And I mean, now we have to talk about the future a little bit as well, Los, because these are sort of a tasting menu, if you will, of the play-ins and the playoffs as a result further down the line. Does this start to bode a little bit ill for University of South Florida?
Well, if there's any teams, I mean, even if Mississippi State is able to win this one now, who's to say that they won't be able to bring this same ferocity as we look forward to those play-ins? Or even if University of South Florida still maintain that perfect record, when we have the much stronger teams go against them, I'm sure they've learned how to compete against them. I'm sure they've checked out plenty of odd. And if I was in the conference with USF, I would definitely be watching this stream right now just to get a taste of the competition, understand what they're bringing to the table, because there hasn't been too much flexibility or adjustment compositions from USF. So if you could just play around what they like to do, which is very slow, Maywall, get the double shield going, you can counter this team.
Yep. Early look. We're getting the double shield from University of South Florida, who will be on the defense first. So, I mean, expected, I think, is something I would say, right? Especially the Orisa in from Dirk the Turk. A little bit of not necessarily anti-synergy, but a little bit of not perfect alignment either here, as you've got the Brig and the Ash, right? So all about individual effort on this squad now from University of South Florida. We'll have to wait to see what Mississippi State University bring to kind of defend against it, but at least early, looking like the double bubble.
All right, excited for that double bubble. Good to see Kelsier here on Lazaria. Get to see that throughout this series. It might be interesting if we have Boot Scootin' starting things up. It's actually immediately followed over in by Bish, getting things popping. As we saw, it's a bit of a roll swap. They only find a kill onto Kinto, but it might be a good start as losing out on those heals, losing out on a stun and some CC. Could be a good one. However, Peach Mango losing their life is going to slow things down.
Is indeed, and I mean here you need to make sure that you don't get eliminated if your Froggy's in this fight. I don't know that Lucio can escape though. Getting really harried by Bebop is Froggy's and standing on top of the head of the Diva mech. Still alive though.
Oh my god. The survivability, keeping this tank out of play is so important because you haven't had Bebop there to stop any of the other projectiles coming through. Boots scooting now in the back line. They have the ability to remove Jin from the fight if they could get around this corner. No, they won't be there. Time to get the shot, but they've moved all the way up. They've had the aggression to get into play, but Boots Scootin' finally does get their mark, and they can lose that heal, the immortality field off cooldown. They can't grab it. Now with that nano Kelsier, this is an easy cleanup.
34 HP, but the survivability is there. The Diva, Zarya rather, is going to stay alive, and University of South Florida spent so much time chasing Froggies down. They weren't paying attention to the real issue of the objective, and Mississippi State, it's a little chaotic, but they get there in the end, and I mean now, here's the real disaster for University of South Florida. The snowball potential very much online. This Graviton can collect a bunch of players, and I believe the follow-up damage is there, especially if you account for the Rip Tire in a moment.
Good plays. Oh, maybe a great halt coming through out from Dirk the Turk. Some good damage. It stalls them out a bit, but Boots Scootin' and crew still have that advantage going through on the other side. Pile driver from Bish doesn't hit the mark since it's on the other side of the shield. And Commander Hui, with that massive damage boost out of the Amp Matrix, makes quick work as there's already 4 dead from Mississippi.
Yeah, just layer damage down onto the point, right? If you can't, it doesn't matter if you get the Graviton Surge out, if you can't approach it. The Amp Matrix coupled with the Molten Core from Saki means University of South Florida slow the snowball. And in fact, completely stop it. Mississippi State now have to kind of play the slow game, look for a pickoff, look for, eliminating a resource in the immortality field, look to kind of play off a pick here. But University of South Florida, this fight should be theirs. They have the supercharger, they have the self-destruct for survivability as well, and Commander Hui will be able to pick off a lot of damage with this, just with the supercharger.
I want to see if they decide. Oh, they do commit the self-destruct and remove 2. The push has ended before it could even begin.
Yep, I mean, there's a supercharger, right? It's it got 1. It really took Peach Mango out of the fight early, and then the self-destruct just for a little exclamation point on that sentence, and University of South Florida will begin their extended hold here on to point B of Temple of Anubis. Mississippi State, that was an expected fight for them. They didn't really think they were coming in to win it out, and they do get 2 resources away, both tank ultimates down, so Mississippi State are going to try and make this fight the one that they really take aggressively, I think.
Alt doesn't hit the mark, and they do get into the side room, but the second that Bish drops down with the pile driver, they were a lamb to the slaughter. No follow-up. The team wasn't in position, but maybe there still is some hope as they can break this shield from the Orisa. Peach Mango does have the Rip Tire as a possibility if they want to go that route, but there's so much chaos. Now it will be activated. Kinto uses the rally out of range of their teammates. Maybe Boots Scootin' can use his Meteor Strike to get a good advantage, but the second that happens, they are stunned and lose any efficacy in this fight. But it is not over yet as Peach Mango and crew finally made their way onto this objective. But Boots Scootin' loses their life. They're losing the damage, and especially with Commander Hoy's double out of the Deadeye, it's over.
It is over, and they don't even get a tick for their trouble. University of South Florida extended that fight as really long time as well. Lo said, I mean, time is something to highlight because you need to capture this point. Ideally with time remaining. Mississippi State University going to make some changes going over to the Reinhardt yet again. Kelsier will have the Graviton Search. I don't know if there's anything to follow up through it this time around, so it's going to have to be perfect. And yet again, University of South Florida can mirror that first fight if they land the Molten Core on the point. Los, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a real struggle for Mississippi State University.
without a doubt, and they're already taking a good deal of damage onto the barrier. Kelsier, however, has a good deal of beam charge as well, getting all the way up to 100. The full charge is going to be critical for the next fight, especially if they want to grab the Graviton and the Mortar. So here is the Supercharger released by Dirk the Turk. So the second they go around, they are facing massive resistance. The Goop is here. They can't get through.
Another halt as they try and isolate through, but it's the Graviton Surge this time around. They'll find one.
Maybe even more, but it's from Bebop with the self-destruction. Kelsier accidentally kills themselves with the Mortar. They can't do it. They can't continue this fight. But it was such a grand investment out of South Florida. They win it out.
And Kelsier are going to make a switch over the D.Va now as they try and just deny damage through as they walk in. But, I mean, Mississippi State University feel locked into a composition that does not have a good response to what University of South Florida are running. I mean, you're looking at this Doomfist to kind of get elimination. You're looking at Peach Mango to try and pick off a pick. It all comes down to the DPS to put up a lot of value here, Alos. And really, this is going to be final fight, what with a minute left here on the clock.
They have to use that Riptire. It needs to get into the back line. It needs to find a safe passage through. However, in this angle, there's no way they could get it. Actually, in the back of sight, this might be their play. If they could shoot into the off angle. Actually, Kinto has already fallen. The Immortality Field won't be good. It gets on the wrong side. Saki loses their life. And finally, things seem to be going the favor of Mississippi State. They've gotten almost 2 ticks, but the contest is here. Bebop will be demexed and destroyed.
Yeah, now it's down to can they get the overtime here. 28 seconds. The Earthshatter will deny any further contest. The cleanup is quick. And Mississippi State University, they claw it all as much as they can. And they will have 26 seconds left as they complete the map. So those 26 seconds could be magical for them as long as University of South Florida captures with time as well. But Mississippi State University, man, that felt like a struggle, Los. That felt incredibly difficult for them.
Yeah, they barely pulled it out in the end. So I'm wondering, is this going to be a similar situation for the University of South Florida? We had them struggle in the beginning back on Rialto, but once they got rolling, they were rolling. And there was a similar situation back on Kings Row. They didn't have much of a struggle on the offensive. So I'm not imagining it will be a different story here on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, Mississippi State University, they're going now. To that point, though, right? The fact that they're going over to this Doomfist yet again, this is a target that is incredibly isolatable. We saw the Maid do a ton of work on you said we saw, how University of South Florida approached Rialto. Being able to isolate the Doomfist, pick off one player, and then kind of, a 6v5 advantage is so tremendous in Overwatch, right? That, I don't doubt that Bootscooter is going to have their work cut out for them for sure here.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. I will shape order.
So with a run out, Saki on the Symmetra goes for the teleport onto the objective. Full steam ahead. They are on the opposite side, and no one is there to stop them. They do land the first tick without any problems. Ends the wall. That makes it even more difficult as Bish unable to even receive a single heal from Blizzard. They're in a good spot to protect the team, but no one's in their line of sight. Dropping down, Blizzard only with 20 HP. None left now. It's almost instantaneous that USF take this first objective.
I mean, Bootscooter has gotten 2 eliminations here, so while it will not stop, the point, as that ticks over now, it may stop the snowball. It may allow Mississippi State to get a full reset here and set up on the second point. Gives them a little bit of a little bit of room to breathe, but Jin's going to have the Ant Matrix here. They have it online, and once you get in, set up through the dark room, hold that choke point, put the damage throughput through, and then take place on the point. And Mississippi State University have to be quick in response, dodge all this damage.
Jin starts things off with the Ant Matrix, so they have the damage coming through, and Bootscooter wants to get into the back line with the Doomfist. They are easily handled. And now it is all falling apart. 3 dead here for MS State, and they can't even take advantage of that Immortality Field.
Caught in the back room of the point are the tanks. There's the D-Mech. Bish will go down. No shatter in line. That is going to be a chance to just close this round out quickly for Mississippi State.
And an Earth Shatter just to seal the deal. No problems here. Blizzard, Photon Barrier, throw it everything you got. It doesn't even matter as they destroyed the defense of Mississippi State over 5 minutes in their time bank.
I mean, that's what we call a snowball, Los. That is the snowball fight for University of South Florida, and Mississippi State will have 1 minute to try and get as much space as they can, as much position on this map as they can, before University of South Florida will head to their attack with 5:48 in the time bank. And with how quickly that the attacking round for University of South Florida went, it's looking devastating here for Mississippi State.
And that's an easy way of putting it. Tremendous deficit in terms of the time. How are they adjusting, though? Boot Scootin still wants to make the commitment on that Doomfist. I don't know if that's the right play because, well, they did find some value in the scrap kills toward the end of that first objective. It didn't give them much of an advantage as the fight and the round and even the match as a whole has progressed.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like Mississippi State has kind of locked themselves into a composition, right? We talked about the role swap starting off Temple of Anubis, and this is maybe where it comes back to haunt them a little bit. But University of South Florida going to change their composition as a result. They know what Mississippi State are going to open with, and they've gone with a dive comp of their own, playing the Winston, playing the Diva, and more critically, Commander Hui getting pocketed as they take to the Echo and the Skies.
Froggy starting things up, getting into a very heated fight. Commander Hoy with the beam already removing Peach Mango from the fight. Kelsier coming out of the side room, sending out some borders, will put some damage on the board, but nothing else. They have to back off. No one is working together, and that's another easy free kill. Make it 2 here for USF.
And Jin, I mean, gets, chased off the high ground a little bit. This time, Froggies will not play bouncer up top, and I mean, even with Bebop being DMEC, we're now down to the last 18 seconds here, Los. So it's 5 players for University of South Florida, but time is not on Mississippi State's side.
Especially considering they're stuck in that room. The second anyone leaves, they're going to be isolated. They will be gunned down by Commander Hui, especially with that damage boost coming from University, but it doesn't matter. They've actually found their way onto the objective. A few players fighting for their life, make it 4 here, as Jin has been isolated and will be sent sky high. This might be time for USF to lose their first objective.
Yeah, USF is going to lose this point A. As you can see, last tag in by Saki, but the recall is forced out. So back to point B goes University of South Florida. It being said, Mississippi State is only going to get 30 seconds left, and it's going to have to be clinical. It's going to have to be literally perfect if they want to close out this second point, because University of South Florida are setting up, and look at their time bank. Keep in mind, the attacking time bank will be 5:48.
Fish has to back off. They're taking some serious damage already. The pulse bomb keeps them in the side room. They need to move out of this position. 10 seconds left. They have to get the objective. Froggies will start things off. They have the ability to bring in the sound barrier, and there it is. A self-destruct. Doesn't find the value they were looking for. Boot Scootin on the opposite side might be able to get a kill, and there goes Jin. Maybe more are to follow. However, there will be revenge. Bebop and Commander Hoy are getting things done. The Gravitic Flux doesn't do anything, but now the Death Blossom will, in fact, change the tide of this battle. 3 dead. Jin may be resurrected, but who is there for them to heal?
Yeah, this is a couple players down, though, for Mississippi State. They need to make sure no one can contest the objective. And that will be it. Jin will be eliminated. So Mississippi State will stave off defeat with a really close round. Now they head to the defense and highlight one thing here, Los. They need to prevent that second point from being captured with more than a minute. That needs to happen at this point. University of South Florida, if they can complete Temple of Anubis with more than a minute in their time bank, something that we have to remind you was what they did the first time around, then a draw is all that is possible for Mississippi State to try and extend this series any further.
And expecting Mississippi State to lock down that first objective, even if, I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when we get to that final round of attack for USF. I'm not sure they'll be able to do it because we have such crazy aggression coming out from South Florida. Them making their way and finding this second round as a success with over a minute, it definitely is possible.
Mississippi State, it's going to have to be clean. They need to isolate a lot of time on this point. They can't fall to the same play of that teleporter twice. Taki already hovering over the Symmetra, right? We saw walking through that main choke point, getting the teleport onto the objective, and then just preventing Mississippi State from actually taking a fight. That cannot happen this time around.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Getting a little bit is Kelsier with the defense matrix. A lot of right clicks coming out from Saki. Can't eat all of them as Kelsier does take a little chunk of damage as the teleport is in play again. Hit with a big anti and the immortality field already lost. So is Jin. They're stuck in this corner and there's nothing they can do about it, but Bebop and Dirk the Turk are actually taking advantage of the close space, and that's 4 dead for MS.
Yeah, Mississippi State, this is a disaster for them. They're going to stave off the immediate capture, but again, keep in mind the respawns for the offense are closer. You can see trying to get back is Kinto, but they'll recognize that the respawns are there and they'll wait for the entire team to walk back. University of South Florida, though, will have the advantage. There's the teleport. They want to get close. And yeah, they're going to get to the point before Mississippi State is ready to take a full recontest.
Not to mention, there is no remech for Kelsier, so that is a tank already off the table. The shield's been popped by Big. Have it in their favor. There's nothing for them to work with. Dirk the Turk keeps on swinging, and the Earth Shatter's at the ready if they need it, but it doesn't even seem necessary.
Yeah, oh my god, Dirk the Turk is getting the slow heal from the Lucio here as an opportunity to stay in play. But that teleporter from spawn is doing so much work to bring everyone back quickly. They'll get the DMEC onto Bebop. 4.5 minutes, though, as this inevitable capture comes through. And the second point for B will keep their way on. Mississippi State need to pull magic here. They need to take so much time away from this second phase.
They've just made up for lost time as Elsier's death only staved off about 4 seconds, maybe 5. And now it's time for USF. The regression started off, gotta be with all of these ultimates. Just throw everything at once, win it out. Photon Barrier makes things happen, but in the backline, it's Boots scooting, removes Commander Hoy before they can send in the Blizzard, and Mississippi State has responded with a flurry of their own abilities.
Counterpoint, though, that is one ultimate, the Photon Barrier for 4 for Mississippi State University. They use the Molten Core, they use the Nano Boost, and they use the Primal Rage from Bish. So, I mean, Mississippi State need to play magic with this Meteor Strike, with the Sound Barrier for survivability, and Kelsier hoping to pull something out of this self-destruct. But look at the check marks on the University of South Florida's side. 5 of them already online.
They have to ensure that no flank from Boot Scootin' will take place again. They lose out on that one. This could be huge. The barrier there to save the day, but the double kill in the back line is still enough. No Sound Barrier, no Cassidy, nothing again. Getting in this close quarters is a mistake.
A little bit of a miscommunication there from University of South Florida. The wall comes up from Commander Hui, who gets, blocks his self-destruct, but Dirk the Turk actually turns the shield around as well, and so everyone's focusing the self-destruct does not focus on the backline, and a great anti-nade from Blizzard coupled with the damage from the rest of the team, and Mississippi State have gotten another minute off the time bank. 3 minutes left here for University of South Florida. They need 2 more to go, and University of South Florida trying their second approach.
You're raining down rockets from up top. Get back off to safety. Still plenty of ultimates here for Mississippi State. A lot of sustainability coming through as well. Ooh, Boots
Yeah,
going.
just a delay. Ooh, Boots gonna no, that's
huge.
not great.
That had been their win condition, getting into the back line and removing singular players, and it all crumbles in an instant. A Blizzard in play. Earth Shatter following up. The ground is crumbling beneath Mississippi State. They've taken down quite a few.
And they're going to get the wall off, too, so Bootscoon's not going to be able to touch the objective. There it is, going to be forced away. Not even going to be able to get the Meteor Strike off. Caught in the Seismic Slam. And no one can contest the objective. Mississippi State close. They're playing for a draw at this point. They will not get a second attacking run here at Temple of Anubis. As 2:05 is on the clock, University of South Florida will need 1/3 of point A to give themselves a 3-1 victory in this series.
Ooh. I mean, they've had no trouble getting those first ticks. I wouldn't be surprised if Mississippi simply stays on the objective, sets up a defense where they are contesting at all times.
Yeah, I mean, no mistakes,
Ready for
right?
battle.
Your regular season record is dependent on the fact that you make no mistakes here. And a reminder, that just extends the series. It does not equalize it. So, University of South Florida, 1/3 of the objective away from victory. And Mississippi State, everything on the line here, going to go back to the composition they opened up with, hoping that their their counterplay on the teleporter works for the third time, or works on the third time. Third time's the charm, they're saying. Let's see if they're able to make it work as they prepare in the final 10 seconds before University of South Florida gets their attack on.
4, 3,
Utskuin is definitely a big fan of the Doomfist. I mean, I have been proven wrong in the previous round. Bootscootin denied so many plays coming with that Doomfist capability. However, is this going to be a similar situation? Dropping down with the Winston, the bubble keeps him safe, but so much damage out of the Tesla cannon. However, Kelsier already knocked out of the mech. The D-Mech loses so much potential for this next fight, and now with the high ground going in for USF, this is going to be huge. D-Mech still in play, jumping up, not losing the fight. Somehow, Bish able to stay alive, but now the fight is taking a place over onto the objective. Bish will go down to begin with. Froggies follows, and that's 2 dead, about to make it 3 as Peach Mango will soon lose their life. And that's it. In an instant, USF, in a single fight, they win it out, finally ending the series 3-1.
I'll take the 5-4 scoreline here on Temple of Anubis. As Sasaki will get a highlight here. University of South Florida. Congratulations to them. They will complete the undefeated season here as they go 9-0 in their group loss. Give themselves a position into the play-ins. The number 1 seed coming out of this division.
Well done indeed. Well done indeed, coming here for University of South Florida. They've done it, and they're not alone in that 9-0 club. There are a few squads that are in this league that have also done something similar, but in the end, it wasn't the cleanest of wins. They did end up coming out on top, but it was a tooth and nail fight. It was a real struggle to go all the way into this double overtime, to get it 5-4, to even go this far in a map. It's still a great feat coming out from Mississippi State.
Yeah, no, Mississippi State played their heart out. They played really, really well. I mean, taking obviously our first map, Lijiang Tower, taking the lead in the series, and then fighting their way through. I mean, it was even they never say die was sort of their attitude on Temple of Anubis, down even 4-4. Tried their best to keep it going, but time was simply not on their side. A hearty congratulations to their opponent, though, as USF, complete the victory here and take the 3-1 scoreline in this match against Mississippi State University.
Yeah, I think they found much easier access in terms of their skills working to success in the offensive side. They were always so fast on the attack. They're very good at just rushing into Mississippi State. Mississippi State usually didn't have a response to that. Their best defense was on that second point in Temple of Anubis in the overtime, where they just were able to dismantle the attacks, remove key players before the attacks could actually commence.
Yeah, and I mean overall, it was a good response. I think a good adaptation by USF in the later stages of the series, right? Especially when you go down 0-1, how you rebound is always an important kind of factor in the game. And the University of South Florida, they do just that in map number 2. And sure, Temple of Anubis would have been nice to be cleaner for them. The fact they're able to make it there and still keep the lead, keep the series lead is important. And I think that speaks well. Another thing to highlight, of course, is that after map number 1, it was in fact all USF. None of their map picks. Simply as it was Mississippi State that picked those maps. But yeah, they make it count and take the victory in the end.
And now we get to hear a little bit more about University of South Florida and how they won this out, because we have Commander Hui in the building. Commander, how are you feeling? And congratulations on your perfect season.
Thank you very much. We're feeling good. First map, you lose it. We just came off spring break, so we're a little bit rusty. This is our we didn't even have any practice or anything. So, losing the first map, we knew it was we're just shaking off a little bit of the rust. But yeah, going perfect. Was it 9-0 in the group stage? we're feeling pretty confident about that, and we're excited for the conference championships. I think next week.
Yeah, fair enough. A warm-up map, as they say, right? That Lijiang Tower for y'all. But you touched on it just a moment ago, going into the play-ins, moving on after the perfect stage. Kind of what's in store for you guys? What are your expectations coming into the play-ins?
We're gonna use this next week to, just VOD review and kind of like tighten everything up. We haven't played, like I said earlier, we haven't played in a week, so we really just want to get back to scrimming a little more and just make sure that we're prepared for whoever it'll be. I think second and third might be Alabama and NSU, if I remember, or SEU. We're prepared. We'll probably watch those games back again and just make sure it's like we're ready.
For sure. I mean, you're preparing for the upcoming matches or the immediate ones, but looking forward into playoffs, like, are there any squads that you are excited to meet in the end?
I want to go against Kennesaw again. We play Kennesaw on LAN, and we played them in an online tournament. We'd love to play them again. This time a little more practice, hoping we can. Third time's the charm. We've lost the first 2 times, but if we meet them in playoffs again, hoping to show them up this time and get a win for the first time.
Yeah, obviously that. We talk moving to focus specifically on the play-ins though, because that's directly ahead of you. Is there anything you're looking to implement before, specifically implement before those games?
I think we're gonna just try and work on our dives. Our dives are kind of something that we've always wanted to. We always want to have it in there. I think we want to probably refine out our 6-man as well. And that kind of be it, really. I think we feel that our rush is pretty good, and we feel that our bunker is pretty solid as well. So all we really need to do is just tighten up on our dive comps and 6-man.
Certainly, I mean, you definitely proved that your rush is doing quite well, as we saw in those multiple attacking rounds. But before we send you off, is there anyone that you want to give a special shout out to?
Shout out to my girlfriend. She's watching this. And also go Lightning and go Broncos. Oh, and go Bulls, obviously.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Commander. And good luck on the rest of the season, or I guess I should say postseason.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the cast.
Of course. Have a good one. Now that's going to wrap up our first series of the night. Don't forget, we still have another one coming right up. But before we get to that, we got to thank our sponsor, Corsair, who is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear for gamers, content creators, and everything in between. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. So thank you so much, Corsair. But we will get back to the action here with more NACE Starleague Overwatch right after this quick break. Welcome back, everybody. We're still not done with the NACE Starleague Overwatch. It's the final week of regulation season, and we have one more matchup for you tonight. It's the University of Houston, a familiar face if you've been checking out the streams this season, versus Grand Canyon University, also another one you should recognize. Both these squads going head-to-head. It should be a good one. I'm still Los, joined by LaFon. How are we feeling about these two teams coming up?
I mean, listen, GCU are looking to kind of put another exclamation point on this season in the victory in this series, as GCU has been honestly one of the top teams in this division, right? Only second to the to UTD, right? The only other team that's undefeated in this time around. So GCU looking to make this an 8-1, where they lose only to the team in that first position. University of Houston still fighting, still trying to stay in the hunt for that third seed. But yeah, GCU definitely having a season to really be proud of here.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that is an impressive marker indeed. I mean, hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with being the second place team when you're already in a very competitive conference. So nothing to be ashamed of on that one. But the question is, how is University of Houston going to try and bounce back with this one and make a nicer note? End on a good term of 6-2. It should be a difficult match because Grand Canyon, a very formidable squad.
Yeah, and like I said, the only team that Grand Canyon has lost to was University of Texas Dallas, right? The undisputed #1 seed in this conference. That's just how it goes. We saw how strong they were last season as well. So, I mean, for University of Houston, come out, try and play as aggressively as you can. You know, your season's on the line. Just make it as exciting as you, play for whatever you've got. Just go out there, leave it all on the field, and kind of take it from there. So, for University of Houston, I mean, we've seen some flashes of brilliance from them over time. We've seen them on stream already this season. They have looked consistent, I think is probably the fairest way to put this. And they'll need more of that if they want to take out Grand Canyon University, who, it must be said, are still the favorite in this series.
You are mistaken.
Yeah, there's no denying that, and rightfully so. They've put in the work. We've seen them put in the work in previous instances, and although University of Houston has made some appearances here on NACE Starleague, they haven't always been perfect, and we can see they're 5-2. One of those losses actually appeared right here on stream. Maybe they're hoping to ensure that another one doesn't occur. Fight is going to start right now. Immediate brawl coming through. Immortality Field has to be popped. They're backing off. Grand Canyon University is backing off. They get knocked back down. Flamehead on their back. Sweet Potato, however, sending in serious damage, but it doesn't even matter. Sweet Potato is got this on lock.
That's going to be the capture for GCU as a result. They trade Flamehead 3-2-1, the tank, the main tank, for better positioning. And they have just one player absorb all the damage, so GCU will get into this next fight, I mean, significantly ahead. Sweet Potato, look how much damage. They were the focal point of the damage throughput for GCU. They'll have the Photon Barrier, and if there's anything I want in line with an Ant Matrix, it is this ability.
Q-tip speeds everyone out of there. They have no problem, especially with that teleport. They're done. Here's the Photon Barrier. Denial completely of access to the point. Flamehead will pay with their life. However, it's okay. They have some serious damage. Immortality Field sent in the back line. There's no way they can advance. And now they've just walked into a gravitic flux. Sent into the sideline. And oh my god, Sweet Potato is just doing it all.
Yeah, Sweet Potato's ping-ponging back and forth through this teleporter just on a dime. And I have to say, GCU is playing very much a style of Reinhardt that ye old Overwatch League viewers will remember. I don't know if you can recall a certain tank played Bumper. It would just rush in and the team would follow up with it. That's exactly what we're kind of seeing from Flamehead, who hasn't really been in the fight much, but has really done a lot of disruption that the rest of the team has followed up on.
Diego Woe building up toward that self-destruction. Oh no, it doesn't come through. The Earth Shatter misses. It doesn't push any value on it. They have to back off. I mean, even though they lose possession, Grand Canyon University are still feeling like they're in control of this fight.
They will get the point. Slightly self-destruct going to be sent in the back line, but the shield is there. No one will die, and though the contest comes in, this should be able to be GCU turn this back in a moment.
such a far back amplification matrix, and they walk into it, followed up with the immortality field, but it's broken. They have nothing to work with. A triple capture in that gravitic flux, following it up. Pinnacle locking it down, and no one is playing together. They're so separated, LaFon.
Yeah, the team kill gong will come in as well, and GCU will get back to the percentage lows. This has been University of Houston. Even the fights they've won, it's been in disarray, and GCU has made the most of it. The Grand Canyon University going to continue to put pressure on this choke point and force University of Houston to walk through them to get to the objective.
Backing off, but all this spam is coming through. No turrets are allowed to be placed by Caffeinated. However, Pinnacle taking a lot of damage. This time Flamehead with the Earth Shatter, and it's a massive! So many go down, and on top of it, we have Sweet Potato jump right behind them to finish things up. Someone in the cleanup crew as well. It's another team kill. It finishes the round. Grand Canyon up 1.
I mean, that's just a swagger that Grand Canyon University are playing with at this point, right? They're playing with a little bit of energy in it, and it's a case of University of Houston, come to us. How are you going to respond? And after round 1, GCU has to be feeling very comfortable as they did not get a reply. And as we head to Night Market, I mean, Grand Canyon University feel like they just have tempo on lock.
Yeah, especially with the dominant performance coming through from GCU. I'm enjoying the adjustment. Someone wants to get as aggressive as Sweet Potato in the back lines, dropping to the Doomfist. Other than that, similar story. Pinnacle, however, no longer necessary on the Sigma.
Yeah, a little bit more, perhaps survivability, but not as much damage, I will say. We'll see how this turns out, especially now that Caffeinate's back on a Symmetra. So, Beam can do a lot of work, but so far, it's Sweet Potato coming out on top.
As well as someone, you know, I got you baited, classically. It's someone back on the Cassidy. That's what we expect. Flamehead! Flamehead already has their ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you swing in front of 6 players. Ryan Shatter going to come up pretty quick. Now the question is, does University of Houston recognize this? Because if they don't, then this fight's over just off the back of this Q. Oh!
And, oh my god, there it is. It's the cleanup. How about they get even more? No, it won't be the case, but they get so much damage coming through. That is another team kill.
Yeah. Arya Jet did not even hit the ground before they were sent back to the respawn queue. I mean, half of that's like the 200 damage that you get with the Earth Shatter, but the focus fire was also very, very strong. And now Grand Canyon University, they continue to kind of play things out slower. And Matrix this time around, so the damage will be there as well. And perhaps the Deadeye threw it, and University of Houston gonna have to be quick. No damage mitigation aside from the Immortality Field. Diego has gone over to the Zarya.
Have to back off. Things are getting a bit dicey as they will play around the entryway. Amplification Matrix there for some damage. Oh, the flashbang goes wide. It doesn't capture Civilio, and now they're in a bit of a pickle. Earth Shatter. It doesn't work out. Arya Jet lose their life before the Shatter even commences. And they are all good to go. Diego, well, just running away before they get eliminated as well.
And, I mean, now you're seeing the hunt coat begin for, oh no, they're staggering the Zarya. Oh, that's tragic. Even on the Zarya, the off-tank cannot escape being staggered, and Grand Canyon University up to the 65% mark. I mean, they're basically 1.5 fights away from closing this round out. University of Houston trying to find an entry point here in terms of their attack on the objective. They'll need this Blizzard to come up big.
Caffeinated already taking a lot of damage. The photon barrier won't be put into play yet, but it has to be a crucial part. Here it is. Here it comes. They destroy the teleporter out from Sweet Potato, but they have their own photon in play. It's actually lined up perfectly with the enemies. It's just an insult as 4 are already dead for Houston.
And Grand Canyon University said 29% is all you get in this map, as that's going to be the closeout here, 100-0 on Night Market. And they'll take a quick series lead here as they go up 1-0 over University of Houston.
Wow, what a freaking start for that one. That was wild. It was just so dominant here for GCU. What can Houston even do at this point?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. This highlight here, by the way. Flamehead just walks around and, yeah, waits for the barrier. Oh, my God, it's perfect. Arya Jet literally evaporates.
They were coming right out of the Zarya bubble, too.
Yeah.
How did they get decimated? They're vaporized. There was nothing.
I mean, there was a card there at the very end there. 14 Earthshatter kills, 14 Earthshatter stuns as well. So that's a 100% conversion rate on the Earthshatter knockdowns. Something that, I think is a great marker for GCU. They play as a team, and it's really hard. We've seen in previous series when the Earthshatter comes out, if you're not ready, then a lot of the times the opponent can escape from that stun and move on, continue the fight. There, GCU says, as soon as you get hit by the Shatter, we're done. The fight's over. And that's something to keep an eye on as we move forward. How well can University of Houston just, clog up the gears a little bit? Because if you can isolate, if you can make one player play out of sync with the rest of the team, GCU's, I think, effectiveness will be reduced. And you asked, what can University of Houston do to respond? It's going to have to be that as we head into map number 2 in a moment.
Oof, well, I mean, that map went by in an instant. Hopefully, there's some time for reflection as we head into the second map, University of Houston. That's a tough one to take. I think, you lose the map, sure, you can move on to the next one, but that is a mental hit to take as well. They barely got any solid footing. They may have earned 20% on the first objective over in Control Center, but not much else. They barely even made it to the point. And I want to talk about how there was just some supreme disrespect using that photon barrier, completely negating any efficacy it would have. Oh man, if I was caffeinated, I would not be happy.
I mean, you're forcing each other to play in lockstep, right? Because you're both playing the photon barrier the same direction. So, in that sense, I mean, it's also a smart tactical play from GCU as they go through. I mean, even then, the Flamehead turns around the corner and just lays everyone down with a shatter on that photon barrier. So that's just another added level on top of it all. And we'll see how well University of Houston responds, how well they rebound as we head into map number 2 in a moment. As we're getting a nice look at Hybrid, we're going to Numbani. A lot of high ground here, so we'll see if we get to see some, perhaps some Winston come out on this second stage.
So with high ground and low ground plays, this should be a good opportunity for University of Houston to isolate some kills, because you will have players moving around unless we're going to have Grand Canyon all sit up in the same spot, which that's going to be a bit more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it is really going to be about, forcing those pick-off engagements. We'll see how well they respond. I mean, Numbani is not something we have a lot of game tape on this season. You will, our dear audience will well know our woes with what map number 2 often is. But no, heading into Numbani, we don't have a lot of game tape on it. I don't know necessarily that other teams know, what to expect from their opposition. So this could also be an opportunity for University of Houston to come out and surprise GCU with an odd pick stylistically. Maybe a Pharah comes into play, have that pocket Pharah, a lot more damage, slow down the game a little bit and get play for those pickoffs. That's an opportunity there. I mean, it's a little bit more cheese composition or trending towards cheese more than what I would consider quote unquote meta. But hey, it's an opportunity that University of Houston might choose to exploit. So we'll see if that kind of steps in Numbani.
It doesn't matter how your composition is viewed, as long as it gets results, LaFon, and results are exactly what Houston need in this situation. They got to do whatever they can to come back from it. But I mean, even if they do utilize that Pharah, they have to be on the lookout, because someone who has appeared quite a bit on the kill feed, they run that oh man, I just realized how that sounded.
Yeah, someone the player, not someone just a random individual.
Because
it's not your fault.
Name.
Yeah, it's not your fault, Los. It literally is the player's name. So,
because someone is okay. My train of thought is just out the window, LaFon. But we have someone in Sweet Potato. They're both on some hits again. They're both going to be there to create some serious trouble. As Zavilio is going to be that eye in the sky, jumping on to the Echo. So I'm enjoying this change of pace, but there's a perfect response already crafted by GCU.
Yeah, double hit scan. A triple hit scan, really, coupled with the Diva. So, yeah, it's tough. And I mean, yeah, Zavilio on the Echo. It's not, I mean, I said Pharah, but the aerial threat works nonetheless. It's the same concept. How well that execution comes in, here's the thing. This is a picture-perfect composition to shut down Zavilio. Obviously, the hit scan, yes, and the Ana, but also the fact that Pinnacle can really reduce the efficacy of these sticky bombs, and just kind of play Bruiser or Bodyguard with the Fly. Zavilio definitely having a lot of work cut out for themselves here.
Oh, Helix Rocket to the face. They will survive as they have the heals coming from Dino. You know, with high ground, I wouldn't say secured, but reached. This could be an opportunity for them to make their way through. Diego Woe finding so much resistance. Arya Jet already on death's door. They do manage to get away. Every time that Zavilio pokes their head out, they lose so much health. Caffeinated has to back off. They have no ability to make it through this fight.
Yeah, there's the shield bash, by the way. So if you get too close to the Brig, there's that issue, and Catherine dashes in without the deflect, and so, I mean, it's easy pickings for GCU. So they slow things down just a little bit off the back of that. I mean, the focus fire for GCU has been so effective. Flamehead takes a little bit of aggro, like as they do here, right? Just chasing out Diego, and then backs up to give the Red Dawn ultimate. And now, here's the thing: the Nano Boost is going to be applied to Flamehead in this fight, and that's just a lot of damage for this main tank.
Yeah, now they've isolated off Vox. They will be able to survive, and now there's going to be a big ante. If they can escape, actually, yes, they escape and go back to get powered up for that Nano Monkey. That's no problem at all. Removing Vox from play. Their heals have been reduced completely. This is just another easy win for TCU.
Ooh, Flamehead, are they going to be forced to use the Primal Rage? No, the repair pack from Q-Tip is there in time. And yeah, that's going to be the reset. I mean, Grand Canyon University are so good at just, even if they lose a player, playing just the right amount of aggression to kind of get caught through and to recover the respawns. Q-Tip making sure that Arya Jet can't walk in for free.
Oh, but Arya Jet swings into action. Someone almost goes down, but in response, they're launched into the air, and Sweet Potato shoots them out of the sky, clay pigeon style. And the self-destruct coming from Zavilio finds no quarter. Diego maybe can bring it in with the Echo duplication, but nothing happens. They all jump into the top. 2 have been killed, but they haven't gained any ticks.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a real problem. Self-destruct going to be committed as well from Pinnacle, who doesn't go down barely at the very end. This is going to be the stabilization here as the Arya Jet commits a minefield, but there's no one around to support them.
Yeah, there's no one even on the objective for those minefields to have their effect. They just drop it onto an empty objective.
And I mean, with Q-Tip now survive, it's a minute left here, and University of Houston, that felt like the fight they needed to take. That felt like the fight they were going to win, and they don't even get one tick from it. Rally from Q-Tip to isolate, survive a little bit more. And the University of Houston, they have nothing.
Arya Jet demolished, hit with the ante, and the follow-up is brutal. I have nothing left to do. It's only 45 seconds left, and they don't have any resources.
A lot of players just go off the map there. And oh no, with 30 seconds left, University of Houston changes their composition to a slow-moving one. Do they even get to the objective is the question. I mean, you've got the Bob, you've got the Nano, you've got the Tactical Visor. And I mean, if the Nano Boost gets applied to Flamehead, you'll have the Primal Rage shortly after. With 20 seconds remaining, you have to go through a lot to get to the point.
Oh, this is a wall right here. Immortality Field drop. They have Arya Jet already down. I mean, Diego will push through, but what else are you going to do with that? Oh no, the Primal Rage too. Just a complete wall blocking them from getting through. This is all but over. No time left. Overtime popped. Diego out of the mech, and no one else there to support it.
And Sweet Potato actually uses their body as a close quarters engagement to make sure the Helix Rocket gets a self-damage on to Zavilio, so the soldier will not even get the counterpart, and round 1 will complete. University of Houston, no progress gained, and it has now been 2 rounds low since University of Houston have even gotten onto the objective. I remind you, it was round number 1 when University of Houston gained 29% on Control Center. They have not gained any further progress since then.
That is such a hard stat, man. That is so rough right now for University of Houston. And they haven't been able to just piece things together. They would send a few players down the main street, some in the high ground attempting to take it away from GCU. But the wall that was established by Grand Canyon was so impenetrable that even if they did have Diego make it past the other side, no one was able to follow up. No one was able to give that tank the support they needed to establish more control.
I mean, one step at a time, right? I think the other thing too is like the composition University of Houston was playing was the one where Arya Jet kind of gets into for displacement, and then the remaining members kind of isolate and clean up. The big problem is Q-Tip was single-handedly denying Arya Jet space. Shield bash, whip shot, just, I mean, Arya Jet may as well have been a ping pong ball at that point with how much they were being bounced around, but Grand Canyon University now going to head to it, and they're going to be playing that mobility composition, it looks like. At least Flamehead is hovering over the Wrecking Ball. We'll see if that sticks through. No, they're going over to the dive. I mean, even still, all they have to do is one tick. 1/3 of that objective, Los. And University of Houston simply cannot be picked off.
Flamehead looking for that intro, and it will start by jumping through the wall. Wow, a great placement of the bubble to stop the accretion from knocking them out of the sky, and Arya Jet already falls.
They're going to get the Resurrect off, though. That's being undone. But, I mean, Grand Canyon University just continue to take space. Look at that. Flamehead just walks up. Someone punished for their over-aggression. That'll also be resurrected post-haste, and now we're, even as.
Right back where we started. Someone has to back off using the coach gun to get back to safety. Sweet Potato, though, turning up a great deal of ultimate charge. As well as the Red Dawn, it will start off with this Nano for sure.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, this first real fight is going to be the Red Dawn applying the Nano Boost to Flamehead. And 3, 2, 1. They're just waiting for that go button. The lead is going to be online. Well, Nano the Diva instead, but that's still space taken.
Oh yeah, barrier broken, both of them. They have to jump down to the low ground as there's nowhere left to run. Arya Jet narrowly avoiding the Dragon Strike, so they will be forced to the back stairs, and 3 down here for University of Houston. There shouldn't be anyone left to defend this point.
Pinnacle, even as they get taken out, they wave goodbye with a final blow of their own, and University of Houston cannot hold on any longer. GCU will go up 2-0 and put themselves on match point as they complete Numbani in style. Q-Tip, an absolute menace on the Brigitte, will get the highlight here, Los. And even the Nano, oh man, just,
oh my god.
The Raid boss in full action.
Oh, the whip shots!
It be that way sometimes.
Full
It be
blue
that
cards.
way sometimes.
Full blue cards there for GCU. It certainly be that way sometimes, and it's happening a lot of times here, specifically in this series. University of Houston have had a bit of moments where they were able to get kills, but any frags that they earned were just negated either by a trade or just a quick resurrection that we saw in the beginning of that initial fight.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's kind of like impressive for me about GCU is the fact that they're showing patience. Sometimes when you're doing as well as GCU is, there's a tendency to overcommit, play over aggressive, right? And you talked about the fact those resurrects came in. Sometimes teams, when they're in that dominant position, will still hit the go button rather than wait for that 6th player to return. And I mean, GCU don't make that mistake. They just keep things calm and collected to get back into the engagement and equalize. So that's a lot of pressure to put on your opposition. University of Houston don't have a response mentally, I think, to that level of poise from GCU. And as a result, GCU, mechanically have been really strong, but also tactically have been just as sound. And that is a big part of the reason why not only is it 2-0, but it's 2-0 in the fashion we've reached here.
Still weren't even able to get that single tick on the side of University of Houston. They are certainly struggling throughout this series, but it isn't over yet. We are going to be going to a payload following this one. There is a chance for them to find a bit more success. I'm wondering what their choice will be as we head into map 3. I'm imagining, we're just going to go on my idea here, it's going to be Havana. It is going to be an attempted spawn kill setup set up by University of Houston. However, with them choosing it, I don't know if they're going to be able to overcome the same fate. I think if they want to do the spawn kill setup, GCU will do it in a much stronger fashion.
Yeah, the other thing to highlight is GCU is going to pick the side, right? They'll likely elect to go to the defense first. It's very rare for a team to pick offense if given the choice. So that's something to highlight too, right? There's that mental aspect, It's something we're talking a lot about on broadcast here because it does mean, it's half the game. It's such a big part of it. The fact that GCU gets to set the pace at which the map is played by virtue of being on the defense first is going to be a critical part of map number 3, whether University of Houston wants to think about it or not. And that's also something I'm curious to see how they adapt to, because it's not just the in-game mechanical aspect of it. It's the very real human factor and kind of how they approach the mental game equally.
The mental game is half the battle. It's more brain than it is aim, fun.
Yeah.
As most people know. it's kind of the opposite. With Greg kind of no brain on that one. But you know, hey, let's not talk about it. There was some great plays in the play of the game that we saw.
Spicy words.
Hey, that's why she's my favorite support. That's why I like playing her.
Well, I mean, Rialto's up next. So that's going to be map number 3. It's not quite the Havana you were expecting. That being said, I don't necessarily disagree with the take you had on, you know, the map selection. Sure, the style is going to be a little bit different. You're not going to play up nearly as aggressively, but that first corner allows you to hold fairly aggressively relative to other escort maps. So, yeah, definitely going to see if that double shield comes in from University of Houston. You know, the Orisa, the Sigma, see if they can get a little bit more value that way, or if they're going to try and, you know, just force the rush, force the Reinhardt. And I mean, at least initially, it is going to be the double shield. Though GCU says Reinhardt, name of the game. Flamehead321's been having way too much fun on this Reinhardt.
So just side note, big shout out to Observing here, taking us through a cruise vehicle. That's some good stuff right there.
Every time, Rialto. Every time the canals. Every time I want to go there. So, it's beautiful stuff. We're underway, though. Los, you can see the double shield. Just going to continue up. University of Houston. Oh my god, Zivilio. Nearly taken out. Woo!
That would be a very rough start. Diego Woe looking to get through that secondary. Oh my god, the Q-tip boop. And that is a big blow. The double shield, half the efficacy on that one, and it's time for the aggression. The immortality field is way far away from the rest of the players, and it's some spawn kills. Zivilio says, I'm out of here. You're not getting the boop. Let's try this one again.
Yeah. I mean, Q-tip paying out right where they left off, right? If Numbani ended with a couple of environmentals, then Q-tip says, yep, this is where we go. Right at home is the Lucio player. Grand Canyon University, I mean, they give a little bit of space. They allow University of Houston to cross the bridge this time. At least Q-tip, you know, postures for a boot, but says a little bit of space. And GCU just playing the slow game, letting University of Houston walk into a choke point that they can spam down a lot more easily.
Oh, Q-tip realizes, well, it's time to go, especially with that Amp Matrix put into play. They can back off. Sweet Potato, though, if they want to cross this choke, they'll have to deal with the dragon. Oh! No, the flashbang comes in at the worst time. Sweet Potato unable to deliver the dragon, and that would have been a crucial one indeed with the Amp Matrix. But regardless, it is a retreat coming from Houston.
Oh man, I mean, even as the Dragon Strike, you know, gets taken out, that's still 2 eliminations before the fight, before that stun comes through. So almost unnecessary from Sweet Potato, an ultimate there. University of Houston, I think the big tragedy for the University of Houston here has been the fact that they're generating these resources fairly quickly. They have the Gravitic Flux. They have the Bob. They have not been able to use them easily, and here's a big hit from the Deadeye.
That is a 4-piece. Even after someone lands the triple on the Cassidy Deadeye, they want even more. They're sitting right on the outside. I don't know if they will be expecting such a close-up play.
Flamehead does not have the shatter, so can't just walk around the corner. Exactly. Now they do. The Bob's working overtime.
Oh, nice boop on the Bob. Even if it's an AI, it's something that Q-tip can knock off. They go for a secondary boop. It won't be the case. Maybe another one. They keep going in and out, looking for that opportunity, and it certainly is presenting themselves with another 3 dead. Houston, get back in spawn.
Yeah, there's the Matrix as well from the Red Dawn, right? So, big reset there. GCU, just a little bit of a bait play there. Back up as if they're going to, you know, leave the fight, then right into the engagement. Do they go? And University of Houston kind of fall to the bait. And Grand Canyon University now, I mean, look, last minute 15, so this is time really not on University of Houston's side.
A good amount of shots, and the Dragon Strike completely isolates the players. Caffeinated will be on the outside. They somehow managed to make it back in, and this time the script has been flipped. 2 go down for GCU, make it 3.
That is a real team fight win here for University of Houston. Arguably the first of the series as they go through. And now, can they confirm this into a fight capture? I want to see Zivilio hunt down Pinnacle. Get this Diva out of the mech. There it is. Excellent stuff. Unfortunately, the Red Dawn... wait, there's a Vap just sitting in the backline here? Oh, no.
Wow, all that time that could have been used to move the payload forward, it has been squandered, and now with 20 seconds left on the clock, they need to ensure they get around this corner.
See if they can do it. Yep. Diego clearing the high ground.
Oh, Q-Tip, they fall off. They might have messed up a little bit of a rollout or something. I'm not sure what happened, but they lose it out. Amplification Matrix to clear out the site. We also have Cassidy on the side of someone looking for a shot. They're all backing up. They want to take the line of sight away, but in the back line, it will be Diego Wong causing a bit of mayhem. Here comes the Dragon Strike, narrowly missing it, and the Immortality Field will keep them safe. Zavilio, the only one who has fallen for Houston, so they should be able to push this one through.
I mean, that being said, there's the commit from Q-Tip. They want the sound barrier. They think they can win this, and they might be right. Dragon Strike will get 2, and it's just Q-Tip on the point. So in the final moments, Lucio will be the only one contesting, taken down, and that will be the first point captured by University of Houston. Still, that was scraps being, clawed at there by UH as they stay alive for the moment.
Breath of relief as they are able to make at least 1 point here on the final map of Rialto. They have not been shut out, at least on this one.
Yeah.
At least on this one, they can make their claim. Zavilio looking for any opportunity they can, but considering that Grand Canyon is so tightly packed, it's hard to find a pick.
That's a good block by Arya Jet, actually. As Flamehead does not get the shatter down, and it looks like the Reinhardt might be punished for it.
That's the case. Someone does go down on the high ground because that would finally be the expansion of the team composition. They're not so tightly knit. They can be picked apart. Diego O might be pushing their luck, but they drive right through on the other side of the Dragon Strike. They aren't going to take damage anymore, and this is such a great play from University of Houston. There's 3 dead for Grand Canyon.
And Pinnacle does not get the self-destruct off unharmed, as the remech will not go through. It's just Q-Tip left. Q-Tip still causing a lot of havoc, a lot of mayhem. And being chased around the objective, staying alive for such a long time.
Finally put to rest Q-Tip, and in the moment that they find cover, this is Houston. H-Town is pulling all the way up. They aren't having any problems with this one. This could be a test, though. They send out the Dragon Strike. Followed up is the Earth Shatter, so they are lying right in it. Immortality Field thrown into the dead bodies to ensure that Houston will stay alive. 5 dead. About to be 6 for GCU.
I want to highlight Arya Jet, actually, who's come online as of this map. Really, it all starts off on that first point, right? The Earth Shatter to close out the capture of map 1, or of point 1 on Rialto, and then has just been on fire in the Reinhardt head-to-head ever since. Arya Jet has really stepped up in a big way, and the main tank trying to just get this team moving forward as much as they can.
Now it's the response. It should be Grand Canyon's fight. Someone denying Zavilio having the flank, and even more so, Diego Wo wants to get in the back line, but they won't have that opportunity. Flamehead and Sweet Potato finally have their revenge.
Q-Tip actually does something really cheeky there. Boops Arya Jet out of position so Flamehead can land the shatter easily. Another little moment there. Q-Tip has also been a menace on this map. Lucio has been perhaps even more impactful than the Brig on the previous one, and they'll get the stagger onto Diego. The University of Houston slowed down tremendously. Cart is in arguably the worst position on the map at this moment. It's so hard to fight uphill. Certainly University of Houston, they have the Ant Matrix, they have the self-destruct. They're going to have to make both work overtime to try and push through.
Starts off with Diego here. Here's the Ant Matrix. They have to back up. Send out the self-destruct. It doesn't find anyone, but they can bring it back, as they do have at least destroy that Immortality Field, and possibly a bad move by Sweet Potato. They are able to remove Caffeinated from the fight before falling themselves. Here's Pinnacle's response in the self-destruct. An equally unfortunate ultimate from the Diva as they slow down the fight.
Q-Tip also escapes with a sliver of health. So the Lucio is just putting a lot of pressure down, but Arya Jet chased down the Cassidy. And now it's a disadvantage, numbers disadvantage for the defense. University of Houston continue to move forward.
15 seconds left. They have to stay on the card at all times. Once this threshold passes, they're in the spawn. They're in this final stretch. Grand Canyon probably waiting until they have the proper amount of numbers, but Caffeinated pops the Deadeye. They get into line. No, it won't be possible because the Dragon Strike moves them away. Going back in. There's another one. It's a response here from Zavilio. Equally unfortunate. Arya Jet They have the Earth Shatter. They knock down 2. They have to destroy the Immortality Field, but it won't be enough because the heals are here yet again, though. 3 are dead for Grand Canyon. This might be the chance for Houston to win their first round.
And that is going to be Sweet Potato, the only one contested. We'll get one. Caffeinated is down. It's a numbers disadvantage, but there's no players on the respawn. And the University of Houston will roll all the way through. They'll complete Rialto. And it's an overtime nonetheless. What a fantastic showing on the offense from the University of Houston in map number 3.
May have taken some time, but Houston has woke up. And they are ready to fight. They are here to show their stuff. They are not looking to be shut out in this 3-0 fashion. Grand Canyon seems to let this one slip. They did have some good moments here and there, but it wasn't enough to fully halt Houston, even especially with that poor position in the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff, though, from University of Houston to identify the members that are just all playing a little too aggressively, right? Q-Tip has been doing a lot of work, yes, no question about it, but, has often been caught out of sync on the respawn, and so Grand Canyon has had to take these fights off sync, which, when University of Houston comes in as a 6-player unit, are able to reset and really take the engagement as it is meant to be. And I have to say, University of Houston has stepped up as a team to play at the level of Grand Canyon. It's been a struggle, no question about it, but they still have made it work. And now have given themselves a second opportunity this map, even if GCU captures fully.
Nice outfit, nice fashion. Thank you, Observer.
Yep. There's a couple of shops on Overwatch maps. Obviously, Numbani had some.
Trying to drink some Don Rumbotico.
Wish Overwatch had more more branded like actual things. That's a teleport off the high ground, by the way, with the Maywall.
Okay, good way to get into the faces here of Houston. How are they going to follow it up? It's a D-Mech onto Diego Woe, so that should be a way to start things off. That will be it also, of course, Q-Tip is going to do the boop off the map. What else would they do?
Well, I mean, it's working. Why change what's working, right? So University of Houston set back on the back foot a little bit. Not too much space being given up, but the teleporter here is going to bisect the opposition, and they're going to catch out Zivilio on an island.
Oh, someone a little bit too close with the wall. However, they're still doing good with those icicle shots, allowing the slow and steady climb of that payload crawl to the objective.
There is going to be a reset, a recontest here from University of Houston, but one thing to highlight is the teleporter play is still a possibility. Oh, the Matrix here. Look at, I wonder if there's going to be a teleport play here by the Earthshatter.
Might be the case. They have to make it so dangerous, so costly that Aryajet wouldn't even consider it. But wait a minute, the Red Dawn as well as Flamehead, they come through. It's a huge Earthshatter, and that is essentially a team kill.
Yeah, it's going to be the first point captured too for GCU as we'll get back into the action in just a moment. No fear. As, I mean, so far, GCU just continuing to run through the aggressive compound. There. Look at that. They'll take high ground. Told you it would be a moment. In fact, it was. And we're right back in the action.
Yeah, they moved up. They closed quite a bit of distance without any problem. You saw them all the way up in that staircase toward the second objective. They are moving fast and furious, LaFon.
Yeah, they're not allowing University of Houston to use any of their resources, right? They're not. I mean, you look at the ultimate economy was about even actually, but the timing has just been incredible for GCU, right? They're the one. It's almost a return to that first map style of Lijiang Tower, right? Not allowing University of Houston to even get back into the engagement to find victory there, and so. That's a really difficult way to play against. It's a really difficult style to play against the University of Houston. It seems to be a mirror of how Lijiang Tower started as they're, already halfway through the first or second phase, rather, of Rialto at this point.
So things are starting off much stronger here for GCU on the offense. I mean, there was a bit of a spark where they had a delay of play. University of Houston was putting in some damage, but when it came to just the combination, the teleport into the Earthshatter coming from Flamehead, it was just a beautiful play. It's just something beautiful to look at, and I'm so happy to see the kill feed light up with all of those Reinhardt plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's the instant response from GCU has been incredible too, right? You talk obviously about the Earth Shatters, but I think every single utility that GCU has used, especially on their offensive rounds, has been as a synchronized unit, and that has given a lot of time over to their they've been able to take fights more frequently, and as such enter phases. They finish checkpoints with so much time remaining that they're in full command of this of the series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very, very good finish. Let's see what's happening. Yep, they've got that payload all the way around the bridge. Sends out the Diva Bomb. Pinnacle falls into the river. I'm not sure what the play on that one was, but it's gonna be a potential loss here, a full-on loss there for Grand Canyon.
Yeah, Pinnacle goes for the ambitious self-destruct across the river, forgetting that as you fall out of the mech, you get dropped down, and didn't clear the gap before they pressed the Q button, so they went for a quick swim in these canals, which is highly inadvised. They're pretty, but apparently incredibly toxic, so something to keep in mind. Grand Canyon will have to reset and kind of walk through. Dueling Reinhardts, though. Arya Jet will have the shatter, so too will Flamehead.
Oh, there's the Dragon Strike. There's nowhere for them to go. Sweet Potato caught in the fire, and they are stuck in this corner. Arya Jet definitely has the advantage, but they must know that an Earth Shatter is on the way. Arya sends it through, but you can't even tell what's going on, but you know that GCU's winning it.
That is a bunch of ultimates used in a corridor the size of your apartment hallway. And in that sense, it is the Blizzard that closes out last. Can't move at all. And Grand Canyon University will win that fight, the messy fight that it was. But they'll get forward and work towards capping this point. University of Houston trying for a recontest at Matrix here at the ready.
While there to block it off, they won't have to deal with that fate. Flamehead ready for another Earth Shatter, but they're just too damaged. They're killed too quickly before it's even a possibility. In the backline, Sweet Potato hoping to manipulate that photon barrier and get the beam working, and it seems to be doing its job. But now that there's some support coming from Dino Lobster, that dream, that ambition is lost, but still the damage from Sweet Potato is immense.
The Dragon Strike, as they got out of the mech, it is the self-destruct down, but someone will get the headshot in time, and so it's the last remaining member is Arya Jet. They'll be eliminated. There's no supports remaining. And the payload will roll through the second checkpoint. 3:20 left on the clock here to capture this third phase.
They have plenty of ultimates to work with. About to be 4 for Grand Canyon University. Not much to work with on the side of Houston. Caffeinated with the Deadeye, as well as Arya Jet with the Shatter.
A lot for Grand Canyon to respond with, though. Q-Chip has a sound barrier. Flamehead has a shatter as well. And they have the early pickoff.
Oh, it's the Blizzard. It forces them out of position. There's nowhere for them to go, but in fact, going into the side room might be deadly. Sweet Potato does lose their life. However, with no more help, no more support, it's 3 players caught off in this angle. Earth Shatter takes out Caffeinated and might even open up some more space for the rest of the squad to push on through. That's 3 dead for Houston. Diego Woe so close to being demeched, but they slow it back down.
I mean, this is actually incredible for University of Houston. That's a really smart play by Arya Jet to get for the guaranteed elimination. They have the closer respawns, and with Zavilio getting that headshot off onto the Red Dawn, there's no healing available. So Grand Canyon University, they're rightly backing up, recognizing they don't have the numbers they need to take this fight. 2:15 left on the clock, and Grand Canyon University are not out of this one yet.
Oh, here comes the self-destruct. If it can destroy the barrier, at least takes out folks. If they can use it, the Earth Shatter doesn't find the mark. It's wasted by Arya Jet, blocked by Flamehead. Now they can push through. The Photon Barrier provides even more cover as all the swings from Flamehead are striking true. And there are 4 dead for Houston.
That is the sound barrier in excitement, in the ability to close out the round, in celebration, if you will. And Grand Canyon University will complete the map with more time on the time bank. It'll take to 2:49. 1 minute is all University of Houston gets, but they're not done yet, Los. Still they breathe. Still the opportunity exists as they go to the offense.
Much bigger or much smaller time bank, that being University of Houston. Just a minute to work with. Should be a very careful first step, I would have to say, considering how bullied they were as they wanted to make their first assail on the payload. Grand Canyon barely let them leave their spawn.
I mean, that has been the Grand Canyon University's sort of modus operandi, right, as they've kind of set up. They've played really aggressively on their offense, and then even on the defense have, gone to the spawn doors a couple of times. And not out of, not out of toxicity or BM or anything like that, but because it is a smart way of playing. Put that aggression, put that pressure on your opponent. And a lot of times, the pressure just causes you to make mistakes you wouldn't otherwise do. So GCU trying to play the game in all aspects and have been fairly successful overall. Now, they only have to defend for a minute and prevent this cart from really moving forward.
They will be able to make their way across the bridge, so no danger from Q-Tip, or shall I speak too soon? No, they have to back off. Recognizing that giving up a pick in this time is too crucial to even risk. So it's just a back and forth shot. Pinnacle taking a lot of damage. They could just reset and get a new angle for this fight.
That's big Sonic. Scout everyone. Flamehead taking so much damage there. Immortality Field out early, but the Earth Shatter's nearly online here from GCU.
Oh, Flamehead unable to bring it into play. They die before the Earth is shattered. So it's a full retreat for the rest of GCU. They have nothing left to bring to this fight.
Q-Tip caught in a corner, and that's going to be Caffeine with a big flick, take down this Lucio player. I mean, this is now University of Houston right on the front foot. Diego does not get DMAC'd as they chase Pinnacle down. And this has become a big advantage for University of Houston.
All those sentries set up by Sweet Potato, but they have to be on the other side for that to make sense. Immortality Field popped out by the Red Dawn. It is good enough to keep Flamehead in play, but there's such little health for them to work with. But it's actually a massive play using the Earth Shatter from Aria Jet. They also lose their own life. They're in OT. There's 2 players left holding on to this payload.
Diego chasing down Q-Tip is massive. The spawns for the defense are very far back. University of Houston, by guaranteeing that fight, will get an advantage. They'll get this cart at least halfway through second before a fight even commences. So University of Houston playing smart Overwatch. Big heads up play there. And what I'd like to see now is for Zivilio and Diego to put an aggressive ultimate online here. Use the self-destruct and Dragon Strike to force the advantage even further. A pickoff can really end a fight before it even begins in overtime.
There's the Dragon Strike. It forces them to jump off, and they have been split, but there's no one left on the objective.
Deadeye is zones just too well in that final moment. Everyone plays around LOS, and they're just too far away from the cart. And it rolls away, and they do not contest. University of Houston, though, I mean, for a minute, that's not a bad amount of space to be gained. 1.5 points through Rialto. And GCU, I mean, 249 is a lot of time. It's not that much time. It's about 2.5 fights, right? Just shy of 3 fights. So this is still doable for GCU.
Ready for battle.
100%. And now Flamehead has swapped over to the Wrecking Ball. That is going to be an interesting play. Pickle's still on the Diva, so it's something we would expect. But now, instead of the environmental factor, we have Q-Tip there to save the day as a secondary saving grace. That Immortality Field just isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, credit to University of Houston, though. For thinking under pressure, reacting under pressure in those final moments of the fight. Flamehead will go back to the Reinhardt, I think. And it looks like they'll just keep playing this rush composition. University of Houston. They've got to be feeling good. It's still winnable for them here on Rialto.
Coming out, no massive aggression coming out of University of Houston. They have to back off. They realize they're in a similar position. A single death could be everything. Q-Tip up above in the sky, riding the walls, just getting some shots for free. Oh, and that's a boot to move Arya Jet away, but they're back in the hands of their teammates. It will be safe, but it does create a ton of space for GCU.
Yeah, I mean, it forced the Immortality Field out for GCU, though, with Q-Tip getting stunned out. So that's ability is not going to be online yet. Shortly, this is the opportunity, the window of opportunity University of Houston need.
Puts the teleporter into the back line, and it's already a very strong beam. It's going to be followed up with that Amplification Matrix, Immortality Field down, and that will soon follow Arya Jet, but also Flamehead will lose their life. Amplification Matrix popped in retaliation, however, jumping in front of the field. It will be Pinnacle there to deny the damage. Dragon Strike coming out from left field, and it does go wide.
Yeah, no pickoffs there. That being said, Zavillia does not get eliminated, so there is a recontest available here for University of Houston on this first objective. They need to take this fight. They do not have a choice. You'd like to take at least another minute off the clock, as even if you lose it, try and get a chance to fight. Photon Barrier, though, from Grand Canyon to open things up.
That's a great line of sight. They have to push through. They have to get into the territory of GCU, but Flamehead finally lands the Earth Shatter. They've been waiting so long for, and now that's 3 dead in the briny deep.
Yeah, now every fight must be won out by University of Houston. That being said, it's only 1.5 they need to take. High ground will going to be contested by GCU as they get the advantage on that last one. See the reset. It's all going to come down to, for University of Houston, how well can they, bounce off this Earth Shatter and Deadeye. Meanwhile, GCU not even allowing them to reset.
Yeah, forcing them into that side room. They almost destroyed the shield for Arya Jet, so they have to back off for a minute, let that barrier reset.
Somebody touched the cart.
Yeah, only 40 seconds left and nobody is moving the cart. They have to get back onto it. Amplification Matrix put into play. Oh my god, even though there was an Earth Shatter in the back line, it's all about the self-destruct on either side. 3 dead here for University of Houston. 4 dead even. Last 2 eliminations will win them the series.
Yep. Q-Tip with the sound barrier just to make sure that no one goes down, no one further gets eliminated. It's the last-ditch contest attempt from University of Houston, but they will not even get to the objective. GCU will close out the round and they complete Rialto in victorious fashion as they seal the 3-0 in the series and complete the 8-1 scoreline on the season.
Here's Arya Jet. Previously, they saved the day. It was such a massive Earth Shatter. All these players lined up, and the Squishies had nothing to do in that situation. I think they did end up falling off afterward, but hey, still a great play.
Yeah, still a fantastic play by the main tank of University of Houston. UH Premier, it's not enough to close out the series. It's not enough to claw back a map, but it was still nonetheless some exciting Overwatch, some really well-played game. Especially there on Rialto. They turned it around in a big way. GCU will take the eventual victory, but boy, did they have to sweat for it.
Oh yeah, no, it was not an easy one in the end. This is where University of Houston really came into their own, and they found cracks. They found the ability to make Grand Canyon University sweat. They had a much tougher time winning out on Rialto than anywhere before. It was just domination back on Lijiang, back on Numbani, but this is not the same Houston we saw on those maps. This is a team that was coming out for blood, not looking to get dominated.
Yeah, and I mean, University of Houston, I have to say, have improved tremendously over the season. I think their score line doesn't really put, the fact that it was an 0-3 here against GCU may tell you that it was a tough series all the way through. And I think the first 2 maps, a 3-0 would tell the scoreline. But on Rialto, they came alive. They really came to play. And I think that was a real wake-up for them. They were able to showcase what their improvements were over the season. And even though it's not going to help in the scoreline, it was still a remarkable level of elevation of gameplay for University of Houston for them over this season.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how they've improved. I mean, the last time they were on stream, it did end up in an unfortunate loss for them. However, they're still back at it. It won't be the scoreline that they were hoping for, but it will be a performance that they could take home and just feel a bit more, I don't want to say excited about. I don't want to say excited, but it's still something you could be proud of at the end of the day. But now, speaking to the other team, we're bringing in from Grand Canyon University. It's going to be the Red Dawn to let us know how this series went. Red Dawn, how are you feeling after this victory and closing out your season 8-1?
Feeling pretty good. There were some good games. Our last game was super close, but we got it, and it was fun. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 8-1 season, so you guys are now towards the top of your division, heading into the play-ins. What are you looking forward to kind of doing before getting to there?
I'm looking forward to having our last couple of practices and then getting right into the playoffs and hopefully take it all the way to the end and get that win.
Gotta take it all the way to the end and get that win. So you will be facing off in the conference finals. A team that has given you some trouble before. It's going to be UTD. If you do make it through those conference play-ins, can you tell me about what you're expecting in terms of how you'll adjust to that playstyle?
Yeah, so our only loss was to UTD, and that game was also very close. I think with just a continual, reliance on the teammates, and then as well just a little bit higher of scrims. Hopefully, we'll be able to adapt better to what they throw at us.
For sure. Quickly talk to me though about the program you guys have, because 8-1, your guys' scoreline has been incredibly impressive in this conference. Just talk to me a little bit about the program you guys have at GCU.
Yeah, so we have a facility. There's 70 computers. We have a stage for the varsity teams. So every week we practice with the team. We have about 3 practices a week, and then we have tournaments as well. So just always up together on stage, having a good time, practicing together, and yeah.
A bit on stage must make you feel prepared for those big time games, but is there anyone else you want to give a shout out to before we head this one off?
Shout out to GCU, Lopes up. Shout out to my mom and my sister too. And yeah.
Shout out to GCU, shout out to the fam, shout out to Red Dawn. Thank you so much for coming on to us and giving us that that interview insight. Congrats on the win and good luck to the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Well, that's going to wrap up the series here tonight, but there still is plenty of NACE Starleague action for the rest of the week because we've got League of Legends on Tuesday, it's Call of Duty on Wednesday, and Counter-Strike on Friday. So there is still tons of NACE Starleague action to check out. Unfortunately, though, this is the end of us. I'm Los, joined by LaFon, so thank you to everyone who showed up in the chat. Thank you to all the teams who competed. Thank you to NACE Starleague. Thank you all, and good night.